Chapter 551, An Ice Flower 6. The early morning light filtered softly through the windows, casting a warm glow over the room. Arthur stirred, his gaze falling on Seraphina as she slept peacefully beside him. Her serene expression, free of the weight she so often carried, was a sight he found himself unwilling to disturb. Her silver hair spilled over the pillow like moonlight, and her breathing was soft and even. Rising quietly, Arthur moved to the window, the events of the night still fresh in his mind but overshadowed by thoughts of what lay ahead. The road before him was fraught with challenges, each more daunting than the last. The Tower of Alchemy, an ancient institution shrouded in mystery and rife with opportunity, loomed as the first major hurdle. Beyond that, the civil war brewing within the Slavemark Empire threatened to upend the delicate balance of power. And then, of course, there was Mount Hua itself, a sanctuary under siege both literally and figuratively as its legacy was tested against the growing shadows. Arthur exhaled deeply, his hand gripping his phone as if seeking solace in its familiar weight. These weren't just trials to survive, they were opportunities to shape the future, to ensure that the world he was building alongside the people he cared for would endure. He glanced back at Seraphina, a small smile forming on his lips. She was one of the reasons he fought so fiercely, and he would face whatever came next with unrelenting determination. She stirred slowly, her movements as graceful as a fairy emerging from slumber. Her ice-blue eyes blinked open, and she stretched her arms above her head before wincing, her serene expression twisting into one of mild irritation. "Beast," she muttered, her cheeks faintly flushed. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle as she slid out of bed, gathering the sheets around herself in an almost theatrical attempt at modesty as she walked toward the bathroom. "Do you really need to cover yourself?" he teased, his grin widening. Seraphina paused in the doorway, her lips curling into a small, mischievous smile. "You'll want me more if I don't." With that, she disappeared into the bathroom, though Arthur noticed her movements were slightly stiffer than usual. Still, she bore it better than Rachel or Cecilia, likely due to her rigorous training as a swordsman, which had honed her body to withstand far greater strains. Arthur turned on his phone, his eyebrows shooting up as he saw the time. 3 in the afternoon. He let out a low whistle before setting the device aside. They'd lost all sense of time, it seemed. After both of them had dressed and cleaned up, it was time for a belated lunch with none other than Mo Zenith, the celestial dragon of Mount Hua sect. Unlike Lee or Seraphina, Mo's swordsmanship leaned heavily on tradition. His style wove together wind, water, and earth mana into plum blossoms of breathtaking beauty and devastating precision. Arthur couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervous anticipation at meeting the formidable figure again. The dining hall was an elegant blend of modern simplicity and timeless grandeur, its high ceilings adorned with intricate carvings of plum blossoms. At the far end of the room, Emo sat at the head of the table, his silver hair catching the light like molten starlight. Beside him was Lee, his ever-cheerful demeanor lighting up the room. Lee's face brightened further as he saw Arthur and Seraphina enter. "Well, there they are," he said warmly, gesturing for them to join. "I trust you two had a restful morning?" Arthur caught the knowing gleam in Lee's eye and cleared his throat, doing his best to maintain composure. Seraphina, for her part, simply rolled her eyes and took the seat next to her uncle, her expression returning to its usual cool calm. Mo's sharp gaze flicked briefly between Arthur and Seraphina before settling on Arthur. His expression was inscrutable, but his presence was as commanding as ever. "Let's eat," Emo said, his tone as brisk and direct as his swordsmanship. Arthur nodded, slipping into his seat beside Seraphina. Despite the celestial dragon's imposing aura, there was a faint trace of warmth in his voice, just enough to hint at the pride and affection he kept tightly guarded. It was, after all, his daughter's coming-of-age day, and even the sharpest blades softened at the sight of blooming plum blossoms. "You have found yourself a good man, Seraphina," Emo Zenith said, his voice as calm and unyielding as a mountain's shadow at dusk. His eyes, cold as the northern winds yet glinting with a reluctant approval, rested on Arthur Nightingale. The young man stood steady beneath that gaze, an ironclad serenity etched into his posture. Emo Zenith was not a man to dispense praise lightly. His heart, though fiercely devoted to his daughter, was tempered by the weight of his station and the wisdom of countless battles fought both on the battlefield and in the halls of power. Yet here stood Arthur Nightingale, a paradox of youthful vigor and ancient strength, an heir to greatness who bore its weight as if born to the burden. And Emo found he could not fault him. Not truly. Not for his talent nor his demeanor. There was, however, one thing that soured his disposition, a flaw not of Arthur's making, but one carved into the older man's heart by years of disdain. Arthur was the disciple of him. Magnus Dracar. Mo's jaw tightened imperceptibly and his thoughts strayed to the past, where his clashes with Dracar had burned as fiercely as the sun upon a desert plain. It was a rivalry forged in the fires of ambition, pride, and principles too unyielding to bend. Magnus had died, but before that had reached a level Emo didn't even have hope of reaching. Arthur Nightingale was, after all, a luminary in his own right, a flame so brilliant it threatened to overshadow even the Zenith name. They called him the future paragon of humanity, even above Lucifer. A title bestowed lightly by none, but it was not the title that gave Emo pause. It was the epithet whispered in hushed tones across the empire, Zenith Blade. A name meant for the one destined to scale the wall and claim the mantle of ascendant rank. Emo studied Arthur again, his gaze narrowing. How could he not wonder? How could anyone not wonder? What manner of man could best Nolan write, the vice-captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Knights, a peak ascendant rank warrior, no less. The feat was no secret. It had spread like wildfire, igniting awe and speculation in equal measure. He is a talent that burns brighter than even the sun, Emo thought, his inner voice tinged with both awe and wariness. Son Zenith, Mo's adopted son and the most luminous name in his family's history, had achieved ascendant rank at the youngest age ever recorded. To surpass him would be unthinkable. And yet Arthur Nightingale seemed poised to do just that. If the boy continued at his current pace, he would eclipse even Son by half a year. But raw power was not what unnerved Emo. It was Arthur's relative strength, his presence. Talent without discipline was but a wildfire, dangerous and unsustainable. But Arthur was a storm, deliberate in its path, inexorable in its force. How strong will you be when you scale the wall, Arthur Nightingale? Emo murmured under his breath, a question meant for the wind, not for ears. Arthur would reach it. Of that Emo had no doubt. But what lay beyond for a man who could already defeat the most hardened warriors of this world? That was the question that whispered through Mo's thoughts like an unseen specter, both thrilling and foreboding. Chapter 552, An Ice Flower, 7. Emo Zenith's silver gaze bore into me, sharp and unyielding, as if he could unearth every secret I had ever buried. I held his stare, my calm a well-honed blade, and let out a measured exhale when his scrutiny softened. Approval. It was not spoken, but it was there, a fleeting spark in those metallic eyes. So far, so good. I have a gift for you, Arthur, Lee Zenith said suddenly, breaking the tension with his usual air of composed nonchalance. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he tapped his spatial ring. With a flicker of light, a scroll materialized in his hand, its parchment radiating a faint, otherworldly aura. He held it out to me, the gesture unassuming but unmistakably weighted with significance. I accepted it, unrolling the scroll carefully, aware of Seraphina leaning in beside me, her soft breath warm against my cheek as she peered at the contents. My eyes widened. Grade 4 art, spectral sword. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for taking care of Seraphina. Lee explained, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. I don't need something like this to take care of Seraphina, I said, my voice steady, but I won't deny something that will benefit me. Lee's smile deepened, a glint of approval in his eyes. Perfect response, he said with a nod. That grade 4 art will help solidify your sword foundation as you form your sword heart to scale the wall. I tilted my head, curiosity flaring. Could you explain more? Lee's gaze sharpened and he folded his arms, adopting the stance of a seasoned tutor. Of course, he said. The sword heart, as you likely suspect, is a vessel, a kind of metaphysical forge within your body. When formed, it allows you to compress mana into astral energy, provided you're using the aura method of mana management and channeling. You've studied 7-circle magic, haven't you? You know the labyrinth of calculations it requires to cast even one such spell? I nodded. The equations are staggering. Well, the sword heart achieves that same level of power, Lee said, his voice taking on a reverent tone, but without the mathematics. It is pure instinct, pure will. That's why a strong foundation is crucial. The better your swordsmanship before forming your sword heart, the greater the power you can wield once it's complete. His words hung in the air, resonating like the toll of a distant bell. The sword heart, it wasn't just a milestone, it was a transformation. A key to a higher plane of existence, one that required not just skill but understanding, not just strength but harmony. So I should spend more time developing my swordsmanship before forming my sword heart? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Kinda, Lee said, the edge of his formality slipping, revealing the sharp wit beneath. There's a limit to how far you can go without forming the sword heart, it's tied to your talent. But with your potential. He gave a wry smile. You'll master spectral sword while forming your sword heart. Seraphina's hand brushed my arm, her touch grounding me as I stared at the scroll again. The faint hum of its power seemed to echo Lee's words, promising both challenge and reward. I'll do my best, I said simply, my voice quiet but firm. Lee nodded, his expression unreadable. Good. What are you thinking of doing now, Arthur? Seraphina asked, her fingers brushing mine with a light, deliberate touch. Her expression was calm, but her ice-blue eyes held a quiet intensity that was impossible to ignore. I glanced at her, letting a small smile curve my lips before responding. Stay in Avalon, spend time with family, attend Rose's birthday. Seraphina's hand lingered on mine for a moment longer, but her grip tightened slightly as she spoke again. So, it's Rose's chance now. Her voice was calm, but the faintest tremor of disappointment, so subtle it might have been missed by anyone else, tinged her words. The serene mask she wore, so often impenetrable, seemed to crack ever so slightly. Lee, standing nearby, let out a low chuckle, breaking the tension. Ah, the tangled web of courtly politics and youthful ambition, he said, shaking his head. It's like a play unfolding before my eyes. Arthur, you might be the most interesting protagonist the world has ever seen. And you, Seraphina, well? I wouldn't count yourself out of the drama just yet. Seraphina shot him a glance, half exasperated and half amused, but said nothing. Instead, she turned her gaze back to me, her hand slipping from mine. I only hope, she said at last, her voice soft but firm, that you remember why you're doing all this, Arthur. I nodded, her words striking a chord that reverberated through me. Always. And with that, the room fell into a companionable silence, the unspoken weight of future decisions hanging between us like the final note of a song yet to be resolved. Lunch had been a quiet affair, filled with the comfortable silences that often accompanied Serafina and me. Afterward, I decided, tomorrow, I would return to Avalon. But for the rest of the day, I spent time with Serafina, savoring the unspoken bond between us. The hours slipped by like grains of sand through an open hand, and as twilight descended, I set out with purpose. To find Mo Zenith. By now, it was a foregone conclusion in most circles. I was Serafina's future husband. And as an honorary elder of the Mount Hua sect, this status granted me access to places few dared tread. Titles carried weight here, and mine, forged by both merit and perception, opened even the most tightly guarded doors. It didn't take long to locate him. Mo Zenith stood amidst a sea of mist, his silhouette sharp against the encroaching shadows of the evening. He moved with the precision of a craftsman, his every strike carving through the air as though shaping reality itself. He was training in the Violet Mist Divine Art, a grade 6 masterpiece of Mount Hua sect, its elegance renowned, its power feared. But not by Magnus Dracar. I knew the art well. My master had not merely bested it, he had dismantled it with the brutal efficiency of a storm breaking upon a brittle cliff. Where most strokes were precise and calculated, Magnus had been fluid and overwhelming, a reminder that strength was not only a matter of mana rank but also of mastery and vision. Mo must have sensed my presence. He paused, lowering his blade with a deliberateness that spoke of both control and irritation. His silver gaze met mine, sharp and unyielding. "What are you doing here?" "I've come to strike a deal," I replied, stepping forward with measured confidence. My voice carried through the mist, steady and resolute. Mo raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. He said nothing, waiting for me to elaborate. This was no simple visit, and we both knew it. Mount Hua's fate hung precariously in the balance, its future as doomed as a leaf caught in an unforgiving storm. But storms could be weathered and tides turned if one had the will and the strength to shape the outcome. I did. It was time to change the destiny of the Mount Hua sect. Chapter 553, An Ice Flower 8. Was I nervous about what I was about to do? Yes. Beyond nervous. My heartbeat thundered in my ears like the drums of war, but I forced it down, burying it beneath the steady resolve I'd honed over years of trials. This wasn't just for me, it was for Mount Hua sect. For Serafina. For humanity itself. There was no room for hesitation. I stepped forward, each movement deliberate as Mo Zenith's presence loomed over me, a palpable force that seemed to weigh down the very air around us. The pressure was suffocating, a manifestation of his radiant rank strength that pressed against my soul like the weight of mountains. For most below the wall, it would have been crushing, forcing them to their knees in abject surrender. But I was beyond that now. I had not yet scaled the wall to reach ascendant rank, but my strength stood above it nonetheless. And if Mo Zenith expected me to falter, he would be sorely disappointed. "What kind of deal?" he asked, his voice sharp and cold as a blade drawn in winter. His silver gaze pinned me in place, a test of my will as much as his words were a challenge to my courage. I drew a breath, steadying myself against the storm of his attention. The moment stretched unbearably, but finally I spoke with conviction that surprised even me. "I will elevate the grade 6 art of Mount Hua sect by creating a fifth movement." The world seemed to twist and bend around me, the weight of my audacity crashing down like a tidal wave. The very air bristled with latent power, and for a moment it felt as though reality itself held its breath. Then it came, a sword. A massive, phantom blade that descended from the heavens, sharp and merciless, a projection of Mo Zenith's killing intent made manifest. It was not just a threat but a judgment, honed by countless battles and tempered in the crucible of his experience as one of humanity's greatest warriors. The sword's edge bore down on me, a promise of death should I falter or prove unworthy. Luna stirred within me, her presence flickering like a flame sensing mortal danger. She nearly emerged, her instinct to protect me overwhelming her usual restraint. But I held her back with iron will, refusing to show weakness. This was my battle, my stand to make. I did not move. Sweat beaded on my brow and trickled down my cheek, but I remained still, my face impassive as stone. The phantom sword struck, crashing into me with the weight of worlds, but it did not break me. I stood, unyielding, as his killing intent coiled around me like living serpents, testing, probing, searching for any crack in my resolve. And then it was gone, dissipating as swiftly as it had come. Mo Zenith's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes narrowing with something that might have been approval or contempt. "How daring, boy," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "Do you think that just because my daughter likes you, I won't kill you where you stand?" His words carried the weight of absolute authority, a ruler in his own right who commanded respect through power that few could comprehend. Despite everything, I could not deny the truth of his strength. In this moment, I was still far from his level. If he wished, he could end me with a casual gesture, my boldness nothing more than an amusing insult to his station. But I met his gaze with unwavering determination. This wasn't about pride, nor was it about youthful defiance. It was necessity, an act born of desperation and unshakable hope for the future. Mo Zenith studied me for a long moment, then spoke with quiet intensity. "Your master, Magnus, he reached the heights of high radiant rank before his death. I knew him, boy. I witnessed his power firsthand." His silver eyes seemed to pierce through me. Magnus could reshape battlefields with a thought, command the very elements to his will, stand against armies and emerge victorious. He was the closest thing to a demigod walking among mortals. The mention of my master sent a pang through my chest, memories of Magnus' incredible abilities flooding back. The way he could manipulate reality itself, how his presence alone could turn the tide of wars, the absolute authority he wielded over magical forces that lesser mages couldn't even comprehend. Even after witnessing that level of power, Emo continued, his voice carrying the weight of experience, even after Magnus himself demonstrated what it means to transcend mortal limitations and approach the realm of gods. Do you still believe you can surpass that? Do you truly think you can climb higher than a man who stood among the greatest in human history? The question hung in the air like a blade poised to fall. This was the crux of it, not just whether I believed I could grow strong, but whether I could surpass someone who had already achieved the seemingly impossible. Currently, I am too weak to even hope to accomplish something like this, I admitted, my voice steady despite the magnitude of what I was claiming. Honesty was not weakness here, it was the foundation upon which audacious promises were built. But yes, I will surpass Magnus. I will surpass everyone. Mo Zenith's eyes widened, the faintest flicker of genuine surprise breaking through his usually impenetrable facade. He had not expected such absolute conviction, such unwavering certainty in the face of what seemed impossible. I will not just be the paragon of humanity in this generation, I continued, my voice growing stronger with each word. I will become the second hero in the history of this world. I will reach heights that even Magnus could only dream of, and I will use that power to protect everything that matters. The declaration echoed in the mist around us, carrying weight that seemed to bend reality itself. Mo Zenith stared at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, part incredulity, part calculation, part something that might have been awe. The second hero, he repeated slowly, tasting the words. You understand what you're claiming? The first hero reshaped the very foundations of this world, established the systems of power that govern all magical advancement, created legends that have endured for millennia. You're saying you will equal that? I'm saying I will surpass it, I replied without hesitation. Magnus showed me what was possible at the peak of Radiant rank. But there are heights beyond even that, realms of power that no human has ever truly explored. I will be the one to claim them. Mo regarded me for a long moment, his expression unreadable, his silence as heavy as the evening mist swirling around us. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a strange mixture of skepticism and intrigue. What do you want in return for this extraordinary promise? I paused, considering his words carefully. The temptation to demand something grand, something fitting of this monumental vow was strong. But I knew what mattered most, what would truly serve both Mount Hua and my own goals. Tell your daughter you love her, I said simply. His reaction was subtle but unmistakable, a twitch of his brow, a tightening of his jaw, but in Mo Zenith's controlled language, it was as if I had struck him physically. She already knows that, he said, his voice edged with defensive uncertainty. No, she doesn't, I replied, shaking my head with quiet conviction. Serafina loves you deeply, but she believes you see her as a disappointment. She thinks your expectations are impossible to meet, that your approval is forever beyond her reach. Change her mind. Spend time with her. Show her love openly. Praise her achievements. Be the father she needs, not just the sect leader she serves. Mo's lips parted as if to retort, but no words came. For all his power, all his mastery of martial arts and leadership, he stood there momentarily disarmed. His shoulders, so often squared with the weight of his duties as both father and ruler, seemed to sag under the enormity of my simple request. That is all you want? He asked at last, his voice unsteady, cracking like the surface of ancient ice. It was not a question born of disbelief but of something deeper, a tremor of vulnerability rarely shown by a man of his stature. I could see it in his eyes, the desperate desire to ask what I meant, to deny that Serafina doubted his love. But his pride, his ingrained habits of authority, held him back. No, I said quietly, pressing forward while his defenses were lowered. Pay more attention to the sect itself. Mo's brows furrowed, the steel returning to his gaze. You dare lecture me on how to lead Mount Hua? I do, I said, meeting his glare with calm defiance that surprised us both. Stop chasing the martial king's shadow. You cannot measure the worth of Mount Hua by comparing it to his legendary achievements. The sect has its own path, its own potential for greatness. I stepped closer, my voice carrying the conviction of absolute certainty. Trust me. I will swear it on my mana, bind it to my very soul if needed. I will take the plum blossoms of Mount Hua and make them bloom brighter than the martial king's swordsmanship ever could. Under my guidance, this sect will achieve heights that surpass even the legends of old. The silence that followed was deafening. Mo's presence loomed like an approaching storm, but I stood firm, my words resonating in the charged air between us. This was not mere negotiation, it was a turning point that would reshape the future of Mount Hua, perhaps the future of the martial world itself. At last, Mo Zenith nodded, a gesture as reluctant as it was resolute. You are either the greatest fool I've ever encountered, he said slowly, or the most audacious genius in human history. Perhaps both, I replied, allowing a faint smile to touch my lips. But I am also someone who keeps his promises. For a moment, Mo said nothing, his gaze distant as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. Then he turned, the faintest sigh escaping him as he began to walk away, his step slow and deliberate. He did not explicitly agree to my terms, but I knew the seed had been planted in fertile ground. As the mist thickened around me, I stood alone with my resolve unshaken. This was only the beginning of a journey that would test every limit of human potential. The road ahead would be treacherous beyond imagination, but the path was clear. And I would walk it no matter the cost until I stood where even Magnus had never dared to dream of reaching. Chapter 554, An Ice Flower, 9. Mo Zenith walked away from his discussion with Arthur, his steps slow and deliberate, the weight of their exchange lingering in the air like the last note of a distant melody. His expression, so often a mask of cold authority, was now shadowed with something uncharacteristic: reflection. If any other boy had dared to speak such words to him, they would not have lived to finish their sentence. A swift flick of his hand and their arrogance would have been silenced forever, a lesson etched into the fabric of the sect. But with Arthur Nightingale, he could not. It wasn't that the boy was beyond him, far from it. In this moment, Mo could end him as easily as snuffing out a candle. No, it was something far more disarming. The words the boy spoke. There had been no bravado in Arthur's tone, no flourish of youthful arrogance. What there had been, instead, was belief. Absolute, unshakable conviction. A certainty that resonated not just with the ears but with the soul, a declaration that could not be ignored. Mo's lips curled into a smile, faint but genuine. A rare expression, and one that felt oddly fitting after their exchange. "I suppose I have no reason not to accept," he murmured to himself, his voice quiet in the stillness of the mist. After all, Arthur Nightingale had not simply made a promise, he had delivered a challenge to the heavens themselves. He would take Mount Hua's plum blossoms, the sect's pride and legacy, and raise them to heights they had never dreamed of reaching. A bold claim. But Mo found he wanted to believe it. A Nightingale, he thought, the boy's surname turning over in his mind like a puzzle piece that finally clicked into place. That name alone gave weight to Arthur's words, a substance that few could fully grasp. And if Arthur truly was that Nightingale, then perhaps the boy's confidence was not misplaced. Mo's eyes narrowed as he strode through the mist. The night air was cool and the soft rustle of leaves punctuated his thoughts. For all his skepticism, he could not deny the spark of anticipation that had ignited within him. "I suppose we need to get to work, then," he muttered, his voice carrying an edge of resolve. The path ahead would be arduous, fraught with challenges both seen and unseen. But Mo Zenith was not a man to shy away from adversity. And if Arthur Nightingale believed himself capable of leading Mount Hua to the peak, then Mo would ensure the boy had the opportunity to prove it. As the mist thickened around him, Mo's steps quickened, his purpose renewed. The wheels had been set in motion and there was no turning back now. However, Mo Zenith paused mid-step, the mist curling around him like ghostly tendrils as if urging him to stay a moment longer with his thoughts. Arthur's words lingered in his mind, sharper than any blade and impossible to ignore. "Seraphina loves you but thinks you hate her." It was a sentence delivered with the bluntness of youth and the wisdom of someone who had seen too much too soon. For all his strength, all his experience, Mo found himself shaken, not by the statement itself but by the truth it uncovered. A truth he had never dared to consider. He had always thought Seraphina knew. How could she not? He had raised her, protected her, and guided her as best he could. His love for her was as vast and unshakable as the mountains of Mount Hua themselves. But Arthur's words suggested otherwise. "She loves you but doesn't know you love her." The thought landed with the weight of a mountain pressing against his chest. How had this chasm of misunderstanding come to exist between them? He had always attributed their distance to time, or rather, the lack of it. His responsibilities as head of the sect, as a radiant ranker, as a king among men, demanded so much of him. He had believed that she understood, that she accepted the silences between them as a necessity, not an absence. But he had been wrong. Mo's gaze turned inward, searching the memories he had of Seraphina, her quiet strength, her unwavering determination, the subtle ways she sought his approval without ever asking for it outright. And now, beneath those recollections, he saw something he had overlooked, a shadow of doubt, a hesitation in her eyes when she looked at him. He closed his own eyes for a moment, his jaw tightening. Arthur's challenge was clear. If Seraphina believed he did not love her, then it was his failing, not hers. He, Mo Zenith, who had bent the world to his will, had faltered in the one role that mattered most, a father. He let out a slow breath, his resolve hardening. Before he could guide Mount Hua to its future, before he could rise to meet Arthur's audacious promises, he had to face his daughter. Not as a leader, not as a radiant ranker, but as a father, a flawed, fallible man who needed to tell her what he had long assumed she already knew. "I need to talk to her first," Mo murmured to himself, his voice heavy with both determination and regret. The path to repairing their bond would not be easy. Words, after all, could be as slippery as the mist around him, their meanings lost if not wielded with care. But Mo had faced storms before, and this was one he could not afford to lose. Turning back toward the main hall, Mo Zenith walked with purpose, the weight of the moment pressing on his shoulders. Arthur had given him a truth he had not wanted to see, but for that Mo found himself grateful. For the first time in years, he was not walking as the head of Mount Hua sect but as a father seeking his daughter. And he would not falter. Mo Zenith stood outside Seraphina's room, his hand hesitating over the door. The sliding magnetic door hummed faintly, a soft, almost imperceptible sound in the quiet corridor. The polished metal surface reflected his face, the tension in his expression more evident than he would have liked. For all the battles he had fought, this moment felt strangely more daunting. Words were not his weapon of choice, but tonight, they had to be. He tapped the panel and the door slid open with a smooth hiss, revealing the dimly lit room beyond. Soft lighting bathed the space in warm tones, illuminating sleek shelves lined with books, scrolls, and glowing holographic screens. Seraphina sat near the window, her figure silhouetted against the lit skyline of Mount Hua, its towering spires reaching into the stars. She turned at the sound, her silver hair catching the light as she regarded him with calm curiosity. "Father," she said, her voice even though her golden eyes held a glimmer of surprise. "Is something wrong?" Emo stepped inside, the door sliding shut behind him with a faint magnetic click. The sound echoed in the stillness, and for a moment he stood there, uncharacteristically unsure of how to begin. "I wanted to talk to you," he said at last, his voice quieter than usual. Serafina tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp. "You rarely come here," she said, her tone measured. "What's happened?" Emo approached her slowly, the soft hum of the room's atmospheric control system the only sound. He clasped his hands behind his back, the practiced posture of a man accustomed to commanding respect, but this time there was no command in his voice. "It's about us," he said simply. Her brow furrowed slightly, her composure slipping just enough to reveal a flicker of confusion. "Us?" "Yes," Emo said, exhaling deeply. "I've realized something I should have seen long ago. I failed you, Serafina. Not as the leader of Mount Hua or as a warrior, but as your father." Her eyes widened at his words and she straightened, her calm exterior giving way to something more vulnerable. "What do you mean?" Emo paused, his gaze softening as he searched for the right words. "I thought you knew how much I cared for you. How much I loved you. I believed that my actions would speak for themselves. But actions without words can sometimes be misunderstood. Arthur made me realize that I've allowed a distance to grow between us, a distance you never deserved." Serafina blinked, her golden eyes shimmering with emotion she rarely displayed. "You think I didn't know?" "Yes," Emo said, his tone heavy with regret. "I know now that you've always loved me, but I also know that you've questioned if I feel the same. And for that I am deeply sorry." Her gaze dropped to her hands, which she had folded tightly in her lap. "I've always admired you, father," she said softly. "But I thought your duty came first. That I was just part of it." "No," Emo said firmly, stepping closer. "You are not a duty. You are my daughter. My pride. My joy. And I have been blind to the ways I failed to show it." For a long moment, Serafina was silent. Then, with a slow exhale, she looked up at him. Her composure had returned, but there was a softness in her eyes now, a vulnerability she no longer hid. "Thank you," she said quietly, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. "For saying that." Emo hesitated only briefly before reaching out, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. "I promise you this, Serafina, I will do better. I will make the time. You deserve nothing less." She nodded, her lips curving into the faintest of smiles. "I believe you." The magnetic door slid open and closed behind Emo as he left her room later that night, the hum of the mechanism fading into the quiet halls. Yet as he walked, he felt a new lightness in his step. For all the challenges that lay ahead for the sect, for the world, this moment felt like a victory. Not as a leader. Not as a warrior. But as a father. Chapter 555, An Ice Flower 10. After speaking with my father, I collapsed onto my bed, the tension in my body unraveling like the final notes of a long-forgotten song. I hugged the pillow tightly, pressing its soft fabric against my skin as I exhaled, the weight of the evening settling over me like a heavy blanket. My father, Emo Zenith. The name echoed in my mind, a name that had always felt more like a title than a person. My mother had died when I was young, lost to the chaos when the Northern Sea Ice Palace was destroyed by the Shadow Seekers and torn apart by its own internal strife. My memories of her were faint, scattered images blurred by time and trauma. But my memories of my father? They were sharp, clear, and unyielding in their cold distance. He had always been so remote. A figure of authority and power, but never warmth. I had grown up believing that he didn't love me, couldn't love someone as weak as I was. How could he, when I wasn't worthy of carrying the legacy of the Mount Hua sect? Not when compared to the legends that came before us, not when I carried the stain of my mother's fallen palace. I was a disgrace, or so I had believed. That burden had clung to me like a shadow, whispering of inadequacy and failure. To surpass expectations I could never hope to meet, to strive for an ideal that seemed always just out of reach. But then I met Arthur Nightingale. The memory of our first encounter at the academy still brought a smile to my lips, even through my tears. Initially, he had been nothing more than a curiosity, a commoner who had somehow achieved rank 8 status, an impossibility that defied everything I understood about talent and breeding. In a world where power typically flowed through bloodlines and ancient families, Arthur Nightingale was an anomaly worth observing. My interest had been academic at first. Clinical, even. How had someone with no prestigious lineage, no inherited advantages, managed to reach such heights so young? I had studied him from a distance, analyzing his magical techniques, his strategic thinking, his unusual approaches to problems that left even experienced instructors impressed. But then something remarkable happened. Not one, but 2 princesses, Cecilia Slay Mark and Rachel Creighton, both began showing unmistakable interest in this enigmatic commoner. That transformed my curiosity into something deeper, more personal. If 2 of the most remarkable young women in the academy, both with impeccable bloodlines and their pick of suitors, found Arthur worthy of their attention, then perhaps there was far more to him than met the eye. I began watching him more closely, not just his magical abilities but the way he carried himself, the quiet confidence that never seemed to waver, the kindness he showed to those others overlooked. Slowly, my academic interest evolved into something I hadn't expected, genuine attraction. The turning point came when he suggested we visit the Northern Sea Ice Palace together. Even now, the memory of that proposal sent a shiver through me. I had spent years avoiding any mention of my mother's homeland, the place where she had lived and loved before everything crumbled into ruin. The palace had become a symbol of everything I feared about myself: weakness, failure, the capacity for destruction that seemed to run in my bloodline. "You need to face this, Serafina," Arthur had said with that gentle firmness that characterized him. "The past doesn't define you unless you let it. But ignoring it won't make it disappear either." I had wanted to refuse, to make excuses, to maintain the careful distance I kept from anything connected to my mother's legacy. But something in Arthur's eyes, not pity but understanding, made me trust him in a way I hadn't trusted anyone before. The journey to the Northern Sea Ice Palace had been one of the most difficult experiences of my life. Walking through those ruined halls, seeing the remnants of what had once been a place of beauty and power, feeling the echoes of the violence that had destroyed everything my mother had known, it should have broken me. Instead, Arthur's presence had given me strength I didn't know I possessed. "Look at this place," he had said as we stood in what had once been the palace's great hall, ice crystals still clinging to shattered walls like frozen tears. Yes, it fell. Yes, it was destroyed. But look at the craftsmanship that remains, the beauty that even destruction couldn't completely erase. Your mother came from this, not the ending but the magnificence that created it. He had helped me see the palace not as a monument to failure, but as proof of the incredible legacy I carried. The artistry in the icework, the sophisticated magical engineering that had kept the structure partially intact even after decades of abandonment, the elegant design that spoke of a culture rich in both beauty and power. "You're not defined by how this ended," Arthur had continued, his hand finding mine as we explored rooms where my mother might once have walked. "You're defined by what you choose to build from what remains." That day had changed everything. Not just my relationship with my past, but my understanding of who Arthur truly was. He wasn't just powerful or intelligent, he possessed an emotional wisdom that could heal wounds I hadn't even realized were still bleeding. My feelings for him had deepened from attraction to something approaching reverence. Here was someone who could look at broken things and see their potential for renewal, who could take someone like me, caught between worlds, haunted by legacy, and help them find strength in that very complexity. The competition with Cecilia and Rachel had intensified after that, but I found I understood it differently now. We weren't just three women competing for one man's attention. We were all drawn to the same extraordinary quality in Arthur, his ability to see the best in people and help them become it. But tonight, Arthur had done something that transcended even my elevated expectations. He had somehow managed to bridge the chasm between my father and me, to accomplish what I had thought impossible, making Mo Zenith not just acknowledge me but potentially see me as worthy of his love. "Arthur," I whispered into my pillow, his name carrying the weight of everything he meant to me. Without Arthur, I was nothing. He was my everything, and he would forever be my everything. Arthur didn't just address my insecurities, he had systematically dismantled them, showing me that what I saw as weaknesses were actually sources of strength. My connection to both Mount Hua and the Northern Sea Ice Palace wasn't a burden, it was a unique foundation that no one else possessed. My emotional sensitivity wasn't a flaw, it made me more attuned to others' needs and more capable of deep connections. A warm tear slipped down my cheek, then another, until the pillow beneath me grew damp. I buried my face into it, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what Arthur had given me, not just love, but a completely transformed understanding of myself. "Sorry for being a bit late, Serafina," came that familiar voice, warm and steady, like coming home after a long journey through cold wilderness. "Arthur," I whispered, my voice barely audible as I turned my tear-streaked face toward him. My vision blurred, but I didn't need perfect sight to recognize him. His presence was unmistakable, a warmth that seemed to light up the entire room. He knelt by my bedside, his arms open and welcoming. Without hesitation, I leaned into him, his embrace enveloping me like a protective shield against everything harsh in the world. He held me tightly, his hand rubbing gentle circles on my back while his other stroked my hair with infinite tenderness. "It's all right," he murmured, his voice carrying the same soothing quality that had helped me face my demons at the Northern Sea Ice Palace. "Let it out." And I did. I cried into his chest, my tears soaking into his shirt as his steady warmth anchored me to the present moment. He didn't offer platitudes or try to rush my emotions, he simply held space for them, his silence a testament to his deep understanding of what I needed. For the first time in years, I felt completely whole. Not because my burdens had disappeared, but because I no longer carried them alone. "Arthur," I said softly, my voice hoarse after the torrent of emotions. My swollen eyes met his steady gaze as he raised his hand, his touch impossibly gentle as he brushed away the remnants of my tears. Then he leaned forward, pressing a delicate kiss to my forehead, a gesture so tender it nearly started the tears flowing again. "You're so perfect, my Arthur," I whispered, the words emerging unbidden but utterly sincere. In this moment, my usual concerns about sharing him with Rachel and Cecilia seemed distant and unimportant. They were part of his world, and I had learned to find peace in that reality. Even if I had to share him with the entire world, it wouldn't diminish what we had. Even if loving him brought pain, I would choose it every time. Because without Arthur, there was simply nothing, no light, no growth, no hope for becoming who I was meant to be. "It's all right, Sarah," Arthur murmured, his voice carrying that familiar note of absolute certainty that made me believe anything was possible. "You're safe." I reached out, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck, my head finding its perfect resting place against his shoulder. His arms enclosed me with steady strength that felt like an unbreakable promise that whatever challenges lay ahead, I wouldn't face them alone. I can never thank you enough, I whispered into his ear, my voice trembling with the depth of my gratitude. For the Northern Sea Ice Palace, for tonight with my father, for seeing something in me worth saving. So I'll give you all of me, everything I am and everything I could become. Arthur pulled back just enough to meet my gaze, his hands cradling my face with reverent gentleness. I love you, Sarah. I did all this because you're worth it. Because I would do anything for you. The words resonated in my soul with perfect truth. This was love, not just the feeling, but the action, the choice to see someone's potential and help them reach it. I'm so glad I talked to you first, Arthur, I said, leaning into his warmth. I'm glad I was curious enough to look past the surface. I'm glad I let myself care and that you cared for me in return. His embrace tightened and I felt the last of my emotional walls crumble away. This wasn't just romance, it was recognition, the meeting of two souls who made each other more complete. In Arthur's arms, surrounded by his unwavering love, I finally understood what it meant to be truly seen and cherished for exactly who I was. Chapter 556, 6 Superpowers 1. The war in the East didn't just end with the death of the vampire monarch. It echoed. It rippled. It tore down names that had once been carved into the bedrock of power like commandments from gods. Everyone remembered the moment Magnus Dracar became legend, ascended beyond immortal into the realm only one man before him had ever touched. A demigod. A title that meant something in a world where strength was currency more valuable than gold, truth, or even peace. But while statues would be raised and songs would be sung about Dracar, other names were quietly buried in the ashes of what they once represented. The Kaga family fell. Not entirely, not into ruin or complete irrelevance, but something worse, we became ordinary. Aunt Celine, rank 2 Celine Kagu, the Twilight Ice Sovereign of the East, lay in a coma with no clear sign of waking. Her body remained unbroken, but her family, our family, shattered like glass under too much pressure. 8 immortal Rankas gone in the span of months, 6 of them in the brutal, almost meaningless retaking of Warian. A Pyrrhic victory if it could even be called that. The city stood, but the cost? Too high. Much too high. And so a superpower, one of Earth's 7 great families, one that had given birth to the first hero Liam Kagu over a century ago, was no longer counted among the elite. The world had no patience for figureheads or titles without the weight to back them. Without Celine, there was no queen. And Uncle Kem, her older brother, held a title that felt more like a borrowed coat, stiff, ill-fitting, and entirely unearned. He wasn't a king. He wasn't even a proper shadow of one. The man who had once stood confidently in his sister's shadow now seemed lost without her guidance, making decisions that felt reactive rather than strategic. We had achieved much, the Kagas. Cardinals of the Red Chalice cult, some of the oldest vampire ancestors gone, wiped from the map by the force of our will and legacy. The Pope himself had vanished into whatever dark hole spawns such creatures. But it wasn't enough. Not when the war took more than it gave, not when victory felt suspiciously like defeat dressed in different clothes. The Kagu family, rulers of the western half of the eastern continent, could still field troops. Still raise banners. Still command respect through reputation and fear of what we once were. But the spine had snapped. And a body without its spine can't walk, much less rule an empire. Power doesn't wait for the wounded to heal. Mount Hua didn't. The other half of the east rose swiftly, steadily, like water filling the space we'd left empty. They had bled too, but the difference was that their wounds became fuel. Their disciples grew strong in the furnace of conflict, tempered by adversity rather than broken by it. Land changed hands with disturbing frequency. Fortresses were rebuilt under new banners that bore the plum blossom instead of our ice crystal. And at the center of it all stood Sun Zenith, the adopted prince, now officially ranked among the immortal, albeit just at the lower threshold. Mount Hua, once balanced with the Kagas in uneasy partnership that had kept the East stable for decades, now stood alone at the top of our homeland. And me? I stared at the sunset, the red light dipping beneath the war-torn horizon like the last embers of pride dying in my chest. I was proud, had always been. A Kaga by blood and birthright. A natural talent that teachers had praised and rivals had envied. One of the shining youths of my generation, spoken of in the same breath as other prodigies who would surely reshape the world. Now, that pride felt like an old heirloom from a dead house. Something precious that no longer had context, no longer had meaning. I didn't know what to do with it. Didn't know what to build from the ashes of expectations that would never be fulfilled. Everything had changed in the span of months. The war had dimmed, yes, but it wasn't over. Cults stirred in the shadows like roaches after the lights went out. Miasmic creatures, demons, beasts, and worse things that defied easy categorization pushed harder on the northern and southern borders. Even the west was aflame again, whispers of ogres and Orcish hordes clawing at its edges with renewed vigor. But the east? The east stood with borrowed time and borrowed strength. The reinforcements from the Slaymark Empire, those brilliant elites, those men and women who could level cities with a casual wave of their hands, would be gone by the end of August. Back to their center of power, back to the empire that could not be everywhere at once, no matter how much they might wish otherwise. And when they left, I wondered who would protect what remained. Who would carry the weight once shouldered by Aunt Celine? Who would stand against the next threat, the next war, the next catastrophe that seemed to follow our family like a curse? And more than that, would I be strong enough to matter when that time came? I didn't have an answer. Only silence and a long horizon that seemed to stretch further away with every breath, mocking me with its indifference to my struggles. I knew how weak I was. That was the problem that kept me awake at night, staring at the ceiling and counting all the ways I fell short of what the Kaga name demanded. The real problem was time. There was just not enough time to become what I needed to be. I was talented, everyone said so, had always said so. My magical development progressed at rates that impressed instructors and intimidated peers. My tactical thinking showed promise that military advisors praised. But talent without time to mature was like a seed without seasons to grow. And now, when my family needed me most, when the Kaga legacy teetered on the edge of irrelevance, I was still weak. Still young. Still insufficient. Run. The voice was soft, familiar, carrying the kind of gentle authority that could calm storms or start them depending on her mood. I turned to see my mother approaching, her emerald green hair catching the last rays of sunlight and her golden eyes reflecting a warmth that seemed impossible given everything we'd lost. Mother had just returned from putting he and Min to bed, my 6-year-old siblings who somehow maintained their innocence despite living through the collapse of everything they'd been born to inherit. At 6, they still believed in heroes and happy endings. At 18, I envied them that faith. You're brooding again, she observed, settling beside me on the balcony with the same elegant grace that had made her legendary in diplomatic circles. Even now, even with everything falling apart around us, she carried herself like a queen. Like someone who still believed in the possibility of victory. Someone has to, I replied, not taking my eyes off the horizon. Uncle Kem certainly isn't. He's too busy trying to pretend nothing has changed. Mother was quiet for a moment, studying my profile with those perceptive golden eyes that missed nothing. You're carrying weight that isn't yours to bear, my son. Whose weight is it, then? I turned to face her, feeling the bitterness leak into my voice despite my efforts to contain it. Aunt Celine's unconscious. Uncle Kem is overwhelmed. The family's reputation is crumbling. Someone has to think about what comes next. The adults will handle what needs handling, she said with quiet conviction. Your uncle may not be your aunt, but he's not as helpless as you think. And there are others, advisors, allies, resources you don't see because you're not meant to see them yet. But what if it's not enough? The question escaped before I could stop it, carrying all the fear I'd been trying to suppress. What if everything we built just ends? What if the Kaga name becomes a footnote in history books? Mother reached out, her fingers gentle as she tilted my chin up to meet her gaze. Do you know what I see when I look at you, Rin? I wanted to look away to avoid whatever disappointment or false comfort she might offer, but her golden eyes held me captive. I see potential that surpasses even your great-great-grandfather, she continued, her voice carrying absolute certainty. Liam Kaga was the first hero, yes. He changed the world, established our family's legacy, created the foundation for everything we became. But he was limited by his time, by what was possible in his era. She smiled, and for a moment the weight of our circumstances seemed to lift. You're not limited by those same constraints. You have access to knowledge he never possessed, techniques he never learned, opportunities he never dreamed of. More than that, you have something he never had, the chance to learn from both triumph and catastrophe. But I'm not ready, I protested. I'm not strong enough, not experienced enough. The family needs someone who can act now, not someone who might be capable someday. The family needs you to become who you're meant to be, she corrected gently. Not who you think you should be right now, but who you can grow into with time and proper guidance. Rushing that process, trying to carry burdens you're not prepared for, that's how potential gets wasted. I felt something ease in my chest, a tension I hadn't realized I was carrying. How can you be so certain? Because I've watched you grow. I've seen how you think, how you adapt, how you refuse to give up even when everything seems hopeless. Her smile widened. You have your aunt's strategic mind and your father's determination, but you also have something uniquely your own, the ability to see possibilities where others see only problems. The sunset was nearly complete now, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that reminded me of her eyes. For the first time in weeks, I felt something other than dread when I looked toward the horizon. What if I disappoint everyone? I asked quietly. What if you don't? She countered. What if you become everything I believe you can be? What if the Kaga name not only survives but reaches heights that even Liam never imagined? I took a deep breath, letting her words settle into the spaces where fear had been living. She was right about the rushing, about the burdens, about the need to grow rather than simply endure. So what do? You learn. You train. You prepare. She stood, smoothing her dress with practiced elegance. You let the adults handle today's problems while you focus on becoming the solution to tomorrow's challenges. And you trust that when the time comes, when you're truly ready, you'll know exactly what needs to be done. As she walked back toward the house, leaving me alone with the dying light and her words, I felt something I hadn't experienced in months, hope. Not the desperate kind that clings to impossible dreams, but the steady, patient kind that builds foundations for future victories. The Kaga legacy wasn't ending with this generation. It was just beginning. Chapter 557, 6 Superpowers 2. Ha! I exhaled as I finished the final swing of my training sequence, the blade cutting through the air with precision that would have been impossible just months ago. I wiped sweat from my brow as my lips curled into a satisfied smile, feeling the familiar burn of muscles pushed to their limits. Finally, I closed my eyes and reached inward with my consciousness, seeking that inner landscape where magical development could be observed and measured. And there it was, clear as daylight now. The wall. I had reached peak integration rank at last. The months of relentless training, the countless hours spent pushing my limits, the careful cultivation of my magical core, all of it had led to this moment. In front of me, visible in my mind's eye, stood the legendary barrier that separated integration rank from ascendant rank. This was what I needed to cross in order to step beyond mortal limitations and join the ranks of those who could truly shape the world. The wall loomed before me like a crystalline barrier, simultaneously beautiful and intimidating. I could feel the immense power required to break through, the fundamental transformation that awaited on the other side. "You are training hard," a familiar voice said with obvious amusement, making me turn around from my contemplation. "Big sis," I greeted my cousin Lilith, who leaned against the courtyard wall with characteristic casual elegance. Even in relaxed posture, she carried herself with the confidence of someone who had reached high immortal rank at only 25, a level of power that put her among the continental elite. "Peak integration rank, not bad at all," she grinned as she approached, her eyes taking in the obvious signs of my breakthrough with approval. She reached out to ruffle my hair in the same affectionate gesture she'd used since we were children, though now she had to stretch slightly to reach. "You got so tall I have to extend my arm to reach your head now." "Well, of course," I responded with mock seriousness. "My father is tall, so I should be tall too, right? Basic genetics." "Windward blood," she sighed with exaggerated resignation. She was quite tall herself, standing around 5 feet 10 inches thanks to the same bloodline, but my 6 feet 3 inches frame had definitely outpaced her growth. "You men always have to show off with your height." I chuckled at her familiar complaint. The Windward family had always produced tall, imposing figures, a trait that served us well in both political negotiations and combat situations. "Anyway," Lilith said, shifting the conversation with the smooth transition that marked her as a skilled diplomat, "those two have gotten quite acclimated to northern life now." Her eyes sparkled with mischief as they met mine, and she gave me that sleazy grin I'd learned to be wary of. "The future brides of our family are settling in well, I see." "Big sis," I complained, feeling heat rise to my cheeks as she laughed at my obvious embarrassment. Despite my protests, I couldn't deny that her observation held more truth than I was comfortable admitting aloud. The two she referred to were indeed special to me, Siola Moyong and Dia Solarin, both of whom had found sanctuary in the north under circumstances that had forever changed their lives. "They're not exactly future brides," I protested weakly, knowing even as I said it that Lilith wouldn't let me off easily. "Oh really?" She raised an eyebrow with theatrical skepticism. "So you're telling me you don't have feelings for the ice princess from the east who practices sword forms with deadly precision? And you definitely don't care about the flame-haired beauty from the southern sea sun palace who looks at you like you hung the moon?" I opened my mouth to deny it, then closed it again. Lilith had always been able to see through my attempts at deception, a skill that made her invaluable as a diplomat and insufferable as a cousin. The truth was that I did care about both of them deeply and in ways that sometimes kept me awake at night. But with everything happening, the ongoing aftermath of the war, the political instability, the trauma they'd both been through, I had been holding back. I didn't want to complicate their lives further when they were already dealing with so much. "It's complicated," I said finally, which only made Lilith's grin widen. "The best relationships usually are," she replied knowingly. "Come on, let's go find them. I want to see how they're adjusting to their new lives here." We made our way through the Windward family compound, a sprawling complex that seamlessly blended traditional architecture with cutting-edge technology. Climate control systems maintained perfect temperature throughout the interconnected buildings, while holographic displays provided real-time security updates and communication feeds. The compound housed not just our immediate family but also retainers, guests, and various refugees who had found sanctuary under our protection. We found both young women in the family's private training facility and advanced space. Siola was practicing sword forms with her usual methodical precision. Dia stood nearby with her own blade drawn, waiting for her turn in the training cycle, both of them at high integration rank and approaching their own confrontations with the wall. "Siola, Dia," I called as we approached, noting how both of them stepped back from their training routines at my voice, their practice blades automatically powering down as the facility's AI recognized the session pause. "Lucifer," Siola acknowledged with a small nod, though I caught the way her golden eyes lingered on my face a moment longer than strictly necessary. Her neural interface still displayed training metrics in the corner of her vision. "Your training session went well?" "I reached peak integration rank," I reported, unable to keep the pride entirely out of my voice. "Congratulations," Dia said warmly, her golden eyes lighting up with genuine happiness. "That's incredible progress. You'll be crossing the wall soon." Eventually, I agreed, settling down on a nearby bench while Lilith made herself comfortable on a stone ledge. "It's not something to rush." There was a moment of comfortable silence before I found myself looking at both of them, really looking at them. These weren't just guests in our compound anymore, they had become integral parts of my daily life, my thoughts, my concerns for the future. "Actually," I said, my voice carrying a note of nervous determination, "there's something I need to talk to both of you about." They exchanged a meaningful glance, and I caught something that looked almost like relief in their expressions. "We were hoping you'd say that," Dia said softly. "Your mother spoke with us when I first arrived," Siola explained, her usual composure intact but her golden eyes watchful. "She asked about our feelings, our intentions." My heart began to race. Mother had always been direct, but I hadn't realized she'd been having these conversations. "What did she say?" "She told us that she could see how we looked at you," Dia replied, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. And she said that the Windward family values honesty above propriety. She also said, Ciola continued, that if we were serious about our feelings for you, we shouldn't wait indefinitely for you to make the first move. I felt heat rising to my own cheeks. And what did you tell her? The truth, Dia said simply. That we both love you. More than love, Ciola added quietly, her reserved exterior cracking to reveal something raw and honest. That we've been waiting for you to acknowledge what we all know is between us. The words hung in the air, carrying weight that seemed to alter the very atmosphere of the training facility. I found myself staring at both of them, these remarkable women who had somehow become the center of my world. I began, then stopped, taking a deep breath. I owe you both an apology. They looked at me with surprise, clearly not expecting that response. I thought I was being helpful by keeping my distance, I continued. I thought that with everything you've both been through, losing your homes, dealing with political upheaval, adjusting to life here, the last thing you needed was me adding romantic complications to your lives. Lucifer, Dia started, but I held up a hand. Please, let me finish. I realized now that what I thought was consideration was actually just cowardice. I was protecting myself as much as trying to protect you, and in doing so, I was dismissing your agency, your ability to make your own choices about what you wanted. Ciola's expression softened in a way few people ever saw. You were trying to be thoughtful. But it wasn't what either of us wanted, Dia added gently. We didn't need protection from our feelings. We needed honesty. I'm sorry, I said, looking between them both. I should have trusted you to know your own minds, and I should have been honest about my own feelings instead of trying to make decisions for all of us. Apology accepted, Ciola said with a small smile. Definitely accepted, Dia agreed. But what matters now is what happens next. I took another deep breath, feeling like I was standing on the edge of that wall in more ways than one. The truth is, I love you both. I've been trying to figure out how to handle these feelings, how to choose between you without hurting anyone. But your mother, I glanced at where Lilith had been sitting, only to find she had quietly disappeared, suggested that maybe I don't have to choose. The smiles that spread across both their faces were radiant. She mentioned that noble families often form political alliances through marriage, Ciola said with her characteristic analytical precision. And that our situations create exactly the kind of circumstances that justify unconventional arrangements. Plus, Dia added with a mischievous grin, we've grown quite fond of each other as well. Living here, training together, sharing our feelings about you, it's created a bond between us that goes beyond just both loving the same person. I looked at both of them, these extraordinary women who had somehow found a way to turn what could have been a rivalry into a partnership. So what are you saying? We're saying, Ciola replied, that if you're willing to love us both, we're willing to share you. And each other, Dia added warmly. This isn't just about you being with both of us separately. We want to build something together, all three of us. I felt something tight in my chest finally relax. I want that too. More than I can express. So we're really doing this? Dia asked, her voice carrying excitement and hope. We're really doing this, I confirmed. No more holding back, no more second-guessing. If we're going to be together, let's be together properly. Dating then? Ciola asked with a rare, genuine smile. Dating, I agreed. With both of you. Let the compound gossips make of that what they will. Dia laughed, a sound like silver bells. Oh, they're going to have a field day with this. Let them, I said, reaching out to take both their hands. I'm tired of hiding how I feel about you both. Chapter 558, 6 Superpowers 3. This world had never been kind to heroes. That wasn't new information, but the way it went about proving it, time and time again, still had a way of tightening something in my chest. The fall of the Kagu family was just the latest reminder. Not a fall into ruin, no, more like a forced kneeling, the kind that cracked bone and left lasting scars. Stripped of their place among the 7 superpowers. Their royal standing unofficially revoked. The moment Celine Kagu had slipped into that coma, it all started crumbling like a house of cards in a hurricane. And until she woke, and that word until was doing a lot of heavy lifting, they were no longer rulers, just remnants clinging to past glory. Lucifer's burden, I thought, was heavier than anyone gave him credit for. When I first read the story, back when this world was still a fictional construct, back when I was nothing more than an outside observer, I had envied him. Everyone loved the prodigy. They cheered him on with genuine enthusiasm. His genius was a crown, not a curse, something to be celebrated rather than feared. While I had to navigate shadows and careful calculations, Lucifer was the chosen one. He got to shine without reservation. In this world, being normal was dangerous. Being extraordinary? That gave you a fighting chance at survival. But it also came with strings attached, golden chains that looked beautiful until you tried to move. People praised anomalies, but only until those anomalies disappointed them. And they always did, eventually. No one could live up to the impossible image the world painted of them. Lucifer tried. He was trying every single day. And in many ways, he'd already succeeded. If anyone was worthy of the title second hero, it was him. Just too young for the weight of it. The death of the vampire monarch had bought us time. Not peace, never peace. Not safety, that was a luxury we couldn't afford. Just breathing room. A chance to regroup and strategize before the next horror clawed its way out of whatever abyss it had been festering in. I stared at the holographic calendar hovering over my desk display. Rosa's 18th birthday was in a few days. There'd be a celebration, of course. A quiet one. If she had anything to say about it, she'd always preferred intimate gatherings to grand spectacles. But it marked something else too, the slow, inexorable march back toward what passed for normalcy at Mythos Academy. Our 4th year would begin soon, and it would be my last. After this, I wouldn't have the luxury of time for classroom politics and academic exercises. Ouroboros was expanding its operations exponentially, and I'd be at the strategic center of it all. Research coordination, resource management, high-level interventions that required my personal attention. Mythos Academy couldn't keep pace with what I needed anymore, and frankly, it didn't have to. Lucifer could handle everything the Academy still had to offer. Every arc, every hidden danger, every trial the original narrative had meticulously planned. He'd grown into the kind of person who could carry that enormous weight without breaking. And me? I wasn't stepping back from the fight. I was just stepping into a different arena. There was still a war going on after all. Multiple wars if you counted the political maneuvering and resource conflicts that bubbled beneath the surface of every major decision. And someone had to plan for what came after the next hero inevitably fell. Because this world didn't forgive greatness. Not for long. I was currently in the north, standing within the impressive grounds of the Creighton estate to negotiate what could be one of the most significant partnerships in recent magical history. "Hey Ratch," I greeted Rachel with a warm smile as she approached across the manicured garden. She returned the expression with radiant happiness, her head tilting slightly in that endearing way that had become so familiar. She looked absolutely stunning. The white sundress she wore complemented her figure perfectly, flowing with each graceful step. Her shimmering golden hair caught the afternoon sunlight like precious metal, and her deep blue eyes sparkled with the clarity of perfect sapphires. Even after all this time, her beauty still had the power to momentarily steal my breath. She hugged me tightly, her embrace warm and welcoming as she pressed against me and wrapped her arms around my neck with comfortable familiarity. "Arthur," she whispered, her voice carrying that delicate quality like moonlight made audible yet with the subtle sensual undertone that never failed to send pleasant shivers down my spine. Golden Retriever, I thought. And it made sense. She was enthusiastic, affectionate, and utterly endearing in her straightforward expressions of affection. But then she began to deepen the embrace, her intentions becoming unmistakably clear. "Ratch, I'm here to talk business with your father," I said gently, though not without some regret. She stopped immediately and pouted, her lower lip pushing out in an expression that was simultaneously adorable and slightly dangerous. "I can't wait until after Rose's birthday," she said, her face flushing with a becoming pink. "After that, I won't have to hold back anymore." She was absolutely right. The only reason I had to maintain such careful boundaries was because of the promise the 4 girls had made among themselves. It was their decision, their way of ensuring fairness and solidarity among themselves, and I respected it even when it made moments like this particularly challenging. "Soon," I promised, brushing a strand of golden hair from her face. "Very soon." Her expression brightened considerably. "Father's waiting for us in his study. He's been looking forward to this discussion almost as much as I've been looking forward to seeing you." We made our way through the estate's corridors, past tapestries and artifacts that spoke of centuries of Creighton family achievement. The architecture seamlessly blended traditional craftsmanship with modern conveniences, climate control systems, security monitoring, and communication networks all integrated so smoothly they were nearly invisible. Alastair Creighton was waiting for us in his private study, a room that managed to be both imposing and comfortable. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined the walls, filled with texts on magical theory, political strategy, and family histories. A massive desk dominated the center of the space, its surface covered with documents, holographic displays, and what appeared to be preliminary research notes. "Arthur," he said with genuine warmth, rising from his chair to greet me. Despite being one of the most powerful men on the continent, he'd always treated me with the kind of paternal affection that made calling him by his first name feel wrong. "Uncle Alastair," I replied, using the informal address that had become natural between us. His expression showed clear approval at the familiarity, though I noticed the way his eyes briefly tracked the lingering closeness between Rachel and me. "I trust your journey north was comfortable?" he asked, gesturing for us to take seats in the arrangement of chairs he'd prepared for our discussion. "Very smooth, thank you." "Excellent. Rachel's told me you have a proposal that could revolutionize magical technology development." His tone shifted subtly, becoming more businesslike while retaining its underlying warmth. "Something about a partnership with the Tower of Magic?" I nodded, settling into what I knew would be a complex negotiation. "Before we begin, I should mention that Charlotte Alaric has already agreed to sponsor Ouroboros. The Tower is committed to this partnership, but I wanted to discuss how the Creighton family might benefit from the arrangement." Alastair's eyebrows rose slightly. "Charlotte agreed to sponsorship? That's unexpected. She's not known for making such commitments lightly." "The resource we're discussing is that significant," I replied. "Uncle Alastair, what I'm about to share with you is confidential information that could reshape the entire magical technology landscape." Rachel leaned forward with obvious interest, her blue eyes bright with curiosity. "What kind of resource?" "Etherite," I said simply, watching both their reactions carefully. "A crystalline formation capable of conducting mana with perfect efficiency, no energy loss, no degradation over time." The silence that followed was profound. Alastair's expression shifted from polite interest to sharp focus, his mind clearly racing through the implications. "Perfect conductivity," he repeated slowly. "That would make current mana enhancement systems obsolete overnight." "Completely obsolete," I confirmed. Rachel's voice carried a note of awe. Where does this etherite exist? The moon, I replied. They've had a small outpost there for astronomical observations and magical field studies. The unique magical environment of the moon creates etherite formations that don't occur naturally on Earth. Alastair leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. And you want the Creighton family involved in this partnership because developing etherite technology will require more than just access to the raw material, I explained. It will need advanced alchemical processing, sophisticated manufacturing techniques, and practical applications engineering. The Creighton family has the most advanced magical research and development capabilities outside of the tower itself. Plus, Rachel added with a sly smile, you want our support to prevent Charlotte from maintaining complete control over the discovery. I chuckled at her perceptiveness. That's certainly part of it. A monopoly on etherite would give the tower unprecedented power. Shared development ensures balanced benefits and prevents any single institution from dominating magical technology advancement. Alastair nodded approvingly. Smart thinking. What exactly are you proposing? A three-way partnership, I said. The tower provides access to etherite sources and theoretical research. The Creighton family handles practical development and manufacturing. Ouroboros manages field testing, security, and coordination between the parties. And profit sharing? Alastair asked with the directness of an experienced businessman. Equal three-way split on core applications. Specialized developments could have different arrangements depending on who contributes the most resources to specific projects. Rachel looked between her father and me with obvious excitement. This could establish magical technology standards for the next century. Easily, I agreed. The first institutions to master etherite applications will define how the technology develops across every field. Alastair was quiet for several moments, his fingers drumming against his desk as he considered the proposal's ramifications. The political implications are significant, he said finally. Joint development would require unprecedented cooperation between the tower and our family. That's true, I acknowledged. But it also presents an opportunity to establish a new model for magical research collaboration. Success here could influence how future discoveries are developed and shared. And if the partnership fails? He asked. Then we all lose the opportunity to shape how etherite technology develops, I replied honestly. Other institutions will eventually discover it independently, but they'll be years behind our potential progress. Rachel turned to her father with an expression that mixed business acumen with personal investment. Father, this isn't just about magical technology. It's about positioning our family for the future Arthur is building. Alastair's gaze sharpened as he looked at his daughter, then at me. The future Arthur is building, he repeated. That's an interesting way to phrase it. Arthur's plans extend far beyond this single partnership, Rachel continued confidently. Etherite development is just one component of a much larger strategy. Supporting him now means being part of that larger vision. I felt a flush of gratitude for her support even as I recognized the weight of responsibility her words implied. Very well, Alastair said finally, his decision clearly made. The Creighton family will join this partnership. But I have conditions. Of course, I replied. What are your requirements? Full transparency about etherite properties and potential applications. Equal access to all research data. And a guarantee that our family's contributions will be properly credited in any public presentations of the technology. Agreed on all points, I said without hesitation. And one more thing, he added, his tone becoming more paternal as he looked between Rachel and me. I expect this business partnership to be conducted with the same integrity and respect you show in your personal relationship with my daughter. You have my word, Uncle Alastair, I replied solemnly. Rachel beamed at both of us, clearly pleased with how the negotiation had concluded. So we're really doing this? The three most advanced magical institutions on the continent working together? We're really doing this, I confirmed. Welcome to the future of magical technology. As we shook hands to formalize the agreement, I couldn't help but think that this partnership represented more than just business cooperation. It was the foundation for the kind of world I was trying to build, one where collaboration triumphed over competition, where shared progress benefited everyone. The age of etherite was about to begin. Chapter 559, A Blue Rose Blooms 1. 18th birthday. 18 marked the age of becoming an adult in every legal and social sense, making it one of the most significant milestones alongside the 16th birthday when magical abilities fully manifested. But for most people, 18 simply meant freedom, responsibility, and the beginning of true independence. For me, it meant something far more profound. Tomorrow would be my 18th birthday, and with it would come the moment I had been waiting for, dreaming about, preparing myself for over these past months. The moment when I could finally be with Arthur completely without reservation or artificial barriers. I was the last of the four of us to reach this milestone, my birthday falling latest in the year, but that was perfectly fine. After all, Arthur was a man I couldn't help but love with absolutely everything I had, every fiber of my being, every beat of my heart. He was worth waiting for. He was worth anything. The man who had saved me from my mother's shadow. The man who had given someone like me, the daughter of humanity's greatest enemy, the gift of genuine happiness and acceptance. I wouldn't care if I had to share him with 10 women as long as I could feel his love, his touch, his complete acceptance warming my skin and filling the empty places in my soul that had ached for so long. I stood before the tall windows of my room in the Springshaper estate, watching the late afternoon sun paint the gardens in shades of gold and amber. Tomorrow's celebration would be intimate exactly as I preferred. Grand parties had always felt like performances to me, elaborate charades where I had to pretend to be someone I wasn't. But tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow would be real. Miss Rose. Mia's gentle voice interrupted my contemplation. My personal maid had been with our family for years, one of the few people who had never looked at me with fear or suspicion despite knowing exactly whose daughter I was. Your father would like to speak with you in his study if you have a moment. I turned from the window, noting the careful way Mia phrased her request. Father never demanded my presence, he always asked, always treated me as though my feelings and preferences mattered. It was one of many ways he had helped me understand that I was more than just the circumstances of my birth. Of course, I replied, smoothing down my casual blouse and skirt. Thank you, Mia. As I made my way through the estate's familiar corridors, I caught glimpses of myself in the mirrors that lined the walls. Auburn hair that caught the light like burnished copper, brown eyes that reflected warmth rather than the cold calculation I had feared inheriting. Every time I saw my reflection, I felt a surge of profound gratitude that I looked nothing like her. I bore no trace of my mother's dark red hair or those terrifying jade green eyes that had haunted my nightmares for years. Instead, I was entirely my father's daughter in appearance, a living reminder of the good that had created me rather than the evil that had tried to claim me. Father's study was a sanctuary of warm wood and comfortable leather, filled with books on governance, agricultural innovation, and magical theory. Modern holographic displays showed real-time data from the estate's operations, while traditional bookshelves lined the walls. Rose, he said warmly, rising from his desk as I entered. Even now, approaching middle age, he carried himself with the quiet dignity that had made him respected throughout the noble circles despite the scandal of his marriage. His auburn hair, now streaked with distinguished silver, caught the lamplight, and his brown eyes, so like my own, crinkled with genuine affection. Father, I replied, settling into the chair across from his desk that had become mine over years of conversations like this. Mia said you wanted to speak with me? Tomorrow is a significant day, he said, his voice carrying that careful tone he used when discussing important matters. Your 18th birthday will mark more than just reaching adulthood. I wanted to ensure you're prepared for everything that entails. I felt heat rise to my cheeks, understanding the delicate implications of his words. I'm ready, Father. I've been ready for quite some time. He nodded, though I caught the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested this conversation wasn't entirely comfortable for him. No father truly wanted to discuss his daughter's romantic relationships, especially when those relationships were as complex as mine. Arthur is a good man, he said finally. Better than I dared hope for when I first learned of your feelings for him. He's treated you with respect, shown patience when others might have taken advantage, and most importantly, he's helped you heal from wounds that I couldn't address alone. The last part was said quietly but with such profound gratitude that it made my throat tighten with emotion. Father had done everything in his power to help me overcome the trauma of my childhood, the shame of my heritage, the fear that I might somehow carry my mother's evil within me. But it had been Arthur who had finally convinced me that I was worthy of love, that I could be more than just the daughter of humanity's greatest enemy. He sees me, I said simply. Not as Evelyn's daughter, not as a political liability, not as someone to be pitted or feared. He sees Rose. Just Rose. And that's all you've ever wanted to be, Father replied with understanding that came from years of watching me struggle with my identity. It is. I paused, gathering courage for what I needed to say. Father, I know my relationship with Arthur is unconventional. The arrangement with Rachel, Cecilia, and Serafina, I know it's not what you would have chosen for me under normal circumstances. He was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Normal circumstances, he repeated. Rose, nothing about our lives has ever been normal. Your mother saw to that. What matters to me is your happiness and well-being. If sharing Arthur's affections with 3 other remarkable young women brings you joy and fulfillment, then I support it completely. Even though it means I'll never be anyone's only love? You are Arthur's love, he corrected gently. The fact that he has room in his heart for others doesn't diminish what he feels for you. If anything, it speaks to the generosity of spirit that drew you to him in the first place. I felt tears prick at my eyes. Sometimes I wonder if I'm selfish for wanting this. For wanting him despite everything complicated about who I am. My dear daughter, Father said, his voice filled with the fierce protectiveness that had shielded me throughout my childhood, you deserve love. You deserve happiness. You deserve to be cherished exactly as you are. Never let anyone, including yourself, convince you otherwise. A soft knock at the door interrupted our conversation. Come in, Father called. Mia entered with a tea service, her movements efficient but unobtrusive. She had clearly anticipated that our conversation might require the comfort of familiar rituals. Thank you, Mia, I said as she poured steaming tea into delicate porcelain cups. The familiar scent of chamomile and honey filled the room, bringing with it memories of countless evenings when Mia had helped soothe my nightmares with the same blend. Miss Rose, Mia said as she prepared to leave, shall I lay out the designer cocktail dress for tomorrow's celebration? The one that arrived from southern continent last week? I nodded, though my mind was elsewhere. That would be perfect. Thank you. After Mia left, Father and I sat in comfortable silence for a while, sipping our tea and watching the shadows lengthen across the room. As I prepared to leave his study, Father called my name once more. Rose? Be happy tomorrow. You've earned it. Later that evening, as Mia helped me change into comfortable pajamas for bed, I found myself thinking about the journey that had brought me to this moment. The years of shame and self-doubt, the fear that I might somehow be tainted by my mother's evil, the gradual healing that had come through Father's unwavering love and Arthur's patient acceptance. "Miss Rose," Mia said as she brushed my auburn hair, "you seem peaceful tonight." "Content." "I am," I replied, meeting her eyes in the mirror. "For the first time in my life, I feel like I know exactly who I am and what I want." "And what's that, if you don't mind me asking?" I smiled, thinking of tomorrow and all the tomorrows that would follow. "I want to be Arthur's Rose. Just Rose, who is loved for exactly who she is." "I think," Mia said with the gentle wisdom that had guided me through so many difficult moments, "that tomorrow you'll get exactly what you want." As I settled into bed, surrounded by the familiar comfort of my room and the loving protection of my family, I felt something I had never quite experienced before: complete peace with who I was and excitement for who I was becoming. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of my adult life. But more than that, it would mark the moment when I finally, fully stepped into the love I had been afraid to believe I deserved. 18 had never felt so much like freedom. Chapter 560, A Blue Rose Blooms Too. The Springshaper estate looked magnificent in the evening light, its modern architecture seamlessly blending with carefully maintained gardens that stretched toward the horizon. As my transport pulled up the circular drive, I could see warm light spilling from the windows of the main hall and the subtle glow of magical enhancement fields that provided both security and ambience for tonight's celebration. Rose's 18th birthday. The day we had all been waiting for, though perhaps none more than Rose herself. I straightened my formal jacket, a perfectly tailored piece in midnight blue that complemented my eyes, and checked my appearance one final time in the vehicle's mirror. Tonight had to be perfect. Not just because it marked Rose's transition to adulthood, but because it represented the culmination of months of careful patience and growing anticipation. The evening air was crisp as I stepped out of the transport, carrying with it the scent of the estate's prize-winning roses and the subtle magical energies that always seemed to hover around places where powerful families gathered. I could hear the soft murmur of conversation and gentle music drifting from the main hall, indicating that the celebration was already well underway. Marquis Everett Springshaper met me at the main entrance, his auburn hair neatly styled and his formal attire impeccable. His brown eyes, so like Rose's, held their usual warmth, though I detected an undercurrent of something more complex. Pride, certainly. Parental protectiveness. And perhaps a touch of the melancholy that came with watching one's child cross the threshold into adulthood. "Arthur," he greeted me with genuine warmth, extending his hand. "Thank you for coming. Rose has been anticipating your arrival all day." "Thank you for having me, sir," I replied, clasping his hand firmly. "I wouldn't miss this for anything in the world." He studied my face for a moment, and I had the distinct impression he was seeing not just the young man who had arrived for his daughter's party, but the person who would play such a significant role in her future. "She's in the main hall," he said finally. "Though I suspect you already know exactly where to find her." I smiled at his perceptiveness. "I do indeed." The main hall had been transformed for the occasion. Elegant lighting fixtures cast a warm glow over polished floors, while arrangements of white and pale pink roses naturally decorated every available surface. The guest list was deliberately intimate, perhaps 50 people in total, consisting primarily of family friends, a few classmates from Mythos Academy, and several political allies whose presence was diplomatically necessary. But my attention was immediately drawn to the figure standing near the hall's center, engaged in conversation with a small group of well-wishers. Even from across the room, Rose's presence seemed to command attention in a way that had nothing to do with her noble birth and everything to do with the quiet confidence she had developed over these past months. She was wearing a designer cocktail dress in deep emerald green that complemented her auburn hair beautifully. The modern cut was both elegant and age-appropriate, striking the perfect balance between sophisticated and youthful. Her brown eyes sparkled with genuine happiness as she spoke with her guests, and I found myself momentarily mesmerized by the transformation from the uncertain girl I had first met to this poised young woman. As if sensing my gaze, she turned toward the entrance, and our eyes met across the room. The smile that spread across her face was radiant enough to outshine every magical enhancement in the hall. "Excuse me," I heard her say politely to her companions as she began moving in my direction, her steps graceful and purposeful. I met her halfway, aware that we had become the focus of subtle attention from the other guests. At events like this, every interaction was observed and analyzed for social and political implications. "Arthur," she said softly as she reached me, her voice carrying that particular warmth reserved for moments when we were together. "Happy birthday, Rose," I replied, producing a small, elegantly wrapped package from my jacket pocket. "Though I have to say, you look far too beautiful to be only 18. She blushed at the compliment, her cheeks taking on a becoming pink that made her brown eyes seem even more luminous. "You're terrible," she said, though her tone suggested she didn't mind my flattery in the least. Without hesitation, I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her in a warm, lingering embrace. I felt her melt against me, her head finding its natural resting place against my shoulder. For a moment, the rest of the room seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of us and the comfortable intimacy we had built over these many months. "I missed you," she whispered against my ear, her breath warm against my skin. "I missed you too," I replied honestly. "More than you know." When we finally separated, I offered her my arm in the traditional gesture of escort. "Shall we make our entrance official?" Her smile was brilliant as she slipped her hand through my arm. I would be honored. We moved through the room together, stopping to greet various guests and accept their congratulations on Rose's milestone birthday. I was struck by how natural she seemed in this environment, engaging with family friends and political acquaintances with the kind of diplomatic grace that spoke to years of careful training. There was no trace of the uncertain girl who had once worried about her worthiness or struggled with the shame of her heritage. The other three princesses were present, of course. I caught glimpses of them throughout the early evening, each stunning in their own distinctive way. Cecilia Slaymark stood near the refreshment table, her golden hair catching the light like spun sunshine while her red eyes surveyed the room with the kind of sharp intelligence that made her such a formidable political ally. She wore a dress in deep crimson that complemented her coloring perfectly, and I could see several young nobles attempting to engage her in conversation with varying degrees of success. Rachel Creighton was holding court near the hall's large windows, her own golden hair styled in an elegant updo that showcased her graceful neck. Her deep blue eyes sparkled with amusement as she spoke with a group of family friends, her dress in royal blue bringing out the sapphire depths of her gaze. Even from across the room, I could sense the warm affection in her glances toward me. Serafina Zenith stood somewhat apart from the main crowd, her silver hair seeming to shimmer with its own inner light and her ice blue eyes observing the proceedings with characteristic analytical precision. Her dress was a pale silver that seemed to have been designed specifically to complement her ethereal beauty. She caught my eye and offered a small, knowing smile that sent a familiar warmth through my chest. As the evening progressed and dinner was served, I found myself seated at the head table beside Rose, with the Marquis on her other side. The conversation flowed easily, touching on current events, Rose's plans for her final year at Mythos Academy, and carefully neutral topics that avoided any potentially controversial subjects. Arthur, the Marquis said during a brief lull in conversation, Rose tells me you'll be graduating this year as well. Yes, sir, I replied. My commitments with Ouroboros have grown to the point where continuing at the academy would be impractical. And what are your plans after graduation? He asked, though something in his tone suggested this wasn't idle curiosity. I glanced at Rose, who was listening with obvious interest. I'll be focusing on expanding Ouroboros' operations. We have several major projects in development that will require my full attention. Important work, he acknowledged. Though I hope it won't keep you too busy to visit us occasionally. The meaningful look he gave me suggested that his concerns extended beyond simple social visits. Never too busy for that, sir, I assured him. As dinner concluded and the formal portions of the evening wound down, the musicians began playing more contemporary music suitable for dancing. This was the moment I had been anticipating, and the moment that would solidify tonight's significance in the eyes of everyone present. I rose from my seat and extended my hand to Rose. Would you honor me with the first dance? Her face lit up with pure joy. I would love to. The other guests cleared a space in the center of the hall as we moved onto the impromptu dance floor. The musicians, clearly prepared for this moment, began playing a waltz that was both classical in structure and modern in arrangement. As I took Rose in my arms, positioning my hand at her waist while she placed hers on my shoulder, I was struck by how perfectly we fit together. She had grown taller over these past months, though she was still delicate enough that I felt protective holding her. You're an excellent dancer, I murmured as we began moving to the music. I had excellent instruction, she replied, her brown eyes never leaving mine. Though I have to admit, this feels different from all those practice sessions. Different how? More real, she said simply. More significant. She was right, of course. This wasn't just a dance between friends or even between a young man and woman who cared for each other. This was a public declaration, a statement to everyone present about the nature of our relationship and our intentions for the future. As we moved together across the floor, I was aware of the watching eyes of the other guests, the whispered conversations that would undoubtedly follow tonight's display. But more than that, I was conscious of the three other young women who were also watching, each understanding exactly what this dance represented. When the music ended, the applause was warm and genuine. I bowed slightly to Rose, who curtsied with the grace of someone trained in traditional etiquette before escorting her back to the edge of the dance floor. That was perfect, she whispered as we rejoined the crowd. The first of many, I hope, I replied, earning another brilliant smile. Chapter 561, A Blue Rose Blooms 3. The musicians continued playing, and I knew what was expected of me next. It was time to dance with the other three princesses, each dance carrying its own significance and sending its own message to the assembled guests. Cecilia approached first, her red eyes bright with anticipation. My turn? She asked with characteristic directness. It would be my pleasure, Your Highness, I replied formally, offering my arm. Dancing with Cecilia was like partnering with controlled fire. Her movements were precise and powerful, reflecting the strength that had made her such a formidable ally. Her golden hair seemed to glow under the lights, and her red eyes held mine with an intensity that spoke of deep affection tempered by political awareness. You look happy tonight, she observed as we moved through the steps of a more contemporary dance. I am happy, I replied honestly. All of us together like this, celebrating Rose's birthday, it feels right. It does, she agreed. Though I suspect the real celebration will come later. Her meaningful glance toward Rose made her implications clear, and I felt heat rise to my cheeks. Cecilia, I warned, though my tone was more amused than disapproving. What? I'm simply observing that 18 is a very significant birthday, she said with mock innocence. especially when one has been waiting so patiently. When our dance ended, she squeezed my hand gently before releasing me. Take care of her tonight, Arthur. She's been looking forward to this for a very long time. Rachel was next, gliding toward us with the fluid grace that characterized all her movements. Her deep blue eyes were warm with affection as I took her in my arms for what turned out to be a more traditional waltz. You're quite the popular dance partner tonight, she observed with gentle teasing. I'm simply fulfilling my social obligations, I replied, spinning her gracefully under my arm. Is that what we are? Social obligations? Her tone was light, but I caught the underlying question. You know better than that, I said seriously, pulling her closer as we moved through a particularly complex sequence of steps. You're all far more than that. We're what? She prompted when I hesitated. You're my heart, I said simply. All of you. In different ways, but completely. Her smile was radiant. That's exactly what I needed to hear. As our dance concluded, she stood on her tiptoes to press a brief, chaste kiss to my cheek. Don't let Rose wait too long tonight, she whispered. Some things are worth the anticipation, but only to a point. Finally, Serafina approached, her silver hair seeming to shimmer with each step. Her ice blue eyes held mine with characteristic intensity as I offered my hand. Dancing with Serafina was like partnering with winter itself, beautiful, powerful, and carrying an otherworldly grace that never failed to captivate me. Her movements had a flowing quality that made it seem as though she were floating rather than walking. This has been a lovely evening, she said as we moved together across the floor. It has, I agreed. Though I suspect it's far from over. Indeed. She paused, her expression becoming more serious. Arthur, I want you to know how grateful I am for everything you've done. Not just for me, but for all of us. You've given us something precious. What's that? The ability to love without reservation, she replied. To trust in something beautiful without fear that it will be taken away. Her words carried weight that went beyond simple gratitude, touching on the deeper transformations we had all undergone during our time together. You've given me just as much, I said honestly. All of you have. As the music ended and I escorted Serafina back to the edge of the dance floor, I noticed that the crowd was beginning to thin. Some guests were making their polite farewells, while others had gathered in small groups for quiet conversation. The formal portion of the evening was clearly drawing to a close. I found Rose speaking with an elderly couple who were family friends, her manner gracious and attentive as they shared stories about her childhood. When she saw me approaching, she politely concluded the conversation and turned toward me with obvious anticipation. How are you feeling? I asked quietly, noting the way her eyes sparkled with excitement and perhaps a touch of nervousness. Perfect, she replied without hesitation. This has been everything I hoped it would be. I'm glad. I glanced around the room, noting that her father was engaged in conversation with several political allies near the refreshment table. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? It's been quite warm in here. Her smile was answer enough. We made our way through the remaining guests, accepting final congratulations and birthday wishes before stepping out onto the estate's main terrace. The night air was crisp and clear, filled with the scent of the garden's prize-winning roses and the subtle magical energies that always seemed to hover around the Springshaper estate. Thank you, Rose said softly as we walked toward the terrace's edge where we could look out over the moonlit gardens. For what? For making tonight perfect. For dancing with me first, for treating this like the important milestone it is for. She paused, seeming to search for words. For making me feel like I'm worth celebrating. I stopped walking and turned to face her fully, my hands finding hers in the moonlight. Rose, you are absolutely worth celebrating. Not because of your birthday, not because you're 18 now, but because of who you are. The woman you've become. I couldn't have become her without you, she said, her voice thick with emotion. You showed me that I could be more than just my mother's daughter, more than the shame I carried for so long. You always had that strength inside you, I corrected gently. I just helped you see it. She looked up at me, her brown eyes luminous in the moonlight, and I saw in them the same love and trust that had been growing between us for months. But now there was something else, a mature certainty that hadn't been there before. Arthur, she said quietly, I know we've been waiting, all of us, until tonight. And I know that what happens next changes everything. Are you ready for that? I asked, though I thought I already knew the answer. I've been ready for months, she replied with quiet conviction. The only question is whether you are. Looking at her, this remarkable young woman who had overcome so much, who had grown from uncertainty into confidence, who loved me with such complete trust, I knew there was only one answer I could give. I'm ready, I said simply. Her smile was brilliant enough to rival the moon itself. Then let's go inside, she said, her hand finding mine with perfect certainty. As we walked back toward the estate, I reflected on the journey that had brought us to this moment. The careful patience, the growing trust, the deep affection that had developed between not just Rose and me, but all of us together. Tonight marked more than just Rose's 18th birthday, it marked the true beginning of something that would define the rest of our lives. The formal celebration was ending, but the real celebration was just about to begin. Chapter 562, A Blue Rose Blooms 4. I noticed Rose and Arthur slipping away from the hall together, their hands interlocked with the kind of natural intimacy that spoke of deep understanding and shared anticipation. The sight brought a complex smile to my face, equal parts joy, melancholy, and something approaching relief. It did hurt, admittedly, to see my daughter all grown up now, stepping away from the protective circle I had maintained around her for 18 years. But she was walking into the hands of a very capable man, someone who had already proven his worth in ways that went far beyond conventional measures. Guildmaster of a gold-rank guild in the Slaymark Empire. Considered to be the future paragon alongside Lucifer Windward. Already a peak integration rank with the wall to ascendant status clearly within his reach. But most importantly and most disturbingly, a nightingale. I felt the weight of that realization settle in my chest like a stone as I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry despite the evening's wine. To think that Rose would gain the affection of a nightingale, it was simultaneously the greatest blessing and the most terrifying prospect I could imagine for her future. It was more frightening in many ways than if she had been courting someone from one of the 7 superpowers. At least with the superpowers, their influence and capabilities were known quantities, documented and understood within the bounds of conventional political power. The Nightingales operated by entirely different rules. Now that I had achieved the rank of Marquis, I was privy to information that had been carefully withheld from lesser nobles. I understood, finally, the true meaning behind that family name and why it carried such weight in the highest circles of power. The facts about the Nightingale lineage were secrets known only to the superpowers themselves, and even then, only to their most trusted leadership. Of course, I thought with grim humor, no ordinary man would dare to simultaneously court 3 princesses and the daughter of a marquis. Only someone with that kind of backing would have the audacity and the protection to attempt such an arrangement. But the fact that Arthur was a Nightingale made it all make sense. The rapid rise of his guild, the unprecedented partnerships he had secured, the way powerful figures seemed to defer to someone barely out of his teenage years, it all fell into place once you understood the true scope of what that family represented. As I watched the last of the evening's guests make their polite farewells, I found myself thinking about the journey that had brought us to this moment. Rose's childhood, overshadowed by secrets I hadn't understood at the time. The gradual revelation of truths that had shattered everything I thought I knew about my life. And now, this new chapter beginning with a young man whose family name carried implications I was only beginning to grasp. I thought about Evelyn. Even now, years after learning the truth, her name still carried the power to tighten something in my chest. Not with love, that emotion had died a brutal death the day I discovered who she really was, but with the complex mixture of regret, anger, and profound sadness that came with understanding how completely I had been deceived. I had loved her once. Loved her with the kind of desperate, all-consuming passion that young men mistake for destiny. Evelyn had been breathtakingly beautiful, with her dark red hair that seemed to hold fire in its depths and jade-green eyes that could make me forget everything else in the world. She had been intelligent, charming, mysterious in ways that had only made her more alluring. When she had chosen me, I had felt like the luckiest man alive. I had believed, with the naive certainty of youth, that we were meant to be together, that our love story would be one for the ages. Our wedding had been a grand affair, celebrated throughout the noble circles as a romantic triumph. Our early years of marriage had been blissful, filled with the kind of happiness that made me believe in fairy tales. And when Rose was born, tiny and perfect with my auburn hair and brown eyes, I had thought my life was complete. For years I had been content in that illusion. Evelyn had been an attentive wife, a caring mother, a gracious hostess who elevated our family's social standing through her charm and intelligence. She had supported my political ambitions, offered wise counsel during difficult decisions, and seemed genuinely invested in our family's future. I should have recognized the signs. The way she sometimes disappeared for days at a time, claiming to visit family or attend social obligations that I was somehow never invited to join. The letters that arrived through private channels, written in codes I didn't recognize. The subtle questions she would ask about magical defenses, political alliances, information that seemed slightly outside the bounds of normal curiosity. But I had been blinded by love and later by habit and comfort. I had constructed explanations for everything that seemed unusual, dismissing my occasional doubts as paranoia or jealousy. The truth, when it finally emerged, had been devastating beyond anything I could have imagined. Evelyn wasn't just connected to the Order of the Fallen Flame, she was their pope. The mysterious, terrifying figure who had orchestrated attacks against humanity, who had commanded the loyalty of some of our most dangerous enemies, who had been responsible for countless deaths and immeasurable suffering. And I had shared a bed with her. Had trusted her with my deepest secrets, my political connections, my family's vulnerabilities. Had given her a child. The revelation had nearly destroyed me. Not just the betrayal, though that had been crushing enough, but the understanding of how thoroughly I had been used. Our entire relationship had been a carefully constructed lie, designed to place her in a position where she could gather intelligence, influence political decisions, and most importantly, produce an heir with specific magical capabilities. Rose hadn't been conceived out of love as I had always believed. She had been planned, calculated, engineered for a purpose that still made my blood run cold when I considered it too closely. Evelyn had needed a child with a stronger gift than her own, someone who could serve as a weapon in whatever dark plans she had been orchestrating. My magical abilities, while respectable, weren't extraordinary. But the combination of my bloodline with hers had produced something far more powerful than either of us possessed individually. Rose's gift was remarkable, a level of magical potential that drew attention from the highest circles of power. If Evelyn had succeeded in her plans, if she had been able to corrupt our daughter's development, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Thank every benevolent force in the universe that Arthur had entered Rose's life when he did. I had watched my daughter struggle for years with the weight of her heritage, the shame of being connected to humanity's greatest enemy, the fear that she might somehow carry her mother's evil within her. She had withdrawn into herself, become quiet and uncertain, afraid to trust in her own worth or the possibility of genuine affection from others. Arthur had changed all of that. Not through grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but through patient consistency. He had seen Rose not as the Pope's daughter or as a political complication, but simply as herself. He had helped her understand that she was not defined by her mother's choices, that she could choose her own path regardless of the circumstances of her birth. Under his influence, Rose had blossomed into the confident, joyful young woman who had hosted tonight's celebration with such grace. She had learned to trust in her own worth, to believe that she deserved love and happiness, to see herself as more than just the product of a calculated deception. And now she was 18, legally an adult, free to make her own choices about her future. Free to love and be loved without the artificial constraints that had shaped her childhood. The fact that she had chosen Arthur, or perhaps more accurately that they had chosen each other, brought me a peace I hadn't expected to feel. Yes, the Nightingale connection was intimidating, potentially dangerous in ways I couldn't fully predict. But it also meant that Rose would have protection, resources, and opportunities that I could never have provided for her on my own. More than that, I had seen how Arthur looked at her. Not with the calculating interest of someone seeking political advantage, not with the casual affection of a young man enjoying temporary pleasure, but with the kind of deep, genuine love that recognized her true worth. He saw in Rose what I had always hoped someone would see, not the daughter of a traitor, not a political liability, not a source of shame or complication, but a remarkable young woman worthy of devotion and respect. Tonight marked the beginning of a new chapter in Rose's life, one where she would be free to explore the full scope of her potential without the shadow of her mother's legacy hanging over her. She would face new challenges, certainly, and the complexities of her relationship with Arthur and the other three remarkable young women would require navigation of political and personal waters I could barely imagine. But she would face those challenges as herself, confident in her own worth and secure in the knowledge that she was loved for exactly who she was. As I made my way through the empty hall, directing the staff in their cleanup efforts and ensuring that the estate returned to its normal state of quiet elegance, I found myself thinking about the future with something approaching optimism for the first time in years. Rose was no longer my little girl, dependent on my protection and guidance. She was a woman now, ready to make her own choices and face the consequences of those decisions with courage and wisdom I had helped nurture but could no longer directly provide. And that, I realized, was all any father could truly hope for his daughter. Chapter 563, A Blue Rose Blooms 5R18. The door to Rose's bedroom closed softly behind them, the quiet click seeming to echo in the sudden intimacy of the private space. The room reflected its owner's personality, elegant but comfortable, decorated in soft pastels with modern furnishings that managed to feel both sophisticated and welcoming. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting everything in a gentle silver glow. Arthur turned to face Rose, and in the quiet sanctuary of her room, away from the eyes of guests and the formalities of the celebration, something shifted between them. The careful restraint they had maintained throughout the evening, the public politeness that had marked their interactions during the party, all of it fell away like discarded masks. "We're finally alone," Rose whispered, her voice carrying a mixture of nervousness and anticipation that made Arthur's heart race. "Finally," he agreed, reaching out to gently cup her face in his hands. His thumbs traced across her cheekbones, marveling at the softness of her skin and the way her brown eyes seemed to hold starlight in their depths. Rose leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering closed for a moment as she savored the simple contact. When she opened them again, they held a certainty that hadn't been there months ago, the confidence of a woman who knew exactly what she wanted. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long," she said, her hands coming up to rest on his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her palms. "So have I," Arthur replied, his voice rough with emotion. "Longer than you know." The space between them seemed to disappear of its own accord. Rose rose onto her tiptoes just as Arthur leaned down, and their lips met in a kiss that was everything their first kiss should have been, tender yet passionate, gentle yet urgent, full of months of patient waiting and careful courtship finally reaching its natural conclusion. Arthur's arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened. Rose's hands tangled in his hair, holding him to her as if afraid he might disappear if she let go. There was nothing tentative about their embrace now, nothing held back or carefully measured. This was pure emotion, pure connection, the culmination of everything they had been building toward. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing heavily, their foreheads resting together as they tried to process the intensity of what had just passed between them. "Rose," Arthur murmured, her name a prayer on his lips. "I love you," she whispered back, the words carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "I love you so much it sometimes frightens me." "I love you too," he replied, pressing soft kisses to her forehead, her cheeks, anywhere he could reach. "More than I ever thought possible." Their lips found each other again, and this time there was no hesitation, no careful boundaries to maintain. Rose's hands moved to the buttons of Arthur's formal jacket, her fingers working with surprising steadiness despite the trembling she felt throughout her entire body. Arthur's hands threaded through her auburn hair, marveling at its silky texture as he deepened their kiss. Every touch, every caress spoke of love that had been carefully nurtured and patiently tended, finally free to express itself without restraint. The air in Rose's bedroom seemed to hum with electricity as their kisses grew more fervent, the space between them charged with unspoken promises. The moonlight filtering through the windows bathed them in a soft glow, highlighting the contours of their bodies as they pressed closer, the world outside fading into irrelevance. Rose's fingers, though trembling with a mix of nerves and desire, continued their work on Arthur's formal jacket. One by one, the buttons gave way, revealing the crisp white shirt beneath, stretched taut across his broad chest. She pushed the jacket off his shoulders, letting it fall to the floor in a whisper of fabric. Her hands lingered on his chest, feeling the warmth of his skin through the thin material, the steady thud of his heart mirroring her own racing pulse. Arthur's hands, still woven through her auburn hair, slid down to her shoulders, his touch gentle but deliberate. He pulled back just enough to meet her gaze, his blue eyes dark with desire yet softened by adoration. "Rose," he murmured, his voice low and husky, "are you sure?" Her breath caught at the question, the weight of it settling over her. She was a virgin, and though the thought sent a flicker of nervousness through her, the certainty in her heart was unshakable. She nodded, her brown eyes steady as they held his. "I'm sure," she whispered, her voice trembling not with fear but with the intensity of her longing. "I want this. I want you." His lips curved into a tender smile, and he leaned in to kiss her again, slower this time, savoring the taste of her, the way her lips parted so willingly under his. As their kiss deepened, Arthur's hands moved to the delicate straps of her dress, his fingers brushing against her skin with a reverence that made her shiver. The dress, a flowing gown of deep emerald that had clung to her curves all evening, was secured by a hidden zipper at her side. He found it with practiced ease, his fingers grazing her waist as he slowly pulled it down. Rose's breath hitched as the fabric loosened, the cool air of the room kissing her skin as the dress began to slip. Arthur paused, his hands steadying her, giving her a moment to catch her breath. "You're beautiful," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion as he helped her step out of the gown. It pooled at her feet, leaving her standing in the moonlight, clad only in the delicate, lacy underwear she'd chosen with care, a black bra adorned with intricate embroidery and matching panties that hugged her hips, accentuating her curves. Arthur's gaze swept over her, his breath catching at the sight. The lingerie was undeniably sexy, the dark lace contrasting with her pale skin, but it was the vulnerability in her eyes, the trust she placed in him, that made his chest tighten. "God, Rose," he murmured, stepping closer, his hands finding her waist. "You take my breath away." She blushed, a soft flush spreading across her cheeks, but her hands were bold as they moved to his shirt, tugging it free from his trousers. Her fingers worked the buttons open, revealing the sculpted planes of his chest, the defined ridges of his six-pack abs catching the moonlight. She paused, her hands splaying across his abdomen, marveling at the strength beneath her touch, the warmth of his skin against her palms. Arthur's hands slid up her sides, his touch featherlight as he traced the curve of her waist, the dip of her ribcage, until his fingers brushed the edge of her bra. He hesitated, his eyes searching hers for permission. Rose nodded, her breath shallow, and he gently cupped her breasts through the lace, his thumbs brushing over the sensitive peaks. A soft gasp escaped her lips, her body arching instinctively into his touch, the sensation sending a rush of heat through her. Their lips met again, the kiss hungry and deep, tongues tangling as they pressed themselves closer. Arthur's hands moved with care, his fingers slipping beneath the lace to caress her bare skin, his touch gentle yet deliberate. He marveled at the softness of her, the way her breasts filled his hands, the way her nipples hardened under his careful exploration. Each touch was a discovery, a silent promise of devotion, and Rose's soft moans against his lips only fueled his desire to cherish her. Rose's hands roamed his back, her nails grazing lightly over his skin as she pulled him closer, the heat of his body grounding her even as her senses spiraled. The contrast of his strength and her softness, the way his calloused hands contrasted with the delicate lace, made every touch electric. She felt cherished, desired, and utterly safe in his arms, her nervousness melting away under the warmth of his affection. "Arthur," she whispered against his lips, her voice trembling with need. "Don't stop." Chapter 564, A Blue Rose Blooms, 6R18. The air in Rose's bedroom was thick with anticipation, the moonlight casting soft shadows that danced across their entwined bodies. Rose's hands, still trembling with a heady mix of desire and nervous excitement, traced the hard lines of Arthur's abdomen, her fingers lingering on the defined ridges of his six-pack. As their kisses deepened, her hands ventured lower, brushing against the waistband of his trousers. She felt the unmistakable firmness beneath the fabric, a sign of his arousal that sent a thrill through her, her own body responding with a rush of heat. Rose pulled back slightly, her brown eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and awe as she met his gaze. Her cheeks flushed, but there was a determination in her expression, fueled by the research she'd done in secret, late nights spent scrolling through articles and forums, learning about intimacy in ways that both intrigued and intimidated her. She wanted to please him, to explore this new territory together. "I want to try something," she whispered, her voice barely audible but laced with resolve. Arthur's breath hitched, his eyes darkening with desire as he nodded, his hands resting gently on her hips. "Whatever you want, Rose," he murmured, his voice rough with restraint. Her fingers fumbled slightly as she unbuttoned his trousers, the sound of the zipper loud in the quiet room. She pushed the fabric down, revealing the tight black briefs that did little to conceal his arousal. Her breath caught as she slid the briefs down, freeing his erection. Her eyes widened at the sight of his cock, larger than she'd expected, thick and pulsing with need. The sheer size of it was daunting, yet the sight sent a fresh wave of heat pooling between her thighs. "Oh," she breathed, her voice a mix of shock and fascination. She reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against him, marveling at the warmth and hardness beneath her touch. Arthur groaned softly, his hands tightening on her hips as he fought to keep his composure. Drawing on the tips she'd read online, Rose sank to her knees, her movements hesitant but determined. She wrapped her hand around the base of his shaft, her grip light and exploratory. Leaning forward, she pressed a soft kiss to the tip, her lips trembling slightly as she adjusted to the new sensation. Arthur's sharp intake of breath spurred her on, and she parted her lips, taking him into her mouth. Her movements were clumsy at first, her tongue swirling tentatively as she tried to recall the techniques she'd studied. She moved slowly, her lips sliding along his length, her hands stroking what she couldn't take in. Arthur's hands found her hair, his fingers threading gently through her auburn strands, guiding her without forcing. "Rose," he groaned, his voice thick with pleasure, "that feels incredible." His encouragement bolstered her confidence, though her inexperience was evident in the uneven rhythm of her movements, the occasional graze of her teeth making him hiss softly. As her efforts intensified, after half an hour, Arthur's breathing grew ragged, his hips twitching involuntarily. Sensing he was close, he gently cupped her face, easing her back. "Rose, wait," he panted, his eyes heavy-lidded but filled with concern. "I don't want to, not yet." She looked up at him, her lips swollen and glistening, her eyes wide with uncertainty. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked, her voice small. "No," he said quickly, kneeling to meet her at eye level, his hands cradling her face. "You were perfect. I just want to take care of you too." His lips found hers in a slow, reassuring kiss, dispelling her doubts as he guided her to her feet. Arthur's hands slid down her body, his fingers hooking into the waistband of her lacy panties. He paused, his eyes seeking her permission once more. Rose nodded, her breath shallow, and he slowly peeled the delicate fabric down her legs, leaving her bare before him. The cool air against her skin made her shiver, but his touch was warm as he guided her to the bed, laying her down on the soft pastel sheets. His fingers traced the curve of her inner thigh, teasingly close to her core, and Rose's breath hitched, her body tensing with anticipation. "Relax," Arthur murmured, his lips brushing against her ear as he settled beside her. His hand moved higher, his fingers gently parting her folds to find her already slick with arousal. He circled her clit with a feather-light touch, drawing a soft moan from her lips. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, his fingers exploring her with care, coaxing her body to respond. Rose's hips arched into his touch, her breath coming in short gasps as he slipped a finger inside her, moving slowly to let her adjust. The sensation was new, overwhelming, but his gentleness made it feel safe, intimate. He added a second finger, curling them slightly, and her moans grew louder, her body trembling as he worked to prepare her, ensuring she was ready. When her breaths became more urgent, her hands clutching the sheets, Arthur reached for his discarded trousers, pulling a condom from the pocket. He tore the packet open with steady hands, rolling it onto himself with practiced ease. Rose watched, her heart pounding, a mix of nerves and desire swirling within her. He positioned himself above her, his body a comforting weight as he braced himself on his forearms. "We'll go slow," he promised, his voice steady despite the need in his eyes. He kissed her deeply, grounding her as he guided himself to her entrance. The first touch of him against her made her tense, but his lips on hers, his whispered reassurances kept her anchored. Arthur pressed forward slowly, inch by careful inch, his eyes locked on hers for any sign of discomfort. Rose gasped at the stretch, the sensation foreign but not painful thanks to his careful preparation. He paused, letting her adjust, his hands stroking her hair as he murmured, "You're doing so well, love." She nodded, her hands gripping his shoulders as she urged him to continue. He moved deeper, filling her completely, and the intimacy of the moment, the connection, the trust, overwhelmed her. Their bodies found a slow, tentative rhythm, each movement a discovery, a shared journey. Rose's initial discomfort gave way to pleasure, her moans mingling with his as they moved together, the moonlight casting their entwined forms in a silver glow. The rhythm of their bodies grew more confident, the initial hesitancy giving way to a shared intimacy that felt both exhilarating and profound. Rose clung to Arthur, her nails digging lightly into his shoulders as she adjusted to the fullness of him inside her. Each slow thrust was a careful exploration, his movements deliberate to ensure her comfort, but the heat building between them was undeniable. The moonlight bathed their entwined forms, casting soft shadows across Rose's pastel sheets, amplifying the intimacy of the moment. Rose's breaths came in soft, shuddering gasps, her body responding to Arthur's steady pace. The initial discomfort had melted into a warm, pulsing pleasure, her hips rising to meet his as she surrendered to the sensation. Arthur's lips found hers, their kisses deep and urgent, grounding her as the intensity built. His hands roamed her body, one cupping her breast, his thumb brushing over her nipple while the other steadied her hip, guiding their rhythm. "Rose," he murmured against her lips, his voice strained with the effort of holding back. "You feel so perfect." His words sent a shiver through her, her body tightening around him in response, drawing a low groan from his throat. Her hands slid down his back, tracing the taut muscles, feeling the strength in his frame as he moved above her. The pleasure was overwhelming, a crescendo that built with every thrust, every touch. Rose's moans grew louder, her body trembling as she neared the edge. "Arthur," she gasped, her voice thick with need, I'm close." "Me too," he whispered, his forehead resting against hers, their breaths mingling. He quickened his pace slightly, still careful, his eyes locked on hers to gauge her response. The connection between them, emotional, physical, raw, pushed them both toward release. Rose's body arched beneath him, a soft cry escaping her lips as waves of pleasure crashed over her, her first orgasm with him washing away any lingering nerves. Arthur followed moments later, his thrusts faltering as he buried himself deep, a low groan rumbling from his chest as he came inside the condom. The intensity of his release mirrored hers, their bodies trembling together in the shared ecstasy. For a moment, they stayed like that, locked in each other's arms, their breathing ragged, hearts pounding in sync. He kissed her tenderly, his lips lingering on hers as they both came down from the high. Slowly, he eased out of her, careful not to overwhelm her sensitive body. He disposed of the condom discreetly, then returned to her side, pulling her into his arms. Rose nestled against his chest, her skin flushed and warm, a soft smile playing on her lips. That was, she whispered, searching for words, more than I ever imagined. Arthur chuckled softly, pressing a kiss to her forehead. For me too, he murmured, his fingers tracing lazy circles on her back. The warmth of her body against his, the softness of her skin, stirred something in him even as they lay in the afterglow. His hand slid down her side, brushing the curve of her hip, and he felt himself hardening again, the desire for her far from sated. Rose noticed the shift, her eyes widening slightly as she felt him press against her thigh. A playful smile curved her lips, and she tilted her head up to meet his gaze. Already? She teased, her voice a mix of surprise and intrigue. Can't help it, Arthur replied, his voice low and husky as he leaned in to kiss her again, this time with a renewed hunger. The kiss deepened quickly, tongues tangling, hands roaming with less hesitation than before. Rose's fingers traced the ridges of his abs, then lower, brushing against his growing erection, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. He pulled back just enough to grab another condom from his trousers, rolling it on with practiced ease. Are you okay for more? He asked, his eyes searching hers for any sign of hesitation. Rose's heart raced, but the warmth in her body, the ache for him, was undeniable. She nodded, her hands pulling him closer. Yes, she whispered, her voice steady with want. I want you again. This time, their movements were less tentative, more assured. Arthur guided himself to her entrance, finding her still slick and ready. He entered her slowly, letting her adjust, but the urgency between them built faster now. Rose's legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him deeper, her moans mingling with his as they found a rhythm that was both passionate and intimate. The night stretched on, their bodies moving together in a dance of desire, pausing only to catch their breath before diving back into each other, lost in the connection they'd waited so long to fully embrace. Chapter 565, A Blue Rose Blooms 7. Consciousness returned to me slowly, like surfacing from the depths of the most peaceful dream I'd ever experienced. The first thing I became aware of was warmth, not just the comfortable temperature of Rose's room, but the specific, intimate warmth of another person pressed against my side. Rose. The memories of the previous night flooded back in a rush of emotion and sensation that made my heart race all over again. Her 18th birthday, the celebration, the moment we had finally been alone together, and everything that had followed. The way she had looked at me with such trust and love, the softness of her skin, the whispered words of devotion that had made the entire world fade away until there was nothing but us. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking against the afternoon sunlight that streamed through the tall windows of her bedroom. Afternoon sunlight. A glance at the digital clock on her nightstand confirmed what I suspected, it was past 1 in the afternoon. We had slept far later than either of us typically would, but given the circumstances, it was hardly surprising. Rose was curled against my side, her auburn hair spread across my chest like silk, her face peaceful in sleep. She looked younger somehow in the gentle light, more vulnerable, and I felt a surge of protective tenderness that was even stronger than what I'd felt before last night. Everything had changed between us. Not just physically, though that transformation was significant enough, but emotionally as well. The careful boundaries we'd maintained, the patient restraint that had characterized our relationship for months, all of it had been swept away in favor of something deeper, more complete. As if sensing my gaze, Rose's brown eyes fluttered open, immediately finding mine with the kind of automatic focus that spoke of deep connection. A slow, content smile spread across her face. Good morning, she murmured, her voice husky with sleep and carrying undertones that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. Good afternoon, more like, I replied, pressing a gentle kiss to the top of her head. We've slept away half the day. She hummed contentedly, stretching against me in a way that was entirely too distracting. I wonder why that might be. Her tone was innocent enough, but the mischievous glint in her brown eyes suggested she was perfectly aware of the effect she was having on me. Rose, I warned, though my voice lacked any real authority. What? She asked with mock innocence, propping herself up on one elbow to look at me properly. I'm simply observing that someone seemed particularly energetic last night. Heat rose to my cheeks as I recalled just how enthusiastic I had been. You weren't exactly passive yourself, I pointed out in my defense. Her laugh was like music, bright and joyful in a way that made my chest tight with affection. No, I suppose I wasn't. She traced patterns on my chest with one finger, her touch light but possessive. Though I have to say, your stamina is quite impressive. I wasn't expecting. Rose, I interrupted, my voice strangled as her implications became clear. What? I'm giving you a compliment. Her grin was absolutely wicked. Multiple compliments, actually. You're very thorough. I covered my face with my hands, torn between embarrassment and the urge to pull her closer and show her exactly how thorough I could be all over again. You're going to be the death of me. What a way to go though, she said cheerfully, pressing a kiss to my jaw before sitting up properly. But as much as I'd like to stay in bed all day, I suspect my father will want to see us eventually. And we should probably eat something substantial. The mention of the marquis made me suddenly very aware of our current situation. I was in his daughter's bed, in his house, after spending the night doing things that would probably make him reach for his sword if he thought about them too closely. Do you think he knows? I asked, suddenly concerned about the potential political ramifications of our night together. Rose gave me a look that suggested I might be slightly dim. Arthur, you're a very intelligent man, but sometimes you're remarkably naive about certain things. Of course he knows. The entire point of last night was that I'm 18 now. What exactly did you think was going to happen? She had a point, of course. The celebration, the significance of her birthday, the way her father had spoken to me, it had all been building toward this moment. I had been so focused on Rose, so caught up in my own emotions and the importance of the milestone for our relationship that I hadn't fully processed the broader implications. He's not going to challenge me to a duel, is he? I asked, only half joking. Only if you hurt me, Rose replied seriously. But since I'm currently very, very satisfied with how things went, I think you're safe. The way she said satisfied made me want to pull her back down into my arms, but she was already moving toward her wardrobe, apparently deciding that our lazy morning was officially over. We should get dressed, she said, pulling out clothes with the kind of casual comfort that suggested she wasn't at all bothered by our current state of undress. Father will want to have lunch with us, and it would be rude to keep him waiting much longer. I watched her move around the room, marveling at the easy confidence she displayed. This was a side of Rose I'd never seen before, comfortable in her own skin, secure in her choices, radiating a kind of satisfied contentment that transformed her entire bearing. You're different, I observed as I reluctantly left the warmth of her bed to retrieve my own scattered clothes. Different how? She asked, pulling on a casual blouse that complemented her coloring perfectly. More confident. More settled, I suppose. I struggled to find the right words. Like you've finally become completely yourself. Her smile was radiant. That's exactly how I feel. Like I've been waiting my entire life to become this person, and now I finally have. As we finished getting dressed, a process that took longer than it should have due to frequent interruptions for kisses and whispered endearments, I found myself thinking about the transformation in our relationship. Not just the physical intimacy, though that had been extraordinary, but the emotional shift that had accompanied it. There was a new ease between us, a comfortable intimacy that went beyond anything we'd shared before. The careful politeness that had marked even our most private moments was gone, replaced by something more natural, more genuine. Ready? Rose asked, checking her appearance in the mirror one final time. As ready as I'll ever be for lunch with your father after. I gestured vaguely between us. After making his daughter very happy? She supplied helpfully. I think he'll be pleased, actually. He's been worried about my happiness for years. We made our way through the estate's corridors, our hands naturally finding each other as we walked. I was struck by how normal it felt, how right. The nervous anticipation I'd expected to feel was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by a deep sense of contentment and belonging. The marquis was waiting for us in the estate's informal dining room, a comfortable space that overlooked the gardens where the afternoon sun painted everything in shades of gold and green. He looked up as we entered, and I was relieved to see warmth rather than hostility in his brown eyes. Good afternoon, he said with mild amusement. I was beginning to wonder if you'd sleep the entire day away. Sorry, Father, Rose said, moving to kiss his cheek with the kind of easy affection that spoke of a strong relationship. We were tired. The slight emphasis she placed on the word made me flush again, and I caught the marquis's knowing look. But rather than the anger or disapproval I'd feared, his expression held something that looked remarkably like satisfaction. I'm sure you were, he replied dryly. Well, you're here now. Lunch is ready whenever you are. As we settled around the table and began what turned out to be one of the most comfortable meals I'd ever shared, I found myself thinking about how dramatically my life had changed in the span of a single night. Not just my relationship with Rose, though that transformation was profound, but my entire understanding of what happiness could look like. The careful patience that had defined our courtship had given way to something more immediate, more real. And as I watched Rose laugh at something her father said, her face bright with joy and contentment, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. Last night had been perfect. But this easy intimacy, this comfortable belonging, this was what I'd been waiting for without even knowing it. Chapter 566, Master 1. The partnership between the Tower of Magic, the Creighton family, and Ouroboros regarding etherite mining had reached its final planning stages. We had collectively decided to send a specialized team to the Lunar Research Station in December to begin extraction operations. For now, the focus was on developing the required equipment, specialized mining tools that could function in the moon's unique magical environment, transport containers that could preserve etherite's properties during the journey back to Earth, and safety protocols for working with a substance whose full capabilities we were still discovering. Mythos Academy was preparing to reopen for the new term as well, which meant I was trying to wrap up as much of my administrative work as possible before returning to my final year. The irony wasn't lost on me that I was rushing to complete guild business so I could attend classes that had already become largely irrelevant to my actual responsibilities. Jean was currently in the West, handling some delicate negotiations with the regional powers there, but he was performing exactly as I had expected, efficiently, diplomatically, and with the kind of strategic thinking that made him invaluable. Elias had proven remarkably helpful in managing the endless stream of paperwork that came with operating a gold-rank guild, his organizational skills and attention to detail allowing me to focus on the larger strategic decisions. I had chosen to give Callie a well-deserved break from her usual intelligence-gathering duties. After months of constant work coordinating information networks and managing our contacts across multiple continents, my helper needed some time to rest and recharge. Overall, things were progressing smoothly. The Etherai project was on schedule, guild operations were running efficiently, and the various political alliances I had been cultivating were proving their worth. But of course, my life couldn't remain straightforward for long. "Thank God you finally agree," Luna's voice echoed in my mind with obvious relief. "Did you think I wouldn't?" I asked, genuinely curious about her apparent surprise. "Then why are you doing it?" she urged, her tone carrying a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "I can't say no to her," I protested weakly, knowing even as I said it how inadequate the explanation sounded. Why was Luna being so insistent about this? The answer was currently sitting on the floor beside my desk, her violet hair catching the afternoon light streaming through my office windows. Reika had positioned herself with her head resting in my lap, and I found myself gently stroking her hair in what had somehow become a familiar gesture over the past few weeks. And no, despite how it might appear to an outside observer, this was not what it looked like. "Oh please," Luna snorted in my mind, her disbelief practically radiating through our mental connection. The situation had developed gradually, so naturally that I hadn't really noticed when it became routine. It had started innocently enough. Reika would come to my office to deliver reports or discuss training schedules, and she would sit on the floor beside my chair rather than taking one of the available seats. Initially, I had assumed it was simply her way of showing respect, a holdover from her previous circumstances that would fade as she became more comfortable with her position in the guild. But instead of evolving toward more conventional interactions, our dynamic had somehow moved in the opposite direction. The floor sitting had progressed to her occasionally resting her head against my leg while we talked, and from there to the current arrangement where she would curl up beside my desk like a content cat while I worked. The strangest part was how natural it felt. Reika radiated a sense of peace and happiness during these moments that was impossible to ignore. Her violet eyes, with their distinctive flower-shaped patterns, would practically glow with contentment, and she would hum softly to herself as I absently ran my fingers through her hair. "Master," she said softly, her voice carrying that particular tone of satisfaction that had become so familiar, "are you sure you don't need anything else? I'm happy to serve you in any way you might require." The way she said "any way" carried implications that made heat rise to my cheeks, though her expression remained perfectly innocent. This was another aspect of our evolving dynamic that I wasn't entirely sure how to handle. Reika's devotion had taken on qualities that went well beyond simple loyalty or gratitude. "I'm fine, Reika," I replied gently, though I didn't stop the gentle stroking motion that seemed to bring her such comfort. "Just finishing up these logistics reports for the Etherai project. The lunar mining operation," she said with obvious interest. "Will you be leading the expedition personally?" "Probably not the initial survey mission," I admitted. "Though I'll definitely be involved in the larger extraction operations once we've established proper procedures." She smiled at that non-answer, seeming satisfied simply to have raised the possibility. "Of course, Master. I trust your judgment completely." The title still made me slightly uncomfortable, though I had to admit that Reika's happiness when using it made it difficult to discourage. She had insisted on the formal address from the moment she had officially entered my service, claiming it helped her maintain the proper mindset for her role. Who was I to argue with something that clearly brought her such satisfaction? "You could start by not enabling whatever this is," Luna suggested dryly. "She's not hurting anyone," I replied defensively. "And she seems genuinely happy." "That's exactly the problem," Luna shot back. "She's too happy." "This isn't normal, Arthur." I had to concede that Luna had a point. Reika's contentment during these moments was almost transcendent, as if the simple act of serving me in this capacity fulfilled some deep psychological need. It was flattering, certainly, but also somewhat concerning in its intensity. "Master," Reika said suddenly, her voice taking on a more serious tone, "may I ask you something personal?" "Of course," I replied, though Luna's immediate surge of alarm through our mental link made me wonder if I should have been more cautious. "Do you ever regret taking me in? Accepting my service?" Her violet eyes searched my face with an intensity that suggested this question had been weighing on her mind for some time. The vulnerability in her voice made my chest tighten with protective instincts. "Never," I said firmly. "You've been invaluable to the guild, Reika. More than that, you've become—" I paused, searching for the right words. "You've become someone I care about deeply. Your happiness matters to me." The smile that spread across her face was radiant enough to rival the sun. "Thank you, Master. Knowing that makes everything worthwhile." She settled back into her previous position, humming that soft, contented tune as I returned to my paperwork. The sound was oddly soothing, and I found myself falling back into the rhythm of gentle stroking that seemed to bring her such peace. We remained like that for perhaps 20 minutes, the afternoon light gradually shifting as the sun moved across the sky. I was making good progress on the logistics reports when the office door suddenly opened without warning. Callie stepped through the doorway, clearly intending to discuss something important, but stopped dead when she took in the scene before her. Her eyes widened as she processed the sight of Reka curled up beside my chair with her head in my lap, my hand tangled in her violet hair, both of us looking perfectly comfortable with the arrangement. For a moment, absolute silence filled the room. Callie's expression cycled through surprise, understanding, and what might have been amusement before settling on carefully neutral professionalism. "Oh," she said quietly, raising one hand to cover her mouth. "I apologize for disturbing you both. I should have knocked." "Callie, wait," I started to say, but she was already backing toward the door. "It's not urgent," she said quickly, though her eyes held a gleam that suggested she was filing this information away for future reference. "We can discuss it later. Much later. When you're less occupied." She disappeared through the doorway with remarkable speed, leaving Reka and me alone once again. I could hear her footsteps retreating down the corridor, and I had the distinct impression that this little scene would be the subject of considerable speculation among the guild's staff. "That was embarrassing," I muttered, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. Reka, however, seemed entirely unbothered by the interruption. "Why?" she asked innocently. "We weren't doing anything inappropriate. I was simply resting while you worked." "Define inappropriate," Luna commented sarcastically. "It's just." I struggled to articulate why the situation felt complicated. People might get the wrong impression. "What impression would that be?" Reka asked, tilting her head to look at me again. "That I serve you faithfully? That you treat me with kindness? That we're comfortable with each other?" When she put it like that, it did sound fairly innocent. But something about the way she said "serve you faithfully" carried undertones that definitely weren't innocent, and the contentment in her violet eyes suggested depths of devotion that went well beyond professional loyalty. "Never mind," I said, finally returning to my paperwork. "You're probably right." She smiled at that, settling back into her position with obvious satisfaction. "I usually am, Master." Chapter 567, Master 2. I arrived at the Ouroboros Guild headquarters with my usual efficiency, my heels clicking against the polished floors as I made my way through the familiar corridors. After weeks of intensive intelligence gathering and coordination work, Arthur had finally given me some time off, something I had initially protested but had come to appreciate. The brief respite had allowed me to catch up on personal matters and recharge my mental batteries, but now I was ready to dive back into the complex web of information management that kept our operations running smoothly. The guild building was bustling with activity, as usual. Staff members moved purposefully through the halls, coordinating various projects and maintaining the intricate systems that supported our gold rank status. The Etherite mining project had everyone energized, the potential applications were staggering, and being part of such a groundbreaking venture had elevated morale throughout the organization. As I approached Arthur's office, I noticed Elias at his desk in the outer administrative area, his phone pressed to his ear with a somewhat urgent expression on his face. He looked up as I passed, his eyes widening slightly as he recognized me. "Callie, wait," he started to say, raising his free hand in what appeared to be a gesture meant to stop me. But I was already in motion, my hand on the door handle to Arthur's private office. I had been coming and going from this space for months without ceremony, and the habit of simply entering when I needed to discuss important matters was deeply ingrained. Arthur had never minded my direct approach before. If anything, he seemed to prefer the efficiency of skipping formal announcements when we had guild business to discuss. "I need to speak with Arthur about intelligence networks," I called back to Elias without slowing down. "It won't take long." I turned the handle and stepped through the doorway, already formulating the briefing I needed to deliver about some concerning developments in the political landscape. The words died on my lips as I took in the scene before me. Arthur was seated at his desk, apparently working through some paperwork, but that wasn't what caused my brain to momentarily short-circuit. It was Reka, beautiful, devoted Reka with her distinctive violet hair and those mesmerizing violet eyes, who was positioned on the floor beside his chair, her head resting comfortably in his lap while his hand moved through her hair in gentle, rhythmic strokes. For a moment, absolute silence filled the room. My mind raced through possible explanations for what I was witnessing, each one more unlikely than the last. They both looked completely comfortable with the arrangement, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Arthur's expression showed mild embarrassment at being discovered, but there was also something protective in the way his hands stilled in Reka's hair. As for Reka herself, she looked utterly content, practically glowing with satisfaction. "Oh," I managed to say, raising one hand to cover my mouth in an automatic gesture of surprise. "I apologize for disturbing you both. I should have knocked." Arthur's face was flushing a becoming shade of pink. "Callie, wait," he started to protest, but I was already backing toward the door. "It's not urgent," I said quickly, though my investigative mind was already filing away every detail of what I had just witnessed. "We can discuss it later. Much later. When you're less occupied." I retreated from the office with as much dignity as I could muster, closing the door behind me and leaving them to whatever unconventional arrangement they had developed. As I stood in the corridor, processing what I had just seen, I became aware of Elias watching me with a knowing expression. "I tried to warn you," he said simply, hanging up his phone. "He's been busy with guild matters." "Guild matters?" I repeated slowly. "Is that what we're calling it?" Elias shrugged with the diplomatic neutrality that made him so effective in his administrative role. It's not my place to question the guild master's methods as long as they don't interfere with operations. I found myself thinking about what I knew of Reika's feelings for Arthur. It hadn't exactly been a secret among those of us who worked closely with her. The way she looked at him, the devotion in her voice when she spoke about him, the obvious adoration that colored every interaction, anyone with eyes could see that she was completely enamored with her guild master. And honestly, I was happy for her. Reika had been through so much, had suffered in ways that few people could truly understand. If Arthur's attention brought her joy and comfort, who was I to judge the form that happiness took? She deserved every bit of love and care she could find. But I had to admit, the scene I had just witnessed was unexpected. Even knowing about Reika's feelings, I hadn't anticipated this particular development in their relationship. Then again, perhaps I shouldn't have been so surprised. Arthur had an almost supernatural ability to attract the affections of remarkable women. Rachel Creighton, Cecilia Slaymark, Serafina Zenith, Rose Springshaper, 4 of the most extraordinary young women of our generation, all completely devoted to him. And now Reika, with her unique beauty and fierce loyalty, had apparently found her own place in that constellation of affection. 5 wonderful women, each remarkable in her own way, all drawn to the same enigmatic young man. It was honestly impressive in a way that defied conventional understanding. Whatever the explanation, I couldn't deny the pattern. Arthur was a magnet for exceptional women, and they all seemed to find ways to coexist rather than compete. It was politically advantageous, strategically sound, and apparently emotionally fulfilling for everyone involved. I made my way to the guild's common area, settling into one of the comfortable chairs with a cup of tea while I waited for Arthur and Reika to conclude whatever they were doing. The administrative wing was quieter now, with most of the staff either out on assignments or focused on their various projects. About 20 minutes later, I heard the soft sound of Arthur's office door opening. Reika emerged first, her violet hair slightly mussed but her expression radiating the kind of deep satisfaction that comes from perfect contentment. She practically glowed with happiness, her distinctive flower-shaped pupils seeming to shimmer with inner light. "Reika," I called softly as she began to walk past the common area. She turned toward me with a warm smile, her entire demeanor relaxed and peaceful. "Callie, I didn't realize you were back from your break." "Just returned," I confirmed, studying her face with professional curiosity. "You look happy." "I am," she said simply, settling into the chair across from me with fluid grace. "It was wonderful to serve Master today." The way she said serve carried undertones that made me raise an eyebrow. There was something almost reverential in her tone, a satisfaction that went beyond simple professional duty or even romantic affection. "What exactly do you mean by serve?" I asked carefully, my intelligence-gathering instincts engaging despite my attempt to maintain casual conversation. Reika's smile widened and there was something almost childlike in her joy as she replied. "I'm just so happy that he's accepted me as his pet." The words hit me like a physical blow. I felt my eyes widen in pure shock, my teacup freezing halfway to my lips as I processed what she had just said. Pet. She had actually used that word with complete sincerity and obvious delight. "Your pet." I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible. Reika hummed contentedly, either oblivious to my shock or simply too happy to care about my reaction. "It's perfect, really. I get to stay close to him, to serve him in whatever way makes him happy, and he takes such good care of me. I feel so fulfilled." I stared at her, my mind struggling to process this revelation. This went far beyond the romantic devotion I had assumed she felt for Arthur. This was something else entirely, a dynamic that operated on levels I hadn't even considered. But even as part of my mind recoiled at the implications, I couldn't ignore the obvious truth staring me in the face. Reika was radiant with happiness. Not the nervous joy of someone caught up in an uncertain romance, not the desperate satisfaction of someone clinging to scraps of attention. This was deep, abiding contentment, the peace of someone who had found exactly what they needed. Her violet eyes sparkled with genuine fulfillment, her posture relaxed and confident. Whatever this arrangement was, whatever unconventional dynamic she and Arthur had developed, it was clearly working for her in ways that conventional relationships hadn't. Who was I to judge what brought her such obvious joy? "I see," I said finally, though I wasn't sure I saw anything clearly anymore. Chapter 568, Upper Years. Mythos Academy was scheduled to reopen in September, marking the beginning of what would be my final year at the prestigious institution. The thought carried a mixture of anticipation and melancholy. This represented the end of one chapter of my life and the beginning of something entirely new. "I'll be going now," I said with a warm smile as I looked at my parents and Arya in the transport hub. The Slaymark Empire's central warp gate facility was bustling with activity as students from across the continent prepared to return to their respective academies. "Take care of yourselves while I'm gone." "You too, dear," Mother replied, pulling me into a brief but fierce embrace. "Your final year, make it count." Father nodded approvingly, his expression carrying the quiet pride that had characterized his reactions to my achievements over the past few years. "We'll be here when you need us." Arya grinned at me with characteristic mischief. "Try not to cause too many political incidents this year, big brother. Some of us would like a peaceful academic experience." "I make no promises," I replied with mock seriousness. "Trouble has a way of finding me." "More like you have a way of finding trouble," she shot back, but her tone was affectionate rather than critical. Aria's third year at Slaymark Academy would begin as well, but her departure was scheduled for later in the week since her institution was located within the empire itself. Mythos Academy, situated on its own sovereign island in international waters, required earlier travel to accommodate the additional transit time. The warp gate to Mythos Academy was impressive even by modern standards, a massive archway constructed from rare materials and enhanced with some of the most sophisticated magical technology available. The energy field within the arch shimmered with otherworldly light, creating a portal that could transport passengers across vast distances in mere moments. After presenting my student credentials and undergoing the standard security checks, I stepped through the gate and felt the familiar sensation of magical transportation. A brief moment of disorientation followed by the solid reassurance of arriving at my destination. Mythos Academy's arrival terminal was exactly as I remembered it, sleek, efficient, and designed to handle the constant flow of students, faculty, and visitors that kept the institution functioning. The island itself was visible through the terminal's floor-to-ceiling windows, a carefully maintained paradise that served as one of the world's premier educational facilities. The Academy's Hyperloop transportation system was one of its most impressive features, a network of pneumatic tubes that could transport passengers between different areas of the island at remarkable speeds. The system was both practical and environmentally conscious, allowing rapid movement without disrupting the island's carefully maintained ecosystem. I boarded the Hyperloop pod designated for the Class 4A dormitory, settling into the comfortable seating as the system engaged. The journey through the transparent tubes offered spectacular views of the island's landscape, pristine forests, carefully tended gardens, and the various academic buildings that housed different departments and year levels. The fourth-year dormitories were located in a particularly scenic area of the island, positioned to offer both privacy and easy access to the advanced facilities that final-year students required. The building itself was modern and comfortable, designed to provide a home-like atmosphere for students who would be spending their last year together. My room was exactly as I had left it at the end of the previous term, spacious, well-appointed, and equipped with all the technological amenities that modern students required. After unpacking my belongings and settling back into the familiar space, I made my way to the dormitory's common area. Rose, Cecilia, Rachel, and Serafina were already gathered there, having arrived on earlier transports throughout the day. The sight of them together, relaxed and happy in the comfortable surroundings, brought a smile to my face. "Arthur?" Rose called out as I entered, her face lighting up with genuine joy. She had grown even more beautiful over the summer break, her auburn hair catching the light and her brown eyes sparkling with the confidence that had become such an integral part of her personality. "Finally," Rachel said with mock exasperation, though her deep blue eyes betrayed her pleasure at seeing me. Her golden hair was styled in a new way that emphasized her graceful features, and she was wearing a casual outfit that managed to be both comfortable and elegant. Cecilia looked up from the book she had been reading, her red eyes bright with welcome. "We were beginning to wonder if you'd gotten lost in your guild responsibilities." Serafina offered one of her rare, genuine smiles. "It's good to have everyone together again. We spent the evening catching up on our summer experiences, sharing stories about family visits, guild activities, and the various adventures we had each encountered during the break. The easy camaraderie between us was exactly what I had been missing during the busy months of guild expansion and political maneuvering." As the night grew late, we eventually retired to our respective rooms, though not before making plans to meet for breakfast the following morning. The familiar routine of dormitory life settled around me like a comfortable blanket, and I fell asleep looking forward to the challenges and opportunities that the new academic year would bring. The next morning arrived with the soft chime of the Academy's wake-up system. After preparing for the day and meeting the others for breakfast in the dormitory's dining hall, we made our way to the Hyperloop station for transport to the academic buildings. The fourth-year facilities were housed in their own dedicated building, an impressive structure that reflected the prestige and importance of final-year education. The building's architecture was both functional and inspiring, designed to provide an environment that would challenge students while supporting their academic and personal growth. Class 4A was located on the 5th floor, accessible through high-speed elevators that offered glimpses of the building's impressive atrium and the various specialized laboratories and classrooms that filled the lower levels. I entered the familiar classroom to find several of my classmates already present. Lucifer Windward was seated near the center of the room, his commanding presence unmistakable even in casual conversation with other students. Clara Lopez occupied a desk near the windows, her navy blue hair falling like a curtain around her face as she appeared to be dozing despite the early hour, her violet eyes barely visible between half-closed lids. Ian Vizirian looked up as I entered, offering a nod of acknowledgement that carried the friendliness that characterized most of our interactions. Rankaga seemed more subdued than I remembered, though he managed a polite greeting. Gene Ashbluff was present as well, having returned from his work in the West in time for the new term. As I took my usual seat, I noticed something unexpected about the classroom layout. Instead of the 10 desks that had been arranged for our class in previous years, there were now 14 seats positioned throughout the room. "Lucifer," I said, catching his attention with a questioning look. "Why are there 4 extra desks?" His response was a knowing smile that suggested he was privy to information that hadn't been shared with the rest of us. "You'll find out soon enough." Before I could press him for more details, the classroom door opened and Professor Nero entered with his characteristic purposeful stride. The professor was an imposing figure, mid-immortal rank in power, with the kind of presence that commanded immediate attention and respect. His reputation for academic excellence was matched only by his reputation for demanding the highest standards from his students. "Good morning, Class 4A," he said, his voice carrying easily throughout the room. "I trust you all had productive summer breaks and are prepared for the challenges that await you in your final year." A chorus of polite affirmations answered him, though I noticed that several students were glancing at the extra desks with obvious curiosity. Professor Nero seemed to notice our collective attention to the altered classroom arrangement. His expression showed a hint of what might have been amusement as he prepared to address our unspoken questions. "I see you've noticed the additional seating," he said, setting his materials on the instructor's desk with deliberate precision. "That brings me to an important announcement regarding this year's class composition." The room fell into expectant silence, every student focused on the professor's words. "This year, Class 4A will be joined by 4 transfer students," he announced, his tone carrying the weight of significant news. "These new students will be..." Professor Nero paused, his gaze moving across the classroom as if to ensure he had everyone's complete attention. "Well," he said with what was definitely amusement now, "perhaps it would be better if I let them introduce themselves." Chapter 569, New Students. Professor Nero moved toward the classroom door, opening it with a gesture that suggested the new students had been waiting just outside. "Please come in and introduce yourselves to your new classmates." 4 figures entered the classroom, each carrying themselves with the poise that marked them as exceptional individuals despite their unfamiliar faces. The first was a young woman I recognized immediately, Seola Moyong, with her distinctive black hair and golden eyes that seemed to assess everything with analytical precision. Her presence here was unexpected but not entirely surprising, given the political upheavals in the East. Following her was a young woman with an elegant bearing and confident stride. Her hair was styled in a sophisticated manner, and she carried herself with the kind of natural authority that suggested noble breeding. There was something about her posture that spoke of both intelligence and determination. Arya Gu. The third transfer student was a young woman with sharp, intelligent eyes that suggested considerable capability. Her dark hair was styled in a practical manner, and she carried herself with the kind of quiet confidence that spoke of serious training and discipline. Ava Ping. The fourth and final student was another familiar face, the one I hadn't expected to see in an academic setting. Dia Solarin entered with grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her red hair catching the light and her golden eyes reflecting a mixture of nervousness and determination. Seola Moyong, the first student, introduced herself with a small bow that managed to be both respectful and dignified. "Previously of Starcrest Academy. I'm honored to join Class 4A. The second student stepped forward with natural confidence. "Arya Gu of the Gu family," she said, her voice carrying the cultured tones of established nobility. "Also from Starcrest Academy. I look forward to the challenges ahead." The third student's introduction was crisp and professional. "Ava Peng, formerly of Starcrest Academy as well. Thank you for welcoming us into your class." Finally, Dia stepped forward, her voice carrying a slight tremor that suggested this moment held particular significance for her. "Dia Solarin. I come from a different background than the others, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to study here." Professor Nero waited for the introductions to conclude before addressing the obvious questions that were undoubtedly forming in everyone's minds. As you may have surmised, these transfers are part of a larger reorganization within the magical education system. Starcrest Academy was unfortunately destroyed during recent conflicts, necessitating the relocation of its surviving students. The sobering reminder of the ongoing dangers that plagued our world cast a momentary shadow over the classroom. Starcrest Academy had been a respected institution, and its destruction represented not just the loss of a school but the loss of lives and futures that had been cut short. "Mythos Academy has accepted numerous transfer students this year," Professor Nero continued, "as we lost several of our own students during the exchange program due to vampire attacks. However, the caliber of students now assembled in Class 4A represents the largest and most talented fourth-year class in the Academy's history." I found myself glancing around the room, taking in the faces of both familiar and new classmates. 14 students, each representing exceptional talent and potential. The tragic circumstances that had brought us together couldn't diminish the reality that this class would likely produce some of the most influential figures of our generation. "This brings me to another important matter," Professor Nero announced, producing a holographic display that materialized above his desk. "Given the changes in class composition and recent achievements both within and outside the Academy, it's time for updated rankings." The familiar tension that always accompanied ranking announcements settled over the classroom. These numbers would influence everything from course selections to internship opportunities, and for students at our level, they often foreshadowed future career trajectories. "The refreshed rankings for Class 4A are as follows," Professor Nero began, his voice carrying the weight of official pronouncement. "Rank 1, Arthur Nightingale." I felt a mixture of satisfaction and pressure at getting the top position. "Rank 2, Lucifer Windward." Lucifer's expression remained composed, though I caught a flash of competitive determination in his eyes. The small gap between us had always pushed both of us to greater achievements. "Rank 3, Renkagu." Ren's positioning was impressive, though I noticed the way his shoulders tensed at the announcement. The weight of family expectations and recent political changes in the East were clearly affecting him. Rank 4, Siola Moyong. The newest transfer student's placement in the top 5 was remarkable, speaking to exceptional abilities that had been recognized despite her recent arrival. Rank 5, Rachel Creighton. Rachel's slight smile suggested satisfaction with her position, though I knew she would use it as motivation to climb higher. Her combination of natural talent and rigorous training made her a formidable student. Rank 6, Cecilia Slaymark. Cecilia's red eyes showed approval at her ranking. Her political acumen and magical capabilities made her a natural leader among our class. Rank 7, Serafina Zenith. Serafina's expression remained characteristically serene, though I could see the competitive spirit that drove her constant improvement. Rank 8, Gene Ashbluff. Gene nodded acknowledgement of his position, his recent experience in the West having clearly contributed to his development. Rank 9, Rose Springshaper. Rose's ranking reflected steady growth and increasing confidence. Her journey from uncertainty to capability had been remarkable to witness. Rank 10, Ian Vizirian. Ian's placement in the top 10 maintained his status as a serious student, though his reserved nature often caused others to underestimate his abilities. Rank 11, Clara appeared to be dozing through her own ranking announcement, though I suspected she was more aware than she appeared. Rank 12, Dia Solarin. Dia's positioning was notable given her unconventional background. Professor Nero seemed to anticipate questions about her placement. Rank 13, Arya Gu. The Gu family representative's ranking was respectable for a transfer student, though I could see the determined glint in her eyes that suggested she wouldn't remain in that position for long. Rank 14, Ava Peng. The final ranking completed our class roster, though being last among such exceptional students was hardly a mark of shame. Professor Nero addressed the obvious question about Dia's placement. Miss Solarin is approximately 1 year older than most of you, but her educational background and the timing of her circumstances made 4th year the most appropriate placement. Her formal education was interrupted by external factors beyond her control. The diplomatic phrasing couldn't entirely mask the tragic circumstances that had brought Dia to the academy, but it preserved her dignity while acknowledging the unique challenges she faced. Now then, Professor Nero continued, his tone shifting to the brisk efficiency that marked the beginning of serious academic work. Let's begin this year's curriculum. You'll find that 4th year presents challenges unlike anything you've encountered previously. As the professor launched into his overview of our upcoming coursework, I found myself stealing glances at the 4 new additions to our class. Siola's presence suggested political maneuvering in the East that I would need to understand better. Arya Gu represented the influential Gu family's interests, which could have significant implications for class dynamics. Ava remained an unknown quantity that would require careful observation. And Dia's placement here opened possibilities and complications that I was only beginning to consider. The largest Class 4A in Academy history was about to embark on what promised to be the most eventful final year any of us could imagine. Chapter 570, Coffee with Clara. Professor Nero concluded his curriculum overview by explaining the new evaluation system. Like previous years, 4th year coursework is individually adapted to each student's unique abilities and development needs. While I will serve as your primary coordinator, you'll work with multiple specialized faculty members. Our tablets lit up, showing individual schedules. My own curriculum, Advanced Deep Dark Theory, Pure Light Applications, 6-Circle Magic Development, and Enhanced Aura Manipulation. Additionally, Professor Nero continued, you will be evaluated through 3 practical missions throughout the first semester. These missions will directly impact your rankings, while written examinations will affect grades but not rankings. After fielding questions about the new system, Professor Nero did something unexpected. He set down his materials and regarded the class with what might have been approval. Normally, I would begin immediately with advanced theoretical applications, he said, his tone shifting to something slightly more relaxed. However, given the significant changes to our class composition and the Academy's recognition that integration is crucial for optimal performance, today will be designated as an adjustment period. A murmur of interest rippled through the classroom. Professor Nero was not known for deviating from academic schedules without compelling reasons. The administration has determined that allowing time for social integration among existing and transfer students will ultimately benefit everyone's academic performance, he continued. Therefore, there are no formal classes today. You are encouraged to use this time to familiarize yourselves with the Academy's facilities and, more importantly, to establish working relationships with your new classmates. The announcement was met with obvious relief from several students, though I noticed that some, particularly Siola and Arya, seemed to be using the opportunity to observe their new environment with analytical interest. I expect everyone to report to tomorrow's session prepared to engage with material that will challenge even your considerable abilities, Professor Nero added with a slight smile that suggested he was looking forward to that challenge. Dismissed. As students began gathering their belongings and engaging in tentative conversations, I found myself considering how best to use this unexpected free time. The opportunity to understand the new class dynamics was valuable, but I also needed to assess how the transfer students might affect the delicate balance of relationships that had developed over the previous 3 years. Arthur, a soft voice said behind me, interrupting my strategic considerations. I turned to find Clara Lopez approaching with her characteristic unhurried manner. Her navy blue hair was slightly disheveled as if she had just woken up, and her violet eyes held the perpetually drowsy expression that had become her trademark. Despite her appearance, I knew Clara possessed sharp intelligence and observational skills that rivaled anyone in the class. "Clara," I replied with genuine warmth. "How was your summer break?" "Sleepy," she said with a small smile that suggested this was both literal truth and gentle humor. "But productive. I spent most of it researching advanced sleep magic applications." That was so perfectly Clara that I couldn't help but smile in return. She had always managed to find ways to make her natural inclination toward rest into an academic advantage. "Actually," she continued, "I was wondering if you'd like to get coffee? It's been a while since we've had a proper conversation and—" She paused, glancing around at the bustling classroom. "It might be nice to catch up somewhere quieter." The invitation was unexpected but welcome. Clara and I had always maintained a comfortable friendship, though our interactions had been limited during the previous year due to my increasing involvement with guild responsibilities and the complex dynamics of my relationships with Rose, Rachel, Cecilia, and Serafina. "I'd like that," I said sincerely. "Which coffee shop?" "The one near the botanical gardens," she confirmed. "They have those comfortable window seats, and it's usually quiet this time of day." We made our way out of the classroom together, passing clusters of students who were already beginning to form conversation groups. I noticed Ciola engaged in what appeared to be a serious discussion with Ren about Eastern political developments, while Arya was introducing herself to Rachel and Cecilia with the kind of diplomatic charm that suggested noble training. The Academy's Hyperloop system transported us efficiently to the Botanical District, where the coffee shop Clara had chosen occupied a prime location overlooking carefully maintained gardens that showcased magical flora from around the world. The establishment was a favorite among students and faculty who preferred a more tranquil environment for study or conversation. The interior was designed to complement the natural beauty visible through its large windows, warm wood furnishings, comfortable seating arrangements, and the subtle aroma of expertly prepared coffee blends that sourced beans enhanced through magical cultivation techniques. Clara led us to a corner table beside a window that offered an excellent view of the gardens, settling into her chair with the kind of graceful efficiency that suggested this was a familiar routine. She ordered something called a dream latte that apparently contained mild relaxation enchantments, while I opted for a more traditional espresso. "So," she said once our drinks arrived, her violet eyes focusing on me with surprising intensity despite her generally drowsy demeanor, "how are you really doing?" The question was more direct than I had expected from Clara, whose conversational style typically involved gentle meandering rather than pointed inquiry. "What do you mean?" I asked, though I suspected I knew where this was heading. "Arthur," she said with the patient tone of someone who was accustomed to cutting through social pleasantries, "you're dating 4 of the most remarkable women in our year, you're running a gold-rank guild. You're involved in political negotiations that affect entire continents, and you're somehow maintaining top academic standing. That's a lot for anyone to handle." I sipped my espresso while considering how to respond. Clara's observation was accurate, but her concern seemed genuine rather than judgmental. "I manage," I said finally. "It's challenging but not impossible." "Managing and thriving are different things," she pointed out gently. "When was the last time you just relaxed? Did something purely for enjoyment rather than obligation or advancement?" The question caught me off guard because I couldn't immediately provide a satisfactory answer. My recent activities had indeed been driven by responsibility, strategy, or the needs of others. Even my time with Rose, Rachel, Cecilia, and Serafina, while personally fulfilling, carried emotional weight and relationship maintenance requirements. "That's what I thought," Clara said, interpreting my silence correctly. "You know, there's something to be said for the value of unstructured time. Is that your professional opinion as someone who has made an art form of relaxation?" I asked with gentle teasing. Her smile was surprisingly bright. "Actually, yes. My research into sleep magic has taught me a lot about the importance of mental rest and recovery. You can't maintain peak performance indefinitely without allowing time for genuine restoration." As if to demonstrate her point, she settled deeper into her chair and gazed out at the botanical gardens with obvious contentment. The sight was so characteristic of Clara that I found myself relaxing despite my habitual tendency toward constant planning and analysis. "Tell me about your guild work," she said after a comfortable silence. "Not the political implications or strategic advantages, just what you actually enjoy about it." The question forced me to consider my activities from a different perspective. "I like the problem-solving aspects," I said slowly. "Taking complex situations and finding solutions that benefit everyone involved. And I like working with people who are genuinely committed to making things better." "That sounds fulfilling," Clara observed. "What about the parts you don't like?" "The politics," I admitted without hesitation. "The constant need to consider how every action affects multiple relationships and alliances. Sometimes I miss being able to make decisions based purely on what seems right rather than what's strategically optimal." Clara nodded with understanding that suggested she had given considerable thought to such matters. "Have you considered that maybe the strategic approach and the right approach don't have to be mutually exclusive?" "What do you mean?" "Well," she said, pausing to sip her dream latte, "you seem to assume that doing what's right is somehow less sophisticated than doing what's politically advantageous. But what if your instincts about what's right are actually more accurate than complex political calculations?" The observation was surprisingly insightful and it touched on doubts I hadn't fully articulated even to myself. How often had I second-guessed moral intuitions in favor of strategic thinking? You might be onto something, I said thoughtfully. I usually am, she replied with mock arrogance that was entirely undermined by her sleepy expression. It's one of the advantages of spending so much time in a relaxed mental state. You notice things that people miss when they're constantly analyzing and planning. We continued talking as the afternoon progressed, our conversation meandering through topics ranging from academic challenges to personal observations about our classmates. Clara's perspective was refreshingly uncomplicated. She seemed genuinely interested in understanding people and situations without immediately categorizing them in terms of advantage or disadvantage. What do you think of the transfer students? I asked as we watched other students moving through the gardens outside. Ciela is incredibly focused, Clara said without hesitation. Almost unnaturally so. I suspect she's carrying more responsibility than most people our age should have to handle. And the others? Arya has the kind of confidence that comes from never doubting your place in the world. That can be either wonderful or problematic depending on how she uses it. She paused thoughtfully. Ava is harder to read, but I get the impression she's been through things that most of us haven't experienced. And Dia? What about Dia? Clara's expression grew more serious. Dia is trying very hard to prove something, but I'm not sure she knows what it is yet. There's a lot of pain there, but also tremendous determination. She took another sip of her dream latte before continuing. Actually, speaking of training experiences, I spent some time at the Tower of Magic during one of the breaks. My mother basically threw me there to develop my potential properly. She said the last part with mild amusement rather than resentment. Really? That's interesting. How was it? Sleepy, she replied with characteristic honesty. But I did train with Cecilia for a while. She's quite intense when she's focused on magical theory. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Cecilia never mentioned training with you at the tower. Clara let out a small yawn, covering her mouth politely. Doesn't surprise me. It wasn't particularly memorable training, I'm sure. I spent most of it trying not to fall asleep during the theoretical sessions. She shrugged with complete indifference, as if the fact that one of our classmates had omitted mentioning their shared training was entirely unremarkable. Her assessments were remarkably perceptive for someone who gave the impression of being perpetually half asleep. I found myself wondering how much Clara observed that the rest of us missed while we were focused on more obvious concerns. You're very good at reading people, I observed. It's easier when you're not worried about how they might affect your own plans, she replied with characteristic directness. Most people are too busy thinking about themselves to really see others clearly. As the afternoon light began to shift toward evening, we eventually made our way back toward the dormitories, our conversation having provided exactly the kind of mental rest that Clara had suggested I needed. For a few hours, I had been able to simply enjoy the company of a friend without considering strategic implications or relationship management. Chapter 571, Prelude to Fall Ball, 1. After my refreshing conversation with Clara, I was making my way back through the academy's corridors when my neural interface chimed with an official communication. A message from the headmaster's office appeared in my peripheral vision, requesting my immediate presence for a private meeting. Headmaster Eva Lopez. Rank 10 of Humanity. A radiant rank mage whose power commanded respect across every continent. The fact that she wanted to see me personally rather than through administrative channels suggested this wasn't a routine academic matter. I made my way through the academy's administrative wing, past the efficiently bustling offices and up to the top floor where the headmaster's private office occupied a position that offered panoramic views of the island's landscape. The elevator ride gave me time to consider what might have prompted the summons. The office door was crafted from rare materials that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, and I could feel the subtle magical wards that protected this space from both physical intrusion and magical surveillance. I knocked respectfully and waited for permission to enter. "Come in, Arthur," came the familiar voice from within. I stepped into an office that managed to be both imposing and comfortable. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered spectacular views of the academy grounds, while the furniture was arranged to create an atmosphere of professional authority tempered by personal warmth. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with texts on magical theory, educational philosophy, and what appeared to be personal journals dating back decades. "Greetings, Headmaster," I said with a respectful smile as I took in the sight of Eva Lopez seated behind her impressive desk. She was exactly as I remembered, navy blue hair that seemed to capture and reflect light in subtle ways, and eyes that held the kind of depth that came from years of bearing tremendous responsibility. Her presence radiated the controlled power that marked all radiant rank individuals, but there was something else in her expression as she looked at me. Something that might have been concern. "Hello, Arthur," she replied, gesturing to the chair positioned in front of her desk. "Please sit." As I settled into the comfortable chair, Eva studied my face with the kind of analytical attention that suggested she was seeing more than surface appearances. "You seem more and more remarkable every time I see you," she said with a slight sigh that carried complex emotions. "It's almost ridiculous how quickly you're developing." I chuckled at her assessment, recognizing the mixture of pride and apprehension in her tone. "I do my best to meet expectations, Headmaster." "That's exactly what concerns me," she replied, her voice taking on a more serious quality. "But before we discuss that, how are you doing?" "Really doing?" I understood immediately what she was referring to. The loss of Magnus Dracar was still a raw wound, one that affected not just me personally but the entire magical community's understanding of what was possible. I am managing, I said honestly. Master accomplished what needed to be done. He killed the vampire monarch and saved countless lives in the process. Now I must do what I need to do to continue that work. Eva nodded approvingly. That is a healthy mindset to have. Magnus would be proud of your resilience. She paused, her expression growing more contemplative. Speaking of what you need to do, I understand our little troublemaker is planning to leave the academy before graduation? There was no point in attempting deception with someone of Eva's capabilities and experience. Yes, I confirmed. My responsibilities with Ouroboros have grown beyond what I can manage while maintaining full-time student status. I need to focus on the future. For the future, she repeated quietly, leaning back in her chair as if the phrase carried weight beyond its simple meaning. Arthur, let me ask you something. What do you think is the greatest source of frustration for all Radiant rank mages like myself? I considered the question carefully, sensing that this was leading towards something significant. When I didn't immediately respond, Eva continued. It's that despite reaching the pinnacle of magical development, despite achieving power that most people can barely comprehend, we are still too weak, she said, extending her hand palm up in front of her. With a slight curl of her fingers, the air around her hand began to distort. Space itself seemed to fracture, creating visible cracks in reality that made my eyes water to look at directly. The demonstration lasted only a moment before she allowed the effect to dissipate, but the implications were staggering. This was the power of a Radiant rank mage, the ability to manipulate fundamental forces of reality itself. And yet, Eva continued, her voice carrying bitter irony, even this level of power wasn't sufficient to prevent the tragedies we've witnessed. The Vampire War, the destruction of Starcrest Academy, the countless lives lost to threats we should have been able to stop. She gestured toward the window where the peaceful academy grounds stretched toward the horizon. Immortal rank mages can claim they lack the power to make a difference. They can say they weren't strong enough, weren't Radiant rank, so they couldn't have changed the outcome. But we who have reached the absolute peak of human magical development? We have no such excuse. Eva's eyes seemed to cloud over as if she was seeing something far more distant than the landscape outside her windows. We were still too weak to defeat the enemies that truly matter. That is our greatest failure. She shook her head, apparently pushing away whatever memories had surfaced. But I didn't call you here to burden you with the philosophical struggles of old Radiant rank mages. I wanted you to know that I will not attempt to stop you from whatever path you're choosing to pursue. Her gaze focused on me with laser intensity. You are a talent too extraordinary to be constrained by institutional limitations. For me to hold you back would be a sin worthy of severe punishment. Thank you, Headmaster, I said, genuinely moved by her support. That means more than you know. Just... She paused, seeming to search for the right words. Be careful not to carry more weight than you need to. The world has a way of placing impossible burdens on those capable of bearing them. After exchanging a few more words about my transition plans and maintaining connections with the academy, I took my leave. Eva's blessing on my departure felt like the removal of a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying. Eva Lopez watched the door close behind Arthur Nightingale, then turned her chair to face the windows that overlooked her academy. The peaceful scene before her was a stark contrast to the memories that his visit had stirred up. She thought about power, specifically the cruel irony of achieving everything she had once dreamed of only to discover it wasn't enough. Eva had been young once, driven by the kind of burning ambition that consumed everything in its path. She had dedicated herself to mastering pure light with an intensity that worried her instructors and amazed her peers. Every waking moment had been spent in pursuit of greater strength, deeper understanding, more perfect control over the forces she wielded. She had risen through the ranks with meteoric speed, earning recognition as one of the most promising mages of her generation. Her techniques were innovative, her power was staggering, and her theoretical understanding pushed the boundaries of what experts thought possible. When she achieved Radiant rank status at an age that made her one of the youngest to ever reach that pinnacle, the magical community had hailed her as a prodigy who would reshape their understanding of what human potential could achieve. And for a time, Eva had believed she truly could change everything. She had been in love then. Marcus had been brilliant in his own right, not a mage, but a scholar whose research into magical theory provided crucial insights that enhanced her own development. He had been her anchor, her reminder that power was meaningless without someone to protect and something to fight for. When the crisis came, a threat that now seemed almost quaint compared to recent disasters, Eva had been confident that her newly achieved Radiant rank abilities would be sufficient to handle any challenge. She had been wrong. Despite wielding power that could crack reality itself, despite possessing magical capabilities that placed her among the most formidable individuals alive, she had been too weak to save the man she loved. Marcus had died while she fought enemies she should have been able to destroy with ease. Not because her power was insufficient in absolute terms, but because the real world didn't provide convenient opportunities to apply overwhelming force. Because politics and timing and circumstance had conspired to place her incredible abilities just out of reach when they were needed most. That was when Eva Lopez had learned the cruelest lesson that awaited all those who climbed to the peak of human achievement. Even perfect power wielded perfectly was sometimes not enough. She had channeled her grief into building something lasting, the kind of institution that could nurture talents like Arthur Nightingale and prepare them for challenges that individual strength alone couldn't overcome. Mythos Academy had become her legacy, her attempt to ensure that future generations would have advantages she had lacked. But watching Arthur walk away, carrying burdens that seemed to grow heavier with each passing month, Eva found herself hoping desperately that his path wouldn't lead to the same bitter realization that had shaped her own life. Arthur Nightingale was a talent unlike any she had ever encountered. His potential seemed limitless, his development unprecedented, his capacity for growth beyond anything the magical community had previously witnessed. If anyone could break through the limitations that had constrained even Radiant rank mages, it would be him. She just prayed that he wouldn't have to learn as she had, that sometimes even limitless potential wasn't enough to protect the people who mattered most. "Bloom as you must, Arthur," she whispered to the empty office, her words carrying all the hope and fear that came with watching exceptional individuals attempt to transcend the boundaries that had defeated everyone before them. "And may you never face the moment when all your power proves insufficient." Outside her windows, the academy continued its peaceful routine, training the next generation of mages who would inherit a world that demanded more from them than any previous generation had been asked to give. Eva turned back to her desk, returning to the endless administrative work that kept this institution functioning. But her thoughts remained with a young man whose destiny seemed to exceed even her ability to comprehend, and whose success or failure might determine whether human magical development could truly transcend its current limitations. For Arthur's sake and for the sake of everyone counting on the next generation to succeed where theirs had fallen short, she hoped the answer would be yes. Chapter 572, Prelude to Fall Ball 2. The Fall Ball. The thought of it lingered in my mind like the soft chime of distant bells, equal parts promising and melancholic. I had missed the previous balls due to guild responsibilities and political obligations, and the four girls were insistent, no, determined, that I make an appearance this time. Their logic was simple: my absence was no longer excusable, and they wanted this night with me, away from the usual chaos and shadowed schemes that seemed to define our lives. For once, I didn't have pressing matters that demanded my immediate attention, and I did want to enjoy academy life during this final year. After all, once I graduated, or more accurately, once I left to focus entirely on Ouroboros, these moments of relative normalcy would become increasingly rare. "Isn't that right, Luna?" I asked, mentally brushing a hand through my hair as I stared out the window of my dormitory room. She responded with a hum of agreement, a sound that carried both warmth and an undertone of something that might have been concern. "You deserve this evening," her voice murmured in my mind. "These moments of peace won't come often in the years ahead. We talked about it before, Luna and I, the sense that I was standing at the edge of a precipice, looking down into an uncertain future that would demand more from me than anything I had yet faced. My final year at Mythos Academy represented the last vestige of a simpler time, before the full weight of responsibility settled permanently on my shoulders. The world was changing. The destruction of Starcrest Academy, the ongoing aftermath of the Vampire War, the political upheavals across multiple continents, all of it pointed toward an era of increasing darkness and complexity. The relative safety and structure of academy life would soon be replaced by a reality where every decision carried life or death consequences, not just for myself but for countless others who would depend on my choices. Ouroboros was expanding rapidly, taking on projects and responsibilities that would have been unthinkable for a guild of our size just a year ago. The Etherite mining operation alone represented a level of strategic importance that placed us at the center of continental politics. Success would bring unprecedented opportunities, failure could destabilize magical technology development for decades. "You're thinking too far ahead," Luna observed gently. "The future will demand what it demands. Tonight is about the present." I exhaled slowly, acknowledging the wisdom in her words even as the weight of anticipation pressed against my consciousness. She was right, of course. The challenges ahead were inevitable, but they weren't here yet. Tonight offered a rare opportunity to simply be a student, to dance and laugh and pretend that the world beyond the academy's borders wasn't waiting to test every limit of my capabilities. "I suppose I'm just realizing how much everything is about to change," I thought back to her. "After this year, there won't be any more dormitory conversations, no more classes with friends, no more pretending that my biggest concern is academic rankings." "Change isn't always loss," Luna replied with characteristic insight. "You're becoming who you need to be. That's not something to mourn." Perhaps not, but it was something to acknowledge. The Arthur Nightingale who would leave Mythos Academy would be fundamentally different from the one who had arrived 3 years ago. The responsibilities, the relationships, the sheer scope of what I was expected to accomplish, all of it had transformed me in ways I was still trying to understand. The four girls had been part of that transformation. Rose, with her journey from uncertainty to confidence. Rachel, whose warmth and strength had become one of my greatest sources of comfort. Cecilia, whose political acumen and unwavering support had helped me navigate impossible situations. Serafina, whose quiet wisdom and ethereal presence had taught me that strength came in many forms. Each of them deserved this evening. They deserved to have the version of me who could focus entirely on them, who could set aside strategic considerations and simply enjoy their company. For one night, I could be their partner rather than a guild master, their friend rather than a political figure. "You're getting sentimental," Luna observed with gentle amusement. Maybe, I admitted. But I think I'm entitled to a little sentimentality. This really is the end of an era. The world beyond graduation would be darker, more complex, more demanding than anything I had yet encountered. The enemies we faced would be more powerful, the stakes higher, the margin for error smaller. Every alliance would carry hidden costs, every victory would plant the seeds of new challenges, every decision would ripple outward in ways I couldn't predict or control. But that darkness was tomorrow's concern. Tonight belonged to music and laughter, to the simple pleasure of holding someone I cared about while we moved across a dance floor, to conversations that didn't require strategic calculations or political maneuvering. Are you ready? Luna asked as I moved toward my wardrobe to select formal attire appropriate for the evening. As ready as I can be, I replied, choosing a midnight blue dress jacket that complemented my eyes. Though I have to admit, part of me wishes I could freeze this moment, this feeling of being on the threshold rather than having already crossed it. Time doesn't work that way, Luna said with gentle finality. But you can make tonight count for something. You can give them and yourself a perfect memory to carry forward. She was right. The fall ball wasn't just a social obligation or a brief respite from responsibility. It was an opportunity to create something beautiful before the world demanded that beauty be set aside in favor of necessity. I finished preparing for the evening, adjusting my appearance until I looked like exactly what I was supposed to be, a young man attending a formal dance with people he cared about. Not a guild master, not a political figure, not someone carrying the weight of continental alliances and revolutionary technology projects. Just Arthur, for one last night. That's better, Luna said approvingly as I checked my reflection one final time. You look like someone who remembers how to smile. I do remember, I told her. I just don't get many opportunities to practice. The evening ahead would be bittersweet, a celebration of what was ending as much as what might begin. But perhaps that was appropriate. The best memories often carried that mixture of joy and melancholy, the recognition that perfect moments were precious precisely because they couldn't last forever. As I prepared to leave my room and meet the girls, I found myself genuinely looking forward to the night ahead. Whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, tonight offered something rare and valuable, the chance to simply be happy, surrounded by people who mattered, in a place that had become home. The fall ball awaited, and for once I intended to let it be nothing more complicated than exactly what it appeared to be, a dance shared with people I loved on a beautiful autumn evening. Perfect, Luna whispered approvingly. Now go make some memories worth keeping. Chapter 573, Fall Ball, 1. The Academy's luminous grandium had been transformed into something that belonged in fairy tales rather than educational institutions. The prestigious ballroom, normally used only for the most significant Academy events, now glowed with crystalline chandeliers that cast warm, golden light across polished marble floors. Floating orbs of soft magical illumination drifted lazily through the air like captured stars, while the walls were draped in rich fabrics that shifted color subtly with each movement. Arrangements of autumn flowers enhanced with preservation spells to maintain their perfect beauty filled the space with delicate fragrance. But before I could experience any of that splendor, I had to survive the journey there with four of the most remarkable women at Mythos Academy. Arthur, you look wonderful, Rose said as she settled into the luxurious interior of the AI-controlled limousine that had arrived to transport us to the evening's festivities. Her emerald green gown complemented her auburn hair perfectly, and her brown eyes sparkled with excitement that was infectious. Thank you, I replied, adjusting my midnight blue formal jacket as I took in the sight of my four companions arranged around the vehicle's spacious interior. Though I have to say, I'm feeling somewhat outclassed by the company. As you should, Rachel said with characteristic warmth, her sapphire blue dress bringing out the depths of her eyes as she laughed. We've been planning our coordination for weeks. Indeed, the four of them looked absolutely stunning. Cecilia sat with regal poise, her golden hair styled in an elaborate updo that showcased her elegant neck and shoulders. Her crimson gown brought out the striking red of her eyes, and she moved with the confident bearing of someone who had been attending formal events since childhood. Serafina occupied the seat across from me, and I understood immediately why she had taken slightly longer to prepare. Her silver hair had been arranged in an intricate style that seemed to incorporate actual starlight, creating an otherworldly effect that perfectly complemented her ice blue eyes. Her pale silver gown emphasized her ethereal beauty while remaining appropriately formal for the occasion. The Academy really went all out this year, Cecilia observed as our limousine glided smoothly along the route toward the luminous grandium. Through the vehicle's transparent roof, we could see other transport arriving ahead of us, some traditional carriages enhanced with modern comfort systems, others sleek vehicles like our own. This will be my last fall ball as a student, I said with a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation. I want to make sure it's memorable. It will be, Serafina said with quiet confidence. We'll make sure of that. Plus, Rachel added with obvious enthusiasm, this is the first major Academy social event since the transfer students arrived. It should be interesting to see how they adapt to Academy traditions. As our limousine approached the entrance to the luminous grandium, I could see the familiar setup that accompanied all major Academy events. The red carpet extended from the building's ornate entrance, flanked by sophisticated AI camera systems that would capture arrival photos for the Academy's archives. Ready for the cameras? I asked, noting the familiar arrangement that had been part of every fall ball I'd attended. Always, Rose replied with confidence that had grown significantly since our first Academy formal event together. The limousine came to a smooth stop at the beginning of the red carpet, and I could see other students ahead of us posing for the AI cameras with practiced ease. After 3 years of academy events, most students had become comfortable with the documentation process. Ready? Rachel asked, her hand finding mine with reassuring warmth. As ready as I'll ever be, I replied honestly. The limousine's door opened with silent efficiency and I stepped out first before turning to assist my companions. The evening air was crisp and clear, filled with the excitement that always seemed to hover around major academy events. Rose emerged first, accepting my offered hand with grace that made the simple gesture seem elegant. Her emerald gown flowed around her as she stood, and I heard several appreciative murmurs from nearby observers. Cecilia followed, moving with the kind of natural authority that commanded attention without seeming to demand it. Her crimson dress seemed to capture and reflect the red carpet's lighting, creating a dramatic effect that the AI cameras immediately focused on. Rachel practically bounced out of the limousine, her enthusiasm for the evening evident in every movement. Her sapphire blue gown swirled around her as she joined our growing group, and her smile was bright enough to rival the ballroom's lighting. Finally, Serafina emerged with the ethereal grace that characterized all her movements. Her silver hair seemed to shimmer with each step, and her pale gown created an almost otherworldly effect that drew gasps of admiration from nearby students. As we began making our way along the red carpet, I became acutely aware of the attention we were attracting. The AI cameras tracked our movement with sophisticated precision, capturing images from multiple angles while other students paused to watch our procession. Arthur Nightingale and companions, I heard one student whisper to another with obvious excitement. For dates, came the amazed response. How does someone even manage that? Look at how comfortable they all seem with each other, another voice observed. That's not fake politeness, they genuinely like each other. The last comment was particularly gratifying because it was accurate. One of the most remarkable aspects of our relationship was how well the four women got along with each other. Rather than competing for my attention, they had developed genuine friendships that made group activities like this feel natural rather than forced. Smile and wave, Rachel murmured quietly as we paused for the cameras at the midpoint of the red carpet. This is actually fun. She was right. Despite my initial nervousness about the public nature of our arrival, I found myself genuinely enjoying the experience. The four women beside me were clearly having a wonderful time, and their happiness was infectious. As we completed our walk along the red carpet and approached the entrance to the luminous grandium, I could hear the sound of classical music drifting from within, played by an orchestra that seamlessly blended traditional instruments with magical enhancement techniques. Here we go, Serafina said softly as the ornate doors opened before us. The sight that greeted us was even more spectacular than I had anticipated. The luminous grandium lived up to its name, with magical lighting that seemed to make the very air sparkle. Other students were already arriving, their formal attire creating a kaleidoscope of colors and styles that reflected the diverse backgrounds represented at Mythos Academy. This is incredible, Rose breathed, her brown eyes wide with appreciation for the transformed space. It really is, I agreed, offering my arms to escort my companions into the ballroom proper. As we made our way inside, I couldn't help but notice the way conversations seemed to pause as we passed. Having one date to a formal event was normal, arriving with four was something else entirely. But if the attention bothered any of my companions, they showed no sign of it. Instead, they seemed to take obvious pleasure in the evening and in each other's company. We found a table that had been reserved for us, one that offered an excellent view of the dance floor while providing comfortable seating for conversation. The Academy had clearly spared no expense for this event. The table settings included crystal glasses that seemed to shimmer with their own light, and the centerpiece was an arrangement of flowers that subtly changed color in harmony with the room's magical lighting. This is beautiful, Serafina observed, her analytical mind clearly appreciating the sophisticated magic that went into creating the evening's ambience. It really is, Rachel agreed, then leaned closer to me with a mischievous expression. Though I have to say, I'm looking forward to the dancing more than the decor. Before I could respond to her implied challenge, a ripple of conversation swept through the ballroom. The kind of murmur that indicated something unexpected or noteworthy had just occurred. Following the direction of numerous gazes, I looked toward the main entrance and immediately understood what had captured everyone's attention. Lucifer Windward had just arrived, and he wasn't alone. Sia Moyong stood at his left side, looking absolutely magnificent in a gown that managed to be both elegant and practical, a deep navy that complemented her black hair and brought out the gold in her eyes. Her usual analytical demeanor was softened by what appeared to be genuine enjoyment of the evening's festivities. At Lucifer's right side stood Dia Solarin, wearing a dress in warm gold that seemed to make her red hair glow like flame. Her golden eyes reflected excitement mixed with something that might have been nervousness, as if she was still adjusting to being the center of attention in such a public setting. But it was Lucifer himself who commanded the most attention. He moved with his characteristic confidence, seemingly unbothered by the fact that arriving with 2 dates was causing considerable speculation throughout the ballroom. Well, Cecilia observed with obvious amusement, it appears we're not the only ones who decided to make this evening memorable. Poor Lucifer, Rachel said with mock sympathy. He's about to discover that being the subject of Academy gossip is less comfortable than he probably anticipated. I watched as Lucifer guided his companions toward a table on the opposite side of the ballroom, noting the way conversation seemed to follow in their wake. Ciola appeared completely composed, as if attending formal events with shared escorts was perfectly natural. Dia looked less certain, though she was managing the attention with grace that spoke to inner strength. I should probably go say hello, I said, starting to rise from my seat. Later, Rose said firmly, catching my arm. Right now, you owe me a dance and I intend to collect. Her tone brooked no argument, and honestly, I had no desire to argue. The evening was young and there would be plenty of time for social obligations later. For now, I wanted to focus on the 4 remarkable women who had chosen to spend this evening with me. In that case, I said, standing and offering Rose my hand with appropriate formality, may I have the honor of this dance? Her smile was brilliant as she accepted, and I led her onto the dance floor as the orchestra began a waltz that seemed designed specifically for romantic evenings and memorable moments. As we began to move together across the polished floor, I caught glimpses of other couples joining us, including Lucifer with Ciela, while Dia remained at their table with what appeared to be several curious classmates who had approached to make conversation. Having second thoughts about our arrangement? Rose asked softly as we turned through the dance's patterns. Never, I replied honestly. Though I have to admit, Lucifer seems to be handling his own complex situation with impressive composure. He's had a good example to follow, Rose observed with gentle teasing. Someone who's been managing multiple relationships with remarkable success for quite some time now. The music swelled around us and I found myself lost in the simple pleasure of dancing with someone I cared about deeply. Rose had become an excellent dancer over our years at the academy, and she moved with the kind of natural grace that made leading her feel effortless. When the song ended, I escorted her back to our table where Cecilia was already standing, clearly expecting her turn. My dance, I believe? She said with mock imperious authority. Of course, Your Highness, I replied with equally mock formality, offering my arm. As we made our way back onto the dance floor, I caught sight of Lucifer now dancing with Dia while Ciela conversed with what appeared to be several other students who had approached their table. The gossip mill was clearly in full operation, but both groups seemed to be handling the attention with remarkable poise. The evening was definitely living up to its promise of being memorable, and we had only just begun. Chapter 574, Fall Ball 2. Dancing with Cecilia was like partnering with controlled fire. Her movements were precise and powerful, reflecting the confidence that had made her such a formidable political figure despite her young age. Her crimson gown swirled around us as we moved through the more complex steps of what the orchestra had shifted to, a traditional slave-mark waltz that required both technical skill and perfect coordination between partners. You've been practicing, I observed as she executed a particularly challenging turn with flawless technique. Rachel insisted we all brush up on our formal dancing before tonight, Cecilia replied with a smile that held both amusement and satisfaction. She said it would be embarrassing if the guild master's partners couldn't keep up with his skill level. Rachel said that, did she? I asked, spinning Cecilia gracefully before drawing her back into the dance's embrace. She did. Though I suspect her real motivation was ensuring that none of us had an unfair advantage during our respective dance time. Cecilia's red eyes sparkled with mischief. We may be sharing you, Arthur, but we're still competitive about making the most of our individual moments. The honesty in her statement was both touching and amusing. Even in their remarkable cooperation, the 4 girls retained their individual personalities and desires. It was one of the things I found most endearing about our unconventional arrangement. They had found ways to support each other while still maintaining their own relationships with me. As we moved across the dance floor, I became increasingly aware of the attention we were drawing. Not just from other students, but from faculty members and even some visiting dignitaries who had been invited to observe the Academy's premier social event. Our group's arrival had clearly been noted and was undoubtedly being discussed in every corner of the ballroom. Are you bothered by all the staring? I asked Cecilia quietly. Please, she replied with characteristic directness. I'm a slave-marked princess attending a formal event with Arthur Nightingale. I'd be more surprised if people weren't staring. She paused, her expression growing more thoughtful. Besides, look around. We're not the only ones providing entertainment for the gossip network tonight. She was right. Across the dance floor, Lucifer was now dancing with what appeared to be a very animated Dia whose golden eyes were bright with laughter at something he had said. The sight was drawing almost as much attention as our own group, particularly from younger students who seemed fascinated by the idea that 2 of the Academy's most prominent figures had both arrived with multiple dates. Poor Ciela, I observed, noting that she was once again seated at their table, though she appeared to be engaged in serious conversation with several older students I recognized as top-ranked members of other classes. Don't feel too sorry for her, Cecilia said with knowing amusement. Ciela is probably enjoying the opportunity to make strategic social connections without the distraction of dancing. She's very practical about these things. The song came to an end and I escorted Cecilia back to our table where Rachel was waiting with obvious anticipation. She had been watching our dance with the kind of analytical attention that suggested she was planning to outshine it during her own turn. My turn, Rachel announced cheerfully, rising from her seat with fluid grace that made her sapphire blue gown seem to ripple like water. Demanding tonight, aren't you? I teased as I offered her my arm. I prefer to think of it as enthusiastic, she replied with the warm smile that never failed to make my heart skip a beat. Besides, I have a reputation to maintain as the most skilled dancer among us. Is that a reputation you've assigned to yourself? I asked as we took our positions for what the orchestra was beginning, a livelier piece that would require more dynamic movement. Serafina assigned it to me, actually, Rachel said with obvious pleasure. She said my natural grace and years of formal training gave me an unfair advantage. And you're modest about this advantage, I suppose? Completely modest, she replied with mock solemnity, then proceeded to demonstrate exactly why Serafina's assessment had been accurate. Rachel was indeed an exceptional dancer. Her years of formal training showed in every movement, but more than that, she possessed an intuitive understanding of music and rhythm that made dancing with her feel like flying. We moved together across the floor with the kind of synchronization that only came from deep familiarity and mutual trust. This is wonderful, she said softly as we spun through a particularly complex sequence. I was worried that with everything else going on, we wouldn't get to have moments like this anymore. What do you mean? I asked, though I thought I understood what she was referring to. All the guild responsibilities, the political obligations, the way everyone seems to want a piece of your time and attention. She looked up at me with those deep blue eyes that seemed to hold starlight. Sometimes I worry that we'll lose the simple pleasures in all the complexity. Her words touched on something I had been thinking about increasingly often. The demands on my time and energy were growing exponentially, and it was becoming harder to find. That's exactly why tonight is important, I said, drawing her closer as the music shifted to a more intimate tempo. No guild business, no political maneuvering, no strategic considerations. Just us, enjoying each other's company. Just us and about 300 other students, Rachel pointed out with gentle humor. Details, I replied, earning a laugh that drew approving glances from nearby couples. As our dance continued, I found myself increasingly aware of the conversations happening around us. The Academy's social dynamics were always complex, but tonight they seemed particularly charged with speculation and curiosity. Can't believe Arthur Nightingale actually came to an Academy event. For dates? How does someone even manage that logistically? Heard that Lucifer Windward brought two as well. What is it with these prodigies? Siola Moyong and Dia Salarin. Interesting choice for the Windward heir. Probably some kind of political alliance thing. You know how these noble families work. Rachel noticed my attention drifting toward the gossip and squeezed my hand gently. Let them talk, she said quietly. Half of them are just jealous that they don't have the courage to be honest about what they want. And the other half? The other half are taking notes for future reference, she replied with amusement. You and Lucifer have probably just set new standards for Academy social events. When our dance ended, I was surprised to find that we had drawn a small audience. Several couples had stopped their own dancing to watch us, and there was even some scattered applause as we made our way back to our table. Show-offs, Serafina observed with mock disapproval as we approached, though her ice-blue eyes held obvious warmth. Just maintaining our reputations, Rachel replied cheerfully, settling back into her seat with obvious satisfaction. In that case, Serafina said, rising with characteristic grace, I suppose I should maintain mine as well. And what reputation is that? I asked, offering her my arm. The most elegant dancer in the Academy, she replied with the kind of quiet confidence that made even bold statements seem like simple observations of fact. As we made our way back onto the dance floor, I caught sight of Lucifer's table and was amused to see that they had been joined by several other students, including Rinkagu and Jean Ashbluff. What had started as gossip curiosity was apparently evolving into genuine social interaction. Lucifer seems to be handling his situation well, I observed to Serafina as we began dancing to what the orchestra was now playing. A slow, romantic piece that emphasized graceful movement over technical complexity. He's had a good example to follow, Serafina replied, echoing Rose's earlier comment. Though I suspect he's finding it more challenging than he anticipated. What makes you say that? Look at Dia's face when she thinks no one is watching, Serafina said quietly. She's still nervous about the attention. And Siola is being very careful to appear perfectly composed, which suggests she's working harder at it than usual. I followed her subtle indication and realized she was right. While both of Lucifer's companions were handling the evening with apparent grace, there were small signs of tension that became apparent once you knew to look for them. Should I be concerned about how my own companions are handling things? I asked. Serafina's smile was genuinely amused. Arthur, we've been preparing for this evening for weeks. We've discussed every possible scenario, planned our responses to various situations, and agreed on how to handle everything from gossip to direct questions about our arrangement. She paused, her ice-blue eyes meeting mine with warmth that belied her usually cool demeanor. We want to be here, all of us. This isn't a burden or an obligation. It's exactly how we chose to spend this evening. Her words carried a certainty that eased concerns I hadn't fully realized I was harboring. The complexity of our relationships sometimes made me worry that I was asking too much, expecting too much, or somehow taking advantage of their remarkable willingness to accommodate an unconventional situation. Thank you, I said quietly, for tonight, for your patience with everything, for making this work when it probably shouldn't. It works because we want it to work, Serafina replied simply, and because we trust you to make it worth the effort. As we continued dancing, moving together with the kind of synchronized grace that made complicated steps seem effortless. I found myself thinking about how fortunate I was to have found people who understood not just what I needed, but what I could offer in return. The evening was progressing exactly as I had hoped, filled with laughter, music, and the kind of simple pleasures that made all the complexity worthwhile. And judging by the continuing buzz of conversation throughout the ballroom, it was also providing enough entertainment value to keep the Academy's social networks busy for weeks to come. When our dance ended and I escorted Serafina back to our table, I was pleased to see that Rose, Rachel, and Cecilia were engaged in animated conversation with several other students who had approached during our absence. The sight confirmed what I had hoped, that our evening was being perceived not as something scandalous or inappropriate, but as an example of how mature individuals could handle complex relationships with grace and consideration. "How are we doing on the gossip front?" I asked as I took my seat. "Quite well, actually," Cecilia replied with obvious satisfaction. "Most people seem impressed rather than scandalized. Though there are some interesting theories being proposed about the political implications of both your arrangement and Lucifer's." "What kind of theories?" "The kind that give us far too much credit for strategic thinking," Rachel said with amusement. "Apparently some people believe this is all part of some elaborate alliance-building exercise between major families. If only they knew," Rose added with gentle humor, "that our most strategic consideration was making sure we all got adequate dance time." Chapter 575. Fall Ball 3. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere in the grand ballroom seemed to grow more relaxed and festive. The initial wave of gossip and speculation had settled into a more comfortable buzz of social interaction, and I noticed that both our group and Lucifer's had become focal points for broader conversations rather than subjects of whispered speculation. "Arthur," a familiar voice called from behind me. I turned to find Lucifer approaching our table, looking remarkably composed despite the attention his own unconventional arrangement had been generating throughout the evening. His formal attire was impeccable, and he moved with the confident bearing that had always characterized him. "Lucifer," I replied, rising to greet him properly. "Enjoying the evening?" "Immensely," he said with genuine enthusiasm. "Though I have to admit, I'm beginning to understand why you've seemed somewhat exhausted lately. Managing multiple social obligations simultaneously is more complex than I anticipated." I couldn't help but laugh at his candid assessment. "It does require a certain amount of coordination," I agreed. "How are Ciola and Dia handling everything?" "Better than I expected, honestly. Ciola is treating the entire evening as a networking opportunity, which suits her perfectly. And Dia," he glanced back toward their table with obvious affection. "Dia is having the time of her life. I don't think she's stopped smiling since we arrived." Following his gaze, I could see that he was right. Dia was currently engaged in animated conversation with what appeared to be several students, her golden eyes bright with laughter. The nervousness I had noticed earlier seemed to have completely disappeared, replaced by genuine enjoyment of the social interaction. "I wanted to thank you," Lucifer continued, his tone becoming more serious, "for the example you've set with your own relationships. It made approaching this situation much easier when I could point to your success as evidence that unconventional arrangements could work." "I'm glad it helped," I replied, genuinely pleased that our experience had provided useful guidance. "Though I have to say, you seem to be handling everything with remarkable grace." "Practice," he said with amusement, "and very patient partners who were willing to help me figure out the logistics." As we talked, I became aware that our conversation was drawing attention from nearby tables. The sight of the Academy's two most prominent students discussing their shared approach to complex relationships was apparently fascinating to observers. "We're being watched," I observed quietly. "Constantly," Lucifer agreed with resignation. "I'm beginning to think we should charge admission for the entertainment value we're providing." Before I could respond, Ciola appeared at Lucifer's side with her characteristic quiet efficiency. She had changed from her earlier networking mode to something more personal, her golden eyes focused entirely on her companion. "The orchestra is about to play the evening's featured waltz," she said, her tone carrying subtle expectation. "I believe you promised me that particular dance." "Of course," Lucifer replied immediately, offering his arm with formal courtesy. "Arthur, would you excuse us?" "Naturally," I said, watching as they made their way back onto the dance floor. As I returned to my own table, I found that Rose, Rachel, Cecilia, and Serafina had been observing the interaction with obvious interest. "That was diplomatic," Cecilia observed with approval. "Establishing friendly relations while maintaining appropriate boundaries." "Lucifer's learning quickly," Rachel added, though I noticed Ciola made sure to reclaim his attention before their conversation could go on too long. "Smart woman," Serafina said with what might have been admiration. "She understands the importance of managing public perception." As we watched Lucifer and Ciola begin their dance, a formal waltz that showcased both their technical skill and their obvious comfort with each other. I found myself thinking about how the evening was evolving. What had started as two potentially scandalous social arrangements was becoming something more like a celebration of honest communication and mature relationship management. "Penny, for your thoughts?" Rose asked softly, settling into the chair beside me. "Just thinking about how well everything is going," I replied honestly. I was worried that tonight might be awkward or complicated, but instead it feels natural, she suggested with understanding. "Exactly. Like this is just how things should be." "That's because it is how things should be," Cecilia said with characteristic directness. "We've spent months figuring out how to make this work, how to support each other while maintaining our individual relationships with you. Tonight is just the public expression of what we've already established privately." The orchestra's featured waltz was indeed magnificent, and I could see why it had been given special prominence in the evening's program. The melody was complex and romantic, requiring both technical skill and emotional connection between partners. Lucifer and Ciola were dancing beautifully, their movements perfectly synchronized and their expressions showing obvious enjoyment of both the music and each other's company. "They make a striking couple," Rachel observed with genuine appreciation. "They do," I agreed, then looked around our table with renewed gratitude. "Though I have to say, I'm quite satisfied with my own companions for the evening." "Flatterer," Serafina said with mock disapproval, though her ice-blue eyes held warmth. As the featured waltz concluded and couples began leaving the dance floor, I noticed that the evening's energy was shifting toward its peak. The initial formality was giving way to more relaxed social interaction, and the gossip networks had evolved into genuine conversations about relationships, politics, and the future. Arthur. Dia Solarin appeared at our table with slightly flushed cheeks and obviously high spirits. "Could I borrow you for a moment? There's something I'd like to discuss." I glanced at my companions, who all nodded encouragingly, before rising to follow Dia to a quieter area near the ballroom's edge. "Thank you," she said once we had relative privacy. "I wanted to tell you how grateful I am for everything you've done. Not just the obvious things, but the way you've shown that it's possible to be honest about complex feelings without causing chaos." "I'm not sure I follow," I replied, though I thought I understood what she was referring to. "Watching you navigate your relationships with Rose, Rachel, Cecilia, and Serafina gave me the courage to be honest with Lucifer about my own feelings," she explained. "And more importantly, it showed me that it was possible to be part of something unconventional without sacrificing dignity or respect." Her words carried weight that went beyond simple gratitude. Dia had been through tremendous trauma, losing everything she had known when her father's betrayal destroyed her previous life. Finding happiness and acceptance in her new circumstances was a significant achievement. "I'm glad our experience provided useful guidance," I said sincerely. "Though from what I've observed tonight, you and Ciola have done excellent work establishing your own approach to the situation." "We have," she agreed with obvious satisfaction. "And we have you to thank for showing us that it was possible." As we made our way back toward the main social area, I found myself thinking about the unexpected ways that personal choices could influence others. The decision to be honest about my own complex relationships had apparently provided a model that helped others find their own paths to happiness. The remainder of the evening passed in a pleasant blur of music, dancing, and conversation. I made sure to spend additional time with each of my companions, sharing dances and private moments that reinforced the individual connections that made our group arrangement possible. Rose's warmth and growing confidence, Rachel's spirited enthusiasm, Cecilia's political insight delivered with genuine affection, Serafina's quiet wisdom and ethereal grace. Each brought something unique to our shared experience. Meanwhile, Lucifer's group seemed to be thriving as well. Ciola had successfully transformed the evening into a networking opportunity without sacrificing romantic attention, while Dia's obvious joy provided a counterbalance that kept things from becoming too calculated. Their success was drawing its own positive attention, contributing to a general atmosphere of acceptance for unconventional relationship arrangements. As the evening began to wind toward its conclusion, the orchestra announced the final dance, a slow, romantic piece designed to provide a perfect ending to the night's festivities. "Who gets the honor?" I asked my companions, suddenly faced with the need to choose among 4 equally deserving partners. "We discussed this earlier," Rose said with amusement. "All of us. All of you." I asked, confused about the logistics. "It's a slow dance," Cecilia explained patiently. "We take turns switching partners every minute or so. That way everyone gets a share of the final dance without anyone being left out." The solution was so perfectly them. Practical, fair, and designed to ensure that no one felt excluded from the evening's most significant moment. The final dance was indeed perfect. I began with Rose, holding her close as we moved to the gentle rhythm of the orchestra's romantic melody. Her auburn hair caught the ballroom's magical lighting, and her brown eyes reflected complete contentment as we swayed together. After the agreed-upon interval, I smoothly transitioned to Cecilia, whose crimson gown swirled around us as we continued the dance. Her red eyes held warmth and satisfaction as she looked up at me, clearly pleased with how the evening had progressed. Rachel came next, her sapphire blue dress complementing the deeper blue of my formal jacket, as we moved together with the synchronized grace that had always characterized our interactions. Her smile was brilliant as she whispered something amusing about the other couple's attempts to coordinate similar partner exchanges. Finally, Serafina completed our rotation, her silver hair seeming to capture and reflect the ballroom's enchanted lighting as we finished the dance together. Her ice blue eyes held depths of affection that she rarely showed in public settings, making the moment feel particularly precious. As the music came to its gentle conclusion and the evening officially ended, I found myself surrounded by 4 remarkable women who had made this night everything I had hoped it would be. Around us, other couples were beginning to make their farewells, and I could see Lucifer's group engaged in similar expressions of satisfaction with how their evening had unfolded. "Thank you," I said quietly, looking at each of my companions in turn. "For tonight, for your patience with everything, for making this work when it probably shouldn't." "It works because we want it to work," Serafina replied, echoing her earlier words. "And because we trust you to make it worth the effort." As we made our way out of the grand ballroom and back toward the dormitories, I reflected on how perfectly the evening had met my hopes for it. The fall ball had provided exactly what I had needed, a reminder that some things were worth preserving amid all the complexity and responsibility that defined most of my life. Chapter 576. 7-Circle Magic, 1. The Academy's library was quieter than usual on this particular afternoon, most students having fled to more recreational activities after the morning's challenging coursework. I sat at my usual table with Rachel. To my left sat the traditional Fuller Method materials, standard textbooks that any serious student of 7-Circle Magic would study. To my right, however, were 2 collections that represented the pinnacle of magical innovation. Detailed manuscripts on the Asterius method that Rachel had carefully transcribed and brought from her family's private archives, and the complete theoretical framework of the Alaric method that Charlotte had provided when she challenged me to create something entirely new. "The fundamental difference," Rachel explained, settling beside me with her characteristic grace as she opened one of the Asterius texts, "is in how we conceptualize the 7th circle itself." She pointed to a diagram that made my head spin just looking at it. Where Fuller's method showed a straightforward hierarchical arrangement, the Asterius approach displayed something that resembled a 3-dimensional mandala, with interconnected spheres that seemed to pulse and flow in mathematical harmony. "Fuller treats the 7th circle as an amplifier," Rachel continued, her golden hair catching the library's enchanted lighting. "But that's primitive thinking. The Asterius method recognizes that the 7th circle should be a conductor, orchestrating harmony between all previous circles rather than simply boosting their output." I studied the complex equations that accompanied the diagram, already feeling the familiar intellectual vertigo that came with genuinely advanced magical theory. "So instead of raw power multiplication, we achieve exponential efficiency through resonant optimization," she finished with obvious satisfaction. "It's why Asterius spells can match Fuller's output while using less mana and casting faster." The elegance was undeniable, but so was the complexity. Each equation seemed to spawn 3 more variables, creating cascading systems that required not just mathematical skill but genuine intuitive understanding of magical principles. "And the Alaric method?" I asked, reaching for Charlotte's materials. Rachel's expression grew more serious. "That's where things get really interesting. Charlotte's approach is completely different from both Fuller and Asterius." I opened the Alaric method texts and immediately understood her concern. Where both Fuller and Asterius focused on circle interaction and mana manipulation, the Alaric method seemed to approach 7-circle magic from an entirely different philosophical foundation. "It's not about circles at all," I realized after scanning the introductory materials. "Charlotte's treating magic as a field phenomenon." "Exactly," Rachel confirmed. "Instead of discrete circles that interact, the Alaric method views magical energy as a continuous field that can be shaped and focused through theoretical constructs that only resemble traditional circles." The implications were staggering. This wasn't just a different technique, it was a fundamentally different understanding of how magic worked at the deepest level. "No wonder Charlotte suggested I try to synthesize these approaches," I muttered, already feeling overwhelmed by the scope of what I was attempting. "She wants me to reconcile 3 completely different magical philosophies." "Not reconcile," Rachel corrected gently. "Transcend. She thinks you can find a way to combine the best aspects of all 3 while avoiding their individual limitations." Over the following weeks, we established a routine that balanced our academy obligations with intensive research. Mornings were dedicated to our regular coursework, my individualized curriculum of deep dark theory, pure light applications, 6-circle development, and enhanced aura manipulation, along with Professor Nero's increasingly challenging practical missions. Afternoons found us back in the library, where Rachel proved invaluable in translating her family's complex theoretical framework into concepts I could actually work with. Her explanations transformed the abstract mathematics of the Asterius method into comprehensible principles, though the work remained monumentally challenging. The key insight of the Asterius method, she explained during one particularly intensive session, is that the seventh circle doesn't just manage the previous 6. It creates a feedback loop that allows the entire system to adapt and optimize in real time. Adaptive optimization, I repeated, trying to internalize the concept. So Asterius spells essentially learn and improve as they're being cast? Within limits, Rachel confirmed. It's not true artificial intelligence, but there's a pseudo-cognitive element that responds to changing magical conditions. That's why experienced Asterius practitioners can achieve effects that seem impossible based on the raw mana investment. Meanwhile, my study of the Alaric method revealed an approach that was both more abstract and more fundamentally radical. Charlotte's theoretical framework treated magic not as discrete effects but as manipulations of an underlying field that permeated reality itself. She's essentially arguing that all magic is field manipulation. I explained to Rachel one evening as we reviewed my notes. Spells, circles, even individual magical effects. They're all just different ways of creating localized distortions in this universal magical field. Which would explain why the Alaric method is so theoretically elegant, Rachel observed. If you're working with the fundamental structure of magical reality rather than trying to impose artificial constructs on it. But also why it's so incredibly difficult to master, I added with rueful appreciation. Understanding field dynamics at that level requires mathematical sophistication that most mages never develop. Our evening study sessions were frequently interrupted by visits from our dormitory companions. Rose would appear with tea and gentle reminders to take breaks, while Cecilia offered political insights into how various magical families guarded their theoretical secrets. Serafina provided analytical perspectives that helped me identify patterns I might have missed. You're trying to solve 3 different puzzles simultaneously, she observed during one such visit, studying the equations scattered across our table. Have you considered that the solution might require abandoning traditional circle-based thinking entirely? Her comment sparked something in my mind, a possibility I hadn't fully considered. What if, I said slowly, instead of trying to improve on existing methods, I approached this from first principles, used what I understand about all 3 methods to ask what 7-circle magic should accomplish, rather than how existing methods try to accomplish it. Rachel's eyes lit up with interest. You mean design the ideal magical framework and then figure out how to implement it? Exactly. Fuller, Asterius, and Alaric all started with existing magical understanding and tried to extend it. But what if we started with the desired outcome and worked backward? It was an audacious approach, but as I began sketching preliminary ideas, I realized it might be the only way to truly synthesize such different methodologies. You're talking about magical engineering, Serafina observed with something approaching awe. Designing magic like Charlotte designs her research projects, with specific goals and optimal solutions rather than traditional approaches. Something like that, I agreed, though even I wasn't entirely sure where this line of thinking would lead. As the first month of intensive study drew to a close, I found myself developing ideas that didn't quite fit any existing magical framework. The combination of theoretical knowledge from 3 revolutionary methods was generating insights that seemed to transcend their individual limitations. If I could successfully create a 7-circle method that combined the best aspects of Fuller's stability, Asterius's adaptive elegance, and Alaric's fundamental sophistication, it wouldn't just advance my own development. It could revolutionize magical theory itself. The first month had laid the foundation. Now came the real challenge, transforming theoretical understanding into practical innovation. Ready for the next phase? Rachel asked as we prepared to leave the library that evening. As ready as anyone can be for attempting the impossible, I replied with a confidence I was beginning to actually feel. The theoretical groundwork was complete. Now it was time to begin the real work of creation. Chapter 577. 7-Circle Magic. 2. The second month of my research began with a fundamental shift in approach. Instead of continuing to study the 3 methods separately, I started what Rachel dubbed theoretical archaeology, deconstructing each approach to its core principles and examining how they might be rebuilt into something entirely new. You're essentially reverse engineering centuries of magical innovation, she observed as we spread our materials across multiple tables in the Academy Library's most secluded study room. And doing it with the best theoretical minds in our year, Cecilia added as she joined us, her arms full of additional texts from the Slatemark Empire's magical archives. Her red eyes sparkled with intellectual excitement as she surveyed our expanded workspace. I've brought some comparative analysis materials that might help with the synthesis work. Rose arrived shortly after, carrying a service tray with tea and light refreshments. I thought you might need sustenance for what looks like another marathon study session, she said with gentle amusement. though her brown eyes showed genuine interest in the complex diagrams covering our tables. Rose has been helping with organizational systems, Rachel explained as we welcomed our expanded research group. Her approach to information management has been invaluable for tracking the relationships between different theoretical concepts. It's like managing guild logistics, Rose said with a smile. Except instead of coordinating people and resources, I'm helping coordinate ideas and mathematical relationships. The Fuller method, I realized, was built on the principle of hierarchical amplification, each circle building upon the previous ones in a structured, predictable pattern. It was reliable and stable, but ultimately limited by its rigid architecture. The Asterius method embraced adaptive harmony, creating systems that could respond and optimize in real time. This gave it tremendous flexibility and efficiency, but at the cost of theoretical complexity that made it nearly impossible to fully predict or control. The Alaric method approached magic as field manipulation, working with the fundamental structure of magical reality itself. This made it incredibly powerful and theoretically elegant, but required mathematical sophistication that put it beyond most practitioners' reach. Each method sacrifices something to achieve its strengths, I explained as our expanded group reviewed my analysis. Fuller trades flexibility for stability, Asterius trades predictability for adaptability, Alaric trades accessibility for fundamental power. So your synthesis would need to achieve stability, adaptability, and fundamental power without sacrificing any of them? Cecilia asked with obvious skepticism, her political mind immediately grasping the complexity of what I was attempting. That's the theory, I confirmed, though I was becoming increasingly aware of how challenging this would be in practice. The mathematical challenges alone are staggering, Rose observed, studying the equations with surprising insight. You're essentially trying to solve optimization problems that each method approaches differently. The breakthrough came during my third week of synthesis work. What if the key to synthesizing the three methods wasn't in their magical frameworks, but in their underlying mathematical principles? Each method uses different mathematical tools. I explained to Rachel as I began sketching new diagrams. Fuller relies on hierarchical algebra, Asterius uses dynamic systems theory, Alaric employs field equations. But what if we could create a mathematical framework that incorporated all three approaches? Rachel's eyes widened as she followed my reasoning. You're talking about creating new mathematics specifically for magical applications. Not entirely new, I clarified. More like a unified mathematical language that can express concepts from all three methods simultaneously. The work that followed was some of the most intellectually demanding I'd ever attempted. We spent long hours developing what I came to call synthetic magical mathematics. Equations that could describe hierarchical amplification, adaptive optimization, and field manipulation within a single theoretical framework. This is insane, Rachel muttered during one particularly challenging session, her golden hair disheveled from running her hands through it in frustration. You're essentially inventing a new branch of applied mathematics. With help from some of the best theoretical minds in the academy, Cecilia added, her own notes covering several pages of complex derivations. My experience with slate-mark magical theory is providing some interesting parallels to what Arthur's developing. The organizational framework is helping too, Rose contributed, having created an intricate system for tracking the relationships between different theoretical concepts. I can see patterns in how the three methods interconnect that might not be obvious when you're focused on the mathematics. Magical mathematics has always been its own discipline, I pointed out, though I was equally overwhelmed by the complexity of what we were attempting. The first major breakthrough came when I realized that the three methods weren't actually incompatible. They were describing the same underlying phenomena from different perspectives. Fuller's hierarchical amplification was actually a simplified version of field manipulation, while Asterius's adaptive optimization was a special case of dynamic field adjustment. They're all field theories, I told our expanded research group with growing excitement. Fuller just doesn't realize it because he's working with discrete approximations, and Asterius masks it behind biological metaphors. But at the fundamental level, they're all manipulating the same magical field that Charlotte describes explicitly. So your synthesis would be a complete field theory that incorporates the best aspects of each approach? Rachel asked, her mathematical intuition immediately grasping the implications. That's brilliant, Cecilia added, her red eyes bright with understanding. Instead of trying to force three different methodologies to work together, you're revealing their underlying unity. And the organizational structure supports it, Rose observed, pointing to her carefully constructed relationship diagrams. When you map the connections properly, you can see how each method is really just a different interface to the same underlying system. Exactly. A unified framework that can operate in hierarchical mode when stability is needed, adaptive mode when flexibility is required, and direct field manipulation when maximum power is necessary. The theoretical framework took another 2 weeks to develop, involving mathematical concepts that pushed the boundaries of my academy education. Rachel's brilliance proved invaluable during this phase, her natural mathematical talent helping translate abstract concepts into workable equations. The key insight, I explained as we finalized the basic framework, is that instead of choosing between stability, adaptability, and power, we can design a system that shifts between operational modes depending on requirements. Like a magical transmission system, Rachel observed with obvious appreciation for the elegance of the solution. Exactly, the same underlying engine, but with different configurations optimized for different purposes. As word of our research spread through the Academy's informal networks, we began receiving visits from curious classmates and even some faculty members. Professor Nero appeared one afternoon, ostensibly to check on our progress but clearly interested in what we were developing. Ambitious work, he observed after reviewing our theoretical diagrams. Though I notice you're focusing entirely on the mathematical framework. Have you given thought to practical implementation? The question highlighted a challenge I'd been avoiding. Creating the theory was one thing, actually casting spells using these principles was something else entirely. That's the next phase, I replied, though I wasn't entirely sure how to approach it. Might I suggest starting with simple applications? Professor Nero recommended. Your current six-circle capabilities provide an excellent foundation for testing theoretical concepts. His suggestion proved invaluable. Instead of trying to immediately implement full seven-circle magic, I began experimenting with applying my unified framework to enhance existing spells. The results were remarkable. By treating my six-circle spells as simplified field manipulations rather than discrete magical effects, I achieved significant improvements in both efficiency and power output. Your pure light applications are getting stronger, Serafina observed during one of our evening study sessions. There's something different about the way you're channeling energy. I'm using field optimization principles to improve mana flow patterns, I explained, demonstrating an enhanced light spell that required noticeably less energy than traditional approaches. It's beautiful, Rose added with genuine appreciation. The energy patterns look more natural somehow. Her observation was particularly insightful. My enhanced spells did feel more natural, as if they were working with magical principles rather than forcing them into artificial constructs. Meanwhile, my work on developing Sword Heart had been progressing steadily. The enhanced understanding of energy flow and field manipulation that came from my magical research was translating directly into improved sword techniques. Your resonance is becoming remarkably stable, Clara observed during one of our occasional coffee conversations. Are you applying magical theory to your sword work? Something like that, I confirmed. The same principles that govern magical fields seem to apply to weapon-based energy channeling. Interesting, she said with her characteristic drowsy insight. Most people try to keep their magical and martial development separate, but you're finding connections between them. Her comment highlighted something I'd been sensing but hadn't fully articulated. My approach to magical and martial development was becoming increasingly integrated, with insights from one discipline enhancing the other. As the second month drew to a close, I found myself with a theoretical framework that showed genuine promise and practical applications that demonstrated real improvements over traditional methods. But the ultimate test still lay ahead, attempting to actually implement seven-circle magic using my unified approach. Are you ready for the next phase? Rachel asked as we prepared to leave the library after another productive session. Ready to attempt something that might revolutionize magical theory or fail spectacularly? I replied with a mixture of confidence and apprehension. Those aren't mutually exclusive outcomes, she pointed out with gentle humor. You're approaching something significant, Luna observed as we made our way back to the dormitories. I can sense the way your understanding is reshaping itself. It feels like I'm seeing magic from a completely different perspective, I replied mentally. Not just as spells or techniques, but as interactions with fundamental forces. The foundation was complete. Now came the real test, putting theory into practice. Chapter 578. Seven-Circle Magic, 3. The third month began with a startling realization during one of my martial training sessions. As I practiced advanced sword forms in the Academy's combat facility, I felt something fundamental shift in my energy patterns. Something that made my heart race with both excitement and apprehension. Your sword resonance is approaching critical mass, Jean observed with obvious amazement as he watched me complete a series of forms that seemed to bend reality around them. Arthur, you're standing at the edge of Sword Heart. He was right. I could feel it. The wall that separated integration rank from ascendant rank was visible in my mind's eye, close enough that I could almost reach out and touch it. My sword work had evolved to the point where one more breakthrough, one moment of martial enlightenment, would carry me across that legendary threshold. But that was exactly the problem. I need to stop, I said, deliberately pulling back from the technique that would have pushed me over the edge. The effort required enormous willpower. Every instinct screamed at me to take that final step, to claim the power and recognition that came with ascendant rank. Stop, Jean asked with genuine confusion. Arthur, you're about to achieve something that most martial artists spend decades pursuing. Why would you hold back? Because I'm not ready? I replied, sheathing my sword with hands that trembled slightly from the effort of restraint. If I scale the wall now through pure martial advancement, I'll lock myself into a primarily sword-based path to ascendant rank. My magical development would be constrained by that choice. Understanding dawned in his eyes. You want to achieve integrated advancement, magical and martial enlightenment simultaneously. Exactly. I've been developing both paths in parallel for a reason. If I can cross the wall using both approaches at once, I might achieve capabilities that exceed what either discipline could provide alone. It was one of the most difficult decisions I'd ever made. The promise of Sword Heart was tantalizingly close, representing power and capabilities that few people ever achieved. But I could sense that accepting it now would somehow limit my magical potential. That's either remarkably disciplined or remarkably foolish, Jean observed with a mixture of admiration and concern. Enlightenment opportunities don't present themselves on convenient schedules. His warning echoed my own fears, but I trusted my instincts about timing. Both my magical research and my martial training were approaching readiness for fundamental breakthroughs, and something deep inside suggested that synchronizing them would create possibilities neither alone could achieve. When I explained my decision to our research group that evening, their reactions were mixed but ultimately supportive. You're gambling everything on a theoretical possibility, Rachel said with obvious concern. If your integrated development theory is wrong, you could end up missing both opportunities. But if it's right, Cecilia added thoughtfully, you could achieve something unprecedented in the history of magical and martial development. The documentation supports the integrated approach, Rose observed, reviewing her detailed records. Your progress in both areas has been parallel and mutually reinforcing throughout the entire development period. Their analysis reinforced my confidence in the decision, but it also highlighted the urgency of completing my magical preparation. If I was going to attempt simultaneous breakthrough, the Nightingale method needed to be ready for activation the moment enlightenment struck. The remaining weeks of the month were spent in intensive refinement of the theoretical framework. Working with Rachel, Cecilia, and Rose, I focused on perfecting every aspect of the unified system, ensuring that it would be ready for immediate implementation once I achieved the necessary insight. The modular approach is elegant, Rachel observed as we reviewed the final equations. Instead of trying to run all three methodologies simultaneously, you've created a system that can shift between operational modes seamlessly. It's like a sophisticated engine, Cecilia added, her experience with magical technology providing valuable perspective. Multiple configurations available instantly, all optimized for different requirements. And the documentation is comprehensive, Rose confirmed with satisfaction. Anyone studying this framework will have complete understanding of both theoretical foundations and practical implementation. The Nightingale method, as we had come to call it, was indeed complete. It represented a synthesis of Fuller's hierarchical stability, Asterius's adaptive optimization, and Alaric's fundamental field manipulation, unified through mathematical principles that treated all three as expressions of the same underlying magical reality. More importantly, it was designed to integrate seamlessly with martial energy manipulation, treating magical and physical enhancement as complementary rather than competing approaches to power development. You've essentially created a new paradigm for advancement, Professor Nero observed when I presented the completed framework for his review. This isn't just an improvement on existing methods. It's a fundamental reconceptualization of how advanced development should work. The integration potential is particularly remarkable, he continued, studying the equations that described magical and martial synthesis. If your theory is correct, someone using this method could achieve capabilities that transcend traditional disciplinary boundaries. That's the goal, I confirmed. To create an approach that doesn't force practitioners to choose between magical and martial development, but instead allows them to pursue both simultaneously for enhanced results. But theoretical completion was only half the challenge. The other half was psychological and spiritual, achieving the enlightenment necessary to activate the framework and cross the wall to ascendant rank. Enlightenment can't be forced, Serafina observed with her characteristic analytical precision when I discussed my readiness with her. It emerges from deep understanding combined with perfect timing. And you feel close to that understanding? She asked. Very close, I replied honestly. I can sense the shape of the insight I need, even if I can't quite grasp it yet. It's like seeing the solution to a complex problem just at the edge of vision. You're approaching the threshold, Luna confirmed during one of our mental conversations. I can feel the way your consciousness is shifting, preparing for the breakthrough. How will I know when it's time? I asked. You'll know, she replied with certainty. When all the pieces align, theoretical understanding, practical readiness, martial preparation, and spiritual insight, the moment will be unmistakable. As the third month drew to a close, I found myself in a unique position. My sword work was poised on the very edge of sword heart, requiring only a moment of martial enlightenment to trigger ascendant rank advancement. The Nightingale method was theoretically complete and ready for activation. My understanding of integrated development had reached the point where breakthrough seemed not just possible but inevitable. All that remained was the crucial moment of enlightenment, the instant when everything would click into place and allow me to step across the wall using an approach that had never been attempted before. "You're like a spring wound to maximum tension," Clara observed during one of our final coffee conversations of the development period. "All the preparation is complete, but you're waiting for exactly the right moment to release all that accumulated potential." "That's exactly how it feels," I agreed. "Everything is ready, but the final trigger has to come naturally." "And when it does?" she asked with gentle curiosity. "When it does, everything changes," I replied with quiet confidence. "The Nightingale method becomes active, sword heart becomes accessible, and I achieve ascendant rank through integrated development rather than single discipline advancement." The 3-month intensive development period was complete. The theoretical framework was finished, the martial preparation was ready, and the conditions for breakthrough were perfectly aligned. Now came the most challenging part: waiting for the moment of enlightenment that would transform 3 months of preparation into revolutionary reality. "Soon," Luna observed as I settled into meditation that final evening. "I can sense that the moment is approaching." "I hope so," I replied, "because I don't think I can maintain this balance much longer." "You won't have to," she assured me. "When enlightenment comes, it will feel like the most natural thing in the world. All this preparation will suddenly make perfect sense." The foundation was complete. The moment was approaching, and when it arrived, I would be ready to step into entirely new territory of human potential. The waiting was almost over. Chapter 579. Breaking Through the Wall, 1. The training hall was quiet, save for the faint hum of mana that filled the air. The crystalline walls shimmered softly, reflecting the ambient magical energy that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. I stood in the center of the room, my sword in hand, feeling the weight of 3 months of intensive preparation settling around me like a familiar cloak. This was it, the moment when everything would either come together in perfect harmony or collapse spectacularly. "You're ready?" Luna's voice whispered in my mind, carrying a certainty that helped steady my nerves. "All the pieces are aligned. Trust in what you've built." I took a steadying breath, closing my eyes to center myself. The Nightingale method existed as a complete theoretical framework in my consciousness, waiting for the moment of enlightenment that would transform it from abstract knowledge into living reality. My sword resonance had reached the very edge of something profound, requiring only the slightest push to cross that legendary threshold into sword heart. But this wasn't about achieving either breakthrough individually. This was about something unprecedented, simultaneous magical and martial ascension that would carry me to ascendant rank through integrated development rather than single discipline mastery. "Focus?" I murmured to myself, feeling the familiar weight of my blade. No hesitation, no doubt. I remained still, letting my consciousness expand to encompass the sword in my hands. The weapon wasn't just steel and energy anymore. I could feel my connection to it deepening, expanding beyond the sword resonance I had cultivated for months. The boundary between wielder and weapon began to blur as something fundamental shifted within me. As this transformation began, I simultaneously started constructing the theoretical framework for 7-circle magic in my consciousness. Not the traditional Fuller method, nor the Asterius approach, nor even Charlotte's Alaric system, but the Nightingale method that synthesized all three while transcending their individual limitations. The first 6 circles formed with remarkable ease, their energy patterns optimized according to the unified mathematical principles I had developed. Hierarchical amplification provided the stable foundation, adaptive optimization ensured smooth energy flow, and field manipulation techniques allowed for precise control. But the 7th circle, that was where the true innovation lay. Instead of simply adding another layer to the existing structure, the 7th circle in the Nightingale method operated as a consciousness interface, a metasystem that could dynamically reconfigure the previous 6 circles based on spell requirements and environmental conditions. The sword in my hands pulsed with energy as my connection to it transcended mere resonance. I felt the weapon becoming something more, not just an extension of my will, but a living conduit that existed in perfect harmony with my consciousness. The sword resonance I had cultivated was crystallizing into something far more profound. Sword heart. "Now," Luna urged as I felt both the theoretical construct and the sword transformation approaching completion. "Let understanding and intuition merge." In that moment, everything clicked. The sword wasn't just a weapon. It was an extension of my soul, a focus for the same field manipulation principles that governed my magical development. The energy patterns flowing through my martial connection weren't separate from magic. They were expressions of the same fundamental forces that the Nightingale method was designed to harness. The revelation struck like lightning. Magic and martial arts weren't different disciplines that could be practiced simultaneously. They were complementary aspects of a unified approach to energy manipulation. The theoretical framework I had created wasn't just a method for casting seven-circle spells. It was a comprehensive system for integrated advancement that applied equally to magical and physical enhancement. As this understanding crystallized, I felt the wall that separated integration rank from ascendant rank suddenly become visible in my consciousness. Not as an obstacle to overcome, but as a threshold to cross through perfect synthesis of knowledge, will, and technique. My connection to the sword completed its transformation, sword resonance evolving into true sword heart. The weapon blazed with brilliant light while the Nightingale method's seventh circle pulsed in perfect synchronization, creating a feedback loop that amplified both magical and martial energies exponentially. The world responded. The air rippled as if reality itself was acknowledging the fundamental change taking place. My sword glowed with energy that seemed to bend reality around it, while my newly formed sword heart resonated with power that transcended normal martial arts. Simultaneously, the seventh circle of my magical construct engaged fully, creating a harmony between sword and spell that neither discipline could achieve alone. And then the wall yielded. I felt it in every fiber of my being as I scaled the barrier between ranks and stepped into the realm of the ascendant. The surge of power was overwhelming. Not just raw energy, but a fundamental transformation that affected every aspect of my existence. My mana core evolved, its capacity and efficiency increasing by orders of magnitude. The first body metamorphosis began immediately, muscles and nerves restructuring themselves to handle capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations. Even my mind seemed to expand, able to process information and energy patterns with unprecedented clarity. But most significantly, deep within my consciousness, two new presences manifested simultaneously. The first was my sword heart, not just a metaphysical construct, but a living system that could gather and compress mana, transforming it into astral energy with perfect efficiency. It pulsed with steady rhythm, resonating with the enhanced energy flows of my transformed body. The second was the active matrix of the Nightingale method itself. No longer just theoretical knowledge, it had become an integral part of my magical consciousness, ready to implement seven-circle spells with capabilities that surpassed any traditional approach. I lowered myself into a lotus position as the transformation continued, centering myself while the metamorphosis ran its course. This wasn't just physical evolution, it was fundamental change that affected every aspect of my being. As the initial surge of power stabilized, I became aware of something extraordinary happening in the space around me. The air shimmered, taking on an almost crystalline quality, and I felt a familiar presence manifesting in physical form. Arthur. Luna's voice came not from my mind but from directly in front of me. I opened my eyes to see a small figure materializing from motes of silver light, a child who appeared to be perhaps 5 years old, with hair that flowed like liquid amethyst and seemed to hold starlight and eyes that reflected depths of ancient wisdom in their golden orbs. Her form was delicate but radiated power that made the air itself thrum with energy. "Luna?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. She smiled, an expression both childlike and infinitely wise. "Your advancement to ascendant rank has weakened the seals that bound me to purely mental manifestation. I can appear physically now, though still in limited form." Her voice carried the same warmth and intelligence I had grown accustomed to, but hearing it spoken aloud rather than telepathically was startling. She looked exactly as I had always imagined she might, ancient wisdom in the form of innocent youth. "The Nightingale method," she continued, walking closer with steps that barely seemed to touch the ground, "is more significant than you realized. By creating a unified framework for magical and martial development, you've essentially discovered a new path to power that transcends traditional limitations." As if responding to her words, I felt another presence stirring within my consciousness. Erebus, my lich companion who had been bound by limiting seals since our initial contract, was experiencing his own transformation. Dark energy swirled in the corner of the training hall, coalescing into a tall figure wreathed in shadows and ethereal flames. Where before Erebus had been constrained to the power level of a basic undead, now his true capabilities as a lich were finally unleashed. "Master." His voice resonated with newfound authority and power. "The limiters have been removed. I can access my full abilities now." The difference was immediately apparent. Erebus's magical aura had intensified dramatically, dark energy radiating from his form with barely contained force. His knowledge of necromantic arts, previously restricted, was now fully available. Even his physical manifestation appeared more solid, more real, as if my advancement had somehow anchored him more firmly to this realm. "This is just the beginning," I said, marveling at the changes surrounding me. "When I reach immortal rank, we can work on evolving you into an archlich." Erebus's hooded form inclined in acknowledgement. "I await that day with great anticipation, Master." The power of an archlich would serve your ambitions well. Luna observed this exchange with obvious interest. Your connection to both magical and martial disciplines, combined with unique companions like Erebus and our own bond, creates possibilities that extend far beyond traditional advancement paths. Standing up from my meditation posture, I took stock of my transformed capabilities. The power coursing through me wasn't just quantitatively greater than before, it was qualitatively different. I could feel the Nightingale Method's unified framework operating in harmony with my enhanced sword heart, creating synergies that neither traditional magic nor pure martial arts could achieve. How strong am I now? I asked, curious about the practical implications of my integrated breakthrough. Stronger than any newly advanced ascendant has a right to be, Luna replied with amusement. Your simultaneous magical and martial advancement has placed you somewhere between low and mid-ascendant rank immediately. Most practitioners require months to achieve such stability. Erebus's dark form nodded agreement. Your magical capabilities, enhanced by my unrestricted knowledge and power, exceed what most ascendant rank mages achieve, even after significant development. The implications were staggering. By refusing to choose between magical and martial advancement, by creating an integrated approach that treated both as expressions of the same underlying principles, I had achieved capabilities that surpassed traditional methods in every measurable way. Chapter 580. Breaking Through the Wall, 2. I felt my sword heart pulse within me, a steady rhythm that seemed to resonate with the mana coursing through my transformed body. With just a thought, I could sense its new potential, the ability to gather and compress mana, transforming it into astral energy with an efficiency that surpassed anything I had previously imagined possible. It was like having access to an entirely new dimension of power. But the sword heart was only half of the equation. The Nightingale Method's 7-circle framework had finally bridged the gap in my spellcasting capabilities, giving me access to magical techniques that traditional approaches couldn't match. While my martial development had been progressing rapidly, the magical advancement through integrated enlightenment had created perfect balance between both disciplines. The two paths now felt less like separate approaches and more like harmonious aspects of a unified system, threads of the same tapestry that strengthened each other rather than competing for dominance. And then there were the dual partial metamorphoses. There were no adequate words to describe the transformation. Unlike traditional ascendants who experienced complete metamorphosis in a single aspect, my integrated approach had triggered something unprecedented, simultaneous partial transformation of both body and mind. My body felt fundamentally evolved, though not to the full extent that pure warriors achieved. Every fiber of muscle, every ligament, every nerve had been enhanced to operate at superior efficiency, granting me perhaps 70% of the physical advantages that dedicated body aspect fighters gained at this rank. The superior endurance, enhanced regeneration, and pure physical capability were mine to command, though in a more balanced form. Simultaneously, my mind had undergone its own partial metamorphosis. My ability to process complex information, manipulate magical energies, and comprehend abstract patterns had been enhanced significantly. Again, roughly 70% of what pure mind aspect mages typically achieved. The mental clarity and expanded consciousness were remarkable, yet harmonized with my physical enhancements rather than overwhelming them. But experiencing both transformations simultaneously revealed depths that academic knowledge couldn't convey. I wasn't just partially stronger and partially more intelligent. I was operating according to fundamentally different principles entirely. The synergy between the dual partial metamorphoses created capabilities that seemed to exceed what either complete transformation might have provided alone. The resonance between your magical and martial development is remarkable, Luna observed, her childlike form studying me with ancient eyes. Most ascendant rankers achieve their advancement through single-discipline focus, experiencing complete metamorphosis in either body or mind. Your integrated approach has created something entirely new, dual partial metamorphoses that reinforce each other. She walked closer, her steps barely disturbing the air around her. Despite appearing as a 5-year-old child, her presence radiated power that made reality itself seem more vivid and substantial. Your transformation pattern is unprecedented, she continued. Instead of achieving full metamorphosis in one aspect like traditional ascendants, you've gained partial enhancement in both body and mind simultaneously. The synergy this creates places you at capabilities equivalent to mid-ascendant rank immediately, despite neither transformation being complete. Erebus, now manifesting his full power as an unleashed lich, added his own assessment. Master, the necromantic energies I can now access complement your enhanced capabilities perfectly. Together, we represent a force that exceeds the sum of our individual powers. I flexed my fingers, marveling at the balanced precision and strength flowing through them. The dual transformation had been more comprehensive than I had anticipated, affecting not just raw power but every aspect of how I interacted with both magical and physical forces. Neither metamorphosis was complete, yet together they created capabilities that felt more refined and versatile than either alone might have provided. It will take approximately 4 months to fully stabilize these dual partial metamorphoses, I said, mostly thinking aloud as I evaluated my new capabilities. At that point, I should have capabilities equivalent to a solidly established mid-ascendant rank practitioner, despite technically having incomplete transformations in both aspects. 4 months to stabilize dual partial metamorphoses? Luna's expression showed amusement mixed with something that might have been concern. Most newly advanced ascendants require a year or more to achieve such stability with their single complete metamorphosis. Your integrated development continues to exceed normal parameters. Why would I settle for normal parameters? I replied with a slight smile. As we discussed the implications of my transformation, I became aware of subtle changes in how I perceived the world around me. Colors seemed more vivid, magical energies more distinct, and the underlying patterns that governed both physical and metaphysical phenomena more comprehensible. The enhanced mental processing from my partial mind metamorphosis worked in harmony with the improved sensory acuity from my partial body metamorphosis. The enhanced perception is a unique benefit of your dual partial metamorphoses, Luna explained, apparently sensing my observations. By developing both physical and mental capabilities simultaneously, even in incomplete form, you've created a synergistic enhancement that pure specialists never achieve. Each partial transformation amplifies the benefits of the other. I took out my phone, its sleek surface lighting up as I composed messages to Rachel, Cecilia, and Rose. They needed to know about my breakthrough, and I wanted to share this moment with the people who had been instrumental in making it possible. The response was immediate, all three agreeing to meet at our usual cafe near the academy. Their excitement was palpable even through text messages, and I found myself looking forward to seeing their reactions to the changes. The cafe wasn't far, its warm atmosphere providing a welcome contrast to the intensity of the training hall. As I settled into a seat near the window, I noticed how differently I experienced even simple sensations like the aroma of coffee or the texture of the furniture. Everything seemed more vivid, more immediate, a result of the balanced enhancement to both my physical senses and mental processing capabilities. Luna had gone back into the seal, explaining that maintaining physical manifestation in public spaces would draw unwanted attention. Erebus had simply faded back into the shadows, though I could sense his presence lurking just at the edge of perception. It wasn't long before they arrived. Rachel burst through the cafe entrance first, her golden hair catching the light and her sapphire eyes immediately focusing on me with laser intensity. Cecilia followed with her characteristic poise, though her red eyes showed obvious curiosity. Rose entered last, her brown eyes warm with anticipation. For a moment, they all stood there, clearly sensing that something fundamental had changed even before I spoke a word. "You did it?" Cecilia said simply, her voice carrying a mixture of admiration and something that might have been awe. "You actually broke through." "Not just broke through," Rachel added, sliding into a seat across from me, "but completely shattered expectations in the process. I can feel the power radiating from you. This isn't normal ascendant rank advancement." Rose settled beside me, her presence warm and comforting. "The integrated approach worked? Better than I had hoped," I confirmed. "The Nightingale method proved to be everything we theorized and more. By achieving magical and martial enlightenment simultaneously, I triggered dual partial metamorphoses that have granted me capabilities exceeding traditional single-discipline advancement, despite neither transformation being technically complete." "Show us," Cecilia said with obvious eagerness. I smiled, extending my hand palm up above the table. With barely a thought, I activated a simple 7-circle spell using the Nightingale method's framework. Light coalesced above my palm, but it wasn't ordinary magical illumination. It was structured light that shifted through multiple configurations, demonstrating adaptive optimization, hierarchical amplification, and field manipulation principles in sequence. "And your martial development?" Rose asked. In response, I simply allowed a fraction of my sword heart's energy to manifest visibly. The air around my hand shimmered with concentrated astral energy, far more stable and efficient than anything I had achieved at integration rank. "Incredible," Cecilia murmured. "You've essentially achieved dual partial mastery simultaneously. The synergy between incomplete body and mind metamorphoses has created capabilities that might exceed complete single-aspect transformation." "The implications are staggering," Rachel added, her brilliant mind clearly working through the theoretical possibilities. Rose leaned closer, her voice dropping to a more intimate tone. "How do you feel?" "The transformation must have been intense." "Like I've become something fundamentally different," I replied honestly. "The dual partial metamorphoses have created a balance I never expected. I'm not as physically enhanced as a pure warrior, nor as mentally augmented as a pure mage, but the combination creates capabilities that feel more versatile and refined than either extreme might provide. It's exhilarating and slightly overwhelming." "The exhilaration will stabilize," Cecilia observed with the voice of experience. But the sense of operating by different rules, that's permanent. Welcome to Ascendant Rank, Arthur. The world looks different from here. As our conversation continued, I found myself reflecting on the journey that had brought me to this point. 3 months of intensive research and development, countless hours of theoretical work with my companions, the careful balance between advancement and restraint. All of it had culminated in capabilities that exceeded my most optimistic projections. So what comes next? Rachel asked eventually. Stabilization and exploration, I replied. I need to fully understand what the Nightingale method can accomplish, integrate these new capabilities with my existing responsibilities, and begin planning for the next phase of development. Next phase? Rose asked with curiosity. Immortal rank, I said simply. When I reach that level, I should complete both metamorphoses fully, achieving the full benefits of both body and mind transformation that traditional ascendants get separately. But that's a goal for the future. For now, I have enough new capabilities to master. Don't get ahead of yourself, Cecilia warned with gentle humor. You've achieved something unprecedented, but overconfidence has been the downfall of many promising ascendants. She's right, Rachel agreed. Even with your enhanced capabilities, there are immortal rank opponents who could still pose serious threats. I understand the limitations, I assured them. Enhanced regeneration, domain abilities, centuries of experience. Immortal rankers have advantages that I can't overcome yet. My partial metamorphoses give me unique versatility, but they don't make me invincible. The qualifier hung in the air, carrying implications that all three of them understood. I wasn't planning to remain at my current level indefinitely. Just promise us you won't do anything reckless, Rose said with genuine concern. I promise to be careful, I replied, which earned knowing looks from all three women. As the afternoon progressed, we discussed the practical implications of my advancement, the changes it would bring to our relationships and responsibilities, and the opportunities it created for future development. But perhaps most significantly, I was conscious of the companions whose own capabilities had been enhanced by my breakthrough. Luna's partial manifestation and Erebus's unleashed power represented force multipliers that would prove invaluable in the challenges ahead. The world had not become safer with my advancement. If anything, achieving Ascendant rank had revealed the true scope of the threats that existed at higher levels of power. But for the first time, I felt genuinely prepared to face those challenges. The integrated approach I had pioneered wasn't just about personal advancement. It was about creating capabilities that could make a meaningful difference in a world that desperately needed them. The breakthrough was complete, but the real work was just beginning. Chapter 581. Ebony Tower 1. The first semester of my final year at Mythos Academy had come to a close. One more neatly boxed chapter in a long academic saga. I was still rank 1, still ahead of Lucifer, and still handling the weight of expectations with the quiet steadiness people had come to expect from me. I'd finished every assignment, attended every evaluation, and still carved out time for the people who mattered, Clara, the girls, and Lucifer himself. It was, all things considered, a successful term. And yet, the countdown had begun. Just one semester left. After that, I would step out of the artificial structure of Mythos and into something much less forgiving. But before that, winter break. A misnomer, really. There would be no break, no rest. This winter I was headed west. To the Ebony Tower. A place cloaked in reputation and legend. One of the great bastions of magical research in the Western continent. For most, it was an institution. For me, it was a promise, and an opportunity that could reshape the entire necromantic landscape. Ebony Tower. I'm surprised, Gene said as he leaned back in the plush leather seat of his family's private aircraft. The Ashbluff royal crest was subtly embroidered into the headrest behind him, and he looked perfectly at home in the luxurious cabin. He always carried himself with more natural authority when surrounded by the trappings of his heritage. You're actually going through with it? I made a commitment to Paul Lucrian, I said. I promised him a paper. A paper? Gene asked, though I could see the curiosity building behind his eyes. On how I formed an ancient undead. I clarified. Without a gift of deep dark. The words settled between us like a dropped stone in still water. Gene blinked, then blinked again. You're serious? I nodded. He leaned forward now, the aircraft's gentle hum providing a backdrop to our conversation as his princely composure cracked slightly. That's not just a paper, Arthur. That's a heresy in bone and rune. You're talking about overturning a millennium of necromantic doctrine. I simply shrugged. Sometimes doctrine needs overturning. Forming an ancient undead without a gift of deep dark had been considered impossible. Not difficult, impossible. The prevailing belief was that only those born with the gift could handle the formation rituals, the mental strain, and the cost in life force. The belief had become a law. The law had become a wall. The wall of talent. And I'd found a way through it. Paul Lucrian's no fool, Gene continued, his voice dropping to something more serious. He reached high immortal rank. He's the deputy tower master now. If he validates your method and successfully replicates it, the current tower master won't be able to hold his seat for long. You're essentially handing him a revolution. I'm aware, I replied calmly. But I'm not doing it for free. Jean raised an eyebrow. What's your price? 2 things. First, he helps me with my second necromantic summon. A higher order construct. Something that goes beyond current theoretical frameworks. I want to create something that bridges the gap between traditional necromancy and my integrated approach. And the second? A full partnership between Vakert and the Western Necromantic Research Network. Jin's eyebrows climbed higher. Rose's company? I nodded. Vakert is positioned well in the Slatemark Empire. Strong roots, flexible growth potential. But we lack influence in the West. If Paul agrees to this partnership, Vakert's reach will spread through both continents. The necromantic economy will tilt in our direction permanently. Jean considered this, his sharp mind working through the implications as he gazed out the aircraft's window at the clouds below. He wasn't the type to praise easily, but when he spoke, his words carried genuine respect. Smart. Vakert is already Ouroboros aligned. If you secure this, you'll turn the Slatemark necromantic market into a sealed loop while gaining access to Western innovations. The Western market is larger and more volatile, I agreed. But Slatemark's is small enough to control completely. And we've already done most of the groundwork there. This partnership will finish it. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. It would. But if you formed your lich as an ancient undead 3 years ago, why are you submitting the paper now? Jean asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. I didn't understand the theory behind it then, I admitted, scratching my cheek. I got lucky. Lucky. Jean blinked, his composure finally cracking entirely. The idea of classifying the greatest discovery in the field of deep dark and necromancy as luck was clearly doing damage to his princely sensibilities. But now I understand it completely since the limiter on my lich was removed when I advanced, I explained. I can now properly theorize and replicate the process. Jean shook his head slowly, a mixture of disbelief and admiration on his face, as the aircraft began its descent toward the Western continent. Then, as if remembering something important, his expression shifted to something more formal. Actually, Arthur, that brings me to something else. He reached toward a secured compartment built into the aircraft's wall, withdrawing an ornate document sealed with the royal crest of the Western continent. My father prepared this for you. I took the document, feeling the weight of high-quality parchment and the subtle magical protections woven into the seal. King Valen isn't meeting with me directly? He determined that you no longer need to be tested, Jean said, his voice taking on the measured tone he used when speaking officially. This is the same contract he offered you before, the one contingent on proving your worthiness. But now, he gestured toward the document. He's concluded that your recent advancement and achievements speak for themselves. I broke the seal carefully, unfolding the document to reveal dense legal text written in both common and the formal script of the Western continent. As I read, recognition dawned. This was indeed the same contract from before, but now offered without conditions. The same terms as before, I said finally. Jean nodded. Father doesn't change his offers lightly. What you're seeing there are the same complete operating rights for Ouroboros in the Western continent he proposed before, but now given freely without the need for you to prove yourself through trials. I scanned the key provisions again, making sure I understood correctly. Preferential access to all royal research facilities, including restricted archives. Licensing for experimental necromancy that would normally require years of approval. And the right to recruit top necromancers from any Western institution, Jean finished, including the Ebony Tower itself, if you can convince them to join. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just a business agreement. It was essentially a carte blanche to reshape the Western necromantic landscape according to my vision. And now it was being offered without the trials and tests that had originally been attached. The previous conditions? I asked. Waived, Jean said simply. Father believes your actions have already demonstrated everything the tests were designed to measure. Why now? I asked directly. Before, he wanted me to prove myself worthy of this level of support. What changed? Jin's expression grew thoughtful. Your advancement to ascendant rank through methods no one thought possible. Your revolutionary approaches to both magic and politics. Your consistent ability to exceed every expectation. He paused, looking out the aircraft window. Father originally designed tests to see if you had the capability to handle this level of responsibility. But watching your recent achievements, he's concluded that you've already provided all the proof necessary. I folded the document carefully, my mind already working through the possibilities this opened up. With royal backing, my visit to the Ebony Tower would be more than just an academic exchange. It would be the first step in establishing an empire that spanned continents. There are conditions, of course, Jean added. Of course. Ouroboros' activities in the West must align with royal interests. Any major experiments or developments that could affect continental stability must be cleared through royal channels. And, he paused, his expression growing more personal. You're expected to maintain the relationship that brought this opportunity about. I looked at him questioningly as the aircraft's engines shifted tone, indicating our approach to the Western continent. Your friendship with me, he clarified with a slight smile. Father values having a direct line to someone of your capabilities. Don't make him regret extending this trust. I wouldn't dream of it, I replied, and meant it. Jean had proven himself invaluable as both ally and friend. This agreement only strengthened the bonds that were already there. So, Jean said, leaning back in his chair again, ready to revolutionize Western necromancy? I tucked the royal agreement into my own spatial storage, feeling the weight of new possibilities settling around me like a familiar cloak. Let's find out. Chapter 582. Ebony Tower. 2. Humans liked building towers. A lot. It was something woven into the DNA of civilization. When faced with power, knowledge, or the great unknown, someone would eventually look up and say, let's build something tall to poke it. And so, naturally, the world had a few of them. There was the Tower of Magic on the central continent, where spellcraft was dissected and reimagined in lecture halls ringed with runes. The Dragon Tower in the south, pulsing with bloodline experimentation and dangerous pride. The Constellation Tower up north, cold and gleaming, built for studying pure light. And finally, there was the Ebony Tower. In the west, the tower was a monument in black. It rose over a kilometer tall, shaped from seamless obsidian that seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it. A dark needle stabbing into the gray skies above, its surface so perfectly smooth it appeared almost liquid. No banners, no ornamentation, no pretense of warmth. Just sharp lines and silent authority. The kind of structure that didn't try to impress you with grandeur it didn't need to. Dark energy pulsed through its walls like a heartbeat, visible as faint veins of deeper shadow that spiraled up its length. This wasn't just architecture, it was a declaration of purpose. It looks much more ominous than it should, I said as our self-driving car curved up the long road toward the base. Even the air here felt heavier, filtered by perpetual clouds and the weight of 1,000 years of necromantic research. Jean barely reacted, his gaze fixed on the approaching tower with something like reverence. Function over form. The Ebony Tower doesn't waste energy on aesthetics. He looked completely at home here. Of course he did. The Western continent suited him. Its sharp architectural lines, muted color palette, and subtle undercurrents of barely restrained power. His posture, his tone, even the way he carried himself. It all seemed more refined here, more precise. He fit into this backdrop as naturally as obsidian into shadow. Everything here was black. Not metaphorically, literally. The buildings rose like monoliths of dark stone. The roads were paved with black granite that gleamed wetly under the overcast sky. The vehicles moved like sleek shadows. Even the fashion. Everyone wore variations of dark coats, deep grays, and midnight blues, as if they had all quietly agreed on a theme decades ago and never looked back. It wasn't this monotone before, Luna muttered in my mind, static crackling at the edges of her voice. What happened to color in this place? I didn't answer immediately. Maybe it was cultural evolution. Maybe it was practical, dark colors hid the residue of necromantic experiments better. Maybe people here just liked the way black made them feel important. Or maybe, after generations of studying death magic, the aesthetic had simply grown on them. Did you finalize the paper? Jean asked, breaking the contemplative silence as the tower's shadow engulfed our vehicle entirely. Naturally, I replied, eyes still fixed on the imposing structure. Though I should clarify, the method I've developed doesn't eliminate the inherent difficulty of creating ancient undead. It shifts the challenge, makes it more accessible, but it's still far from trivial. Jean nodded thoughtfully. So it's not democratizing necromancy. No, I agreed. It's creating a second path for the truly capable. Talented necromancers without a gift of deep dark will now have a viable route forward. But those with the gift will still find their innate approach more intuitive. My method is mechanical rather than instinctual. It requires more resources, takes longer, and has a higher margin for error. But it's reliable and, most importantly, reproducible. A second gate, Jean murmured, to a destination that's had only one entrance for over a millennium. He glanced at me with something between respect and wariness, though he would never voice either sentiment directly. Creating ancient undead was never meant to be simple, he added. It still isn't, I said quietly as we approached the tower's base. But now, it's possible for more than just the gifted. And sometimes, possibility was enough to reshape entire civilizations. The car glided to a stop before the Ebony Tower's entrance, a massive archway that seemed to swallow light itself. No doors were visible instead. A wall of controlled darkness rippled like liquid shadow, scanning us as we approached. Arthur Nightingale and Prince Jean Ashbluff, I announced to the shifting barrier. We have an appointment with Deputy Tower Master Paul Locrian. The darkness pulsed once, then dissolved like morning mist, revealing a cavernous entrance hall beyond. The interior was even more impressive than the exterior. Polished black stone that reflected distorted images, ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow, and the subtle but unmistakable presence of immense magical power humming through every surface. Robed figures moved through the space with purpose, their dark garments making them appear as mobile shadows. Some paused to nod respectfully to Jean, recognition flickering in their eyes. Others simply continued their business, too absorbed in their research or too important to acknowledge mere visitors. An attendant approached, a middle-aged woman whose pale skin contrasted sharply with her midnight robes. Prince Jean, Mr. Nightingale, welcome to the Ebony Tower. Deputy Tower Master Locrian is expecting you on the 195th floor. She gestured toward a series of crystalline platforms that rose through the center of the tower like floating islands of black glass. No visible support, no mechanical apparatus. Pure magical levitation sustained by the tower's ambient energy. The ascension platforms will take you directly to your destination, she explained. Please step aboard the central lift. We moved onto the nearest platform, and I felt the subtle shift as we began to rise. The sensation was remarkably smooth, like standing on solid ground while the world simply fell away beneath us. Through gaps in the tower's interior structure, I caught glimpses of laboratories, libraries, and research facilities that grew more sophisticated the higher we climbed. Floor 100, Jean noted as we passed a particular level. That's where they conduct the really dangerous experiments. Anything above floor 150 is restricted to high immortal rank researchers and above. And floor 195? Deputy Tower Master Territory. Paul Locrian has been there for over 30 years. The platform continued its ascent, carrying us past levels that hummed with increasingly potent magical energies. By the time we reached the upper floors, the very air felt dense with power, the accumulated result of centuries of high-level necromantic research. Floor 195. The platform announced in a voice like whispered silk. We stepped off into a corridor that was notably different from the lower levels. Here, the black stone was inlaid with silver runes that pulsed with gentle light, and the oppressive atmosphere gave way to something more refined, more controlled. The walls were lined with portraits of previous Deputy Tower Masters and displays of significant necromantic artifacts. At the end of the corridor stood a set of double doors crafted from what appeared to be fossilized dragon bone. Their surface etched with protective wards so complex they made my eyes water to look at directly. The doors swung open silently as we approached. Beyond lay an office that managed to be both scholarly and intimidating. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with tomes that radiated knowledge and danger in equal measure. Artifacts of incredible power sat casually on pedestals, as if they were mere paperweights. The far wall was entirely transparent, offering a view of the western continent that stretched to the horizon. And behind a desk carved from a single piece of midnight black stone sat Paul Locrian. He looked exactly as I remembered from our brief meeting years ago, though perhaps with a few more lines around his eyes. Still tall and lean, with silver-streaked dark hair and the kind of presence that suggested immense power held under careful control. His robes were simpler than those of the other researchers I'd seen, but the quality of the material and the subtle magical enhancements woven into the fabric marked him as someone of exceptional status. Arthur Nightingale, he said, rising from his chair with a slight smile. You've grown considerably since our last meeting. Deputy Tower Master Locrian, I replied with a respectful nod. Thank you for agreeing to see me. Please, Paul is sufficient. And Prince Jean, he added, turning to acknowledge my companion. Your father sends his regards, I trust? He does, Jean confirmed, along with his continued support for mutually beneficial research initiatives. Paul's smile widened slightly. Excellent. Now then, Arthur, I believe you have something for me. The paper you promised regarding ancient undead formation without deep dark gifts. I do, I said, reaching into my spatial storage to withdraw a bound manuscript. Though before I hand this over, I should confirm our agreement. You'll assist with my second necromantic summon project and facilitate a partnership between my organization and the Tower's research network. Assuming your paper lives up to its claims, Paul replied. Those terms are acceptable. The Tower is always interested in advancing necromantic theory, and if you've truly found a way to circumvent the gift requirement. He left the sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. Such a discovery would revolutionize the field. I extended the manuscript toward him. One way to find out. Paul accepted the paper with the reverence of someone handling a potentially world-changing document. He settled back into his chair and began to read, his expression neutral but intent. The silence stretched as he worked through the theoretical framework I'd developed. I watched his eyebrows rise incrementally as he progressed through the more complex sections, saw him pause to reread certain passages, noticed the way his breathing grew more controlled as the implications became clear. Jean and I waited, neither speaking. This was the moment of truth. Would my theoretical understanding of what I'd accidentally accomplished years ago hold up to expert scrutiny? Paul's hands began to tremble slightly as he reached the final sections. The paper fell from nerveless fingers as he completed the last page, his face pale with what looked like a mixture of awe and terror. And then, to my complete shock, Paul Lucrian, Deputy Tower Master of the Ebony Tower, High Immortal Rank Necromancer, one of the most powerful and respected magical researchers in the world, slowly rose from his chair and dropped to his knees. Why can't anything in my life happen normally? Chapter 583. Ebony Tower, 3. Luna snorted at my thoughts, her amusement rippling through our mental connection like cold water. Of course, with you, how can anything ever be normal? She said, her voice carrying that particular blend of exasperation and fondness that had become her trademark. A simple academic paper exchange becomes a life-changing revelation. Typical Arthur. I chose to ignore her commentary as I often did. Despite being an ancient Chelan with millennia of experience, her input was more often than not simply unnecessary, and occasionally detrimental to my mental well-being. Right now, I needed to focus on the Deputy Tower Master of the Ebony Tower who was currently kneeling before me like I was some sort of divine figure. Please, Sir Paul, get up, I said, trying to inject some normalcy into what had become a decidedly abnormal situation. Paul Lucrian remained on his knees for a moment longer, his hands pressed flat against the polished stone floor of his office. When he finally looked up, his eyes held a light I'd seen before, the fevered gleam of someone who had just witnessed the impossible made manifest. You don't understand, he breathed, slowly rising to his feet, but keeping his gaze fixed on me with unsettling intensity. This paper, what you've accomplished, it's not just a method for bypassing the gift requirement. It's a complete reconceptualization of how necromantic energy can be manipulated at the fundamental level. He moved toward one of his bookshelves, pulling out a thick tome bound in what looked suspiciously like human skin. For 30 years, I've been trying to understand why certain theoretical frameworks fail when put into practice. The mathematics were sound, the energy calculations perfect, but something was always missing. Paul opened the book, revealing pages covered in dense equations and necromantic diagrams. Your approach doesn't just solve the gift problem, it explains why our traditional methods have inherent limitations. The way you've structured the ritual circles, the energy flow patterns, the temporal sequencing. He paused, shaking his head in wonder. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I felt a familiar warmth creeping up my neck. The praise was deeply uncomfortable, primarily because I knew the truth. My initial creation of Erebus as an ancient undead had been largely accidental. I'd stumbled onto the method through a combination of desperation, intuition, and what Luna liked to call my supernatural ability to survive impossible situations through sheer bloody-mindedness. Are you going to tell him the truth? Luna asked with obvious amusement. That his new messiah of necromantic theory basically threw magical spaghetti at a wall until something stuck? Absolutely not. I'm glad the theoretical framework resonates with your research, I said instead, accepting the praise with what I hoped looked like modest confidence rather than shameless fraud. Paul continued his enthusiastic analysis. The implications are staggering. If this method can be replicated consistently, we're looking at a fundamental shift in how necromantic education is structured. The democratization of elite necromancy, Jean observed quietly. He'd been remarkably silent during Paul's revelation, but I could see him processing the political implications with characteristic thoroughness. Precisely, Paul exclaimed, turning to include Jean in the conversation. Though democratization might be too strong a term, the method Arthur has developed is still incredibly demanding. It requires theoretical knowledge that most practitioners never acquire, precision that comes only with years of experience, and resources that remain quite expensive. I nodded, seeing an opportunity. Speaking of resources, that brings us to our agreement. You mentioned assistance with my second necromantic summon project. Paul's enthusiasm immediately shifted toward the practical. Of course. What did you have in mind? With this theoretical breakthrough, I imagine you're planning something quite ambitious. This will be my final necromantic summon, I said, deciding that complete honesty about this particular aspect couldn't hurt. I want to create something that represents the absolute pinnacle of what my methods can achieve. Paul's eyebrows rose. Final summon? Are you planning to focus entirely on other magical disciplines? Something like that, I replied evasively. The truth was more complex. My integrated approach to magical and martial development meant that specializing too heavily in any single school would create imbalances. But explaining that would require revealing more about my capabilities than I was comfortable sharing. Smart, Luna commented. Let him think you're making a strategic choice, rather than revealing the limitations of your unusual development path. In that case, Paul said, his voice taking on a more serious tone, we should discuss this thoroughly. Creating a final masterwork summon is not something to approach casually. He gestured toward a seating area near the transparent wall that offered the spectacular view of the Western continent. As we settled into chairs that were probably worth more than most people's annual salaries, Paul steepled his fingers and regarded me with academic intensity. Tell me about Erebus first, Paul said, settling back in his chair. When I examined him 2.5 years ago, he was already remarkable. An ancient undead created without a gift, though at the time I couldn't fathom how you'd accomplished it. Now that I understand your methods, I'm curious about his current capabilities. Erebus has evolved significantly since our last meeting, I replied. He specialized in magical support, battlefield control, and necromantic amplification. He can provide defensive enhancements, coordinate undead minions, and supplement my own magical capabilities during combat. And the limiters I detected during my initial examination? Removed when I advanced to Ascendant rank. He now operates at his full potential as an ancient undead. Paul nodded with obvious satisfaction. Excellent. A fully realized lich with those capabilities provides an excellent foundation. He paused thoughtfully. Given Erebus's specialization in magical support and battlefield control, your second summon should complement rather than duplicate those roles. My thinking exactly. I need something that can handle roles Erebus isn't optimized for. Paul leaned forward, clearly in his element now. What's your preferred combat style? That will heavily influence the optimal summon design. Close-range combat primarily. I fight with a sword, prefer direct engagement over range tactics. Interesting. Most necromancers favor distance fighting, using their summons as shields while they cast from the back lines. Paul's eyes lit up with professional interest. You're thinking more like a Death Knight or a necromantic paladin. Combat necromancer rather than pure spellcaster. Jean spoke up. Arthur's advancement path has been unconventional. He's developed capabilities that don't fit traditional classifications. I shot him a grateful look. That was accurate without being revealing. Paul absorbed this information with obvious fascination. In that case, we have several potential directions. A direct combat summon to fight alongside you, a specialized support unit to enhance your close combat effectiveness, or perhaps something focused on battlefield mobility and tactical flexibility. What would you recommend for materials? I asked, deciding to push my luck. Given the significance of this project, I'm willing to invest heavily in superior components. Paul leaned forward, his academic excitement evident. Given the extraordinary quality of materials I can provide and your unique combat style, I see several viable paths for your final summon. He pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment and began sketching while he spoke. With crystallized void essence, ancient dragon bone fragments, and concentrated soul gems from legendary class entities, we can create something truly exceptional. The first sketch showed a sleek, deadly figure. A phantom reaper designed for your close combat preferences. It would phase between physical and ethereal states during battle, striking with devastating precision before becoming untouchable. Perfect synergy with your sword work, essentially giving you a supernatural dueling partner. Paul moved to a second design. Alternatively, a bone colossus variant. Pure physical dominance optimized for your tactical needs. Nearly indestructible, capable of both protecting you and devastating enemy formations while you engage primary targets. The third sketch was more elaborate. A spectral warden balanced combat and tactical capabilities. It could adapt its role mid-battle, functioning as both warrior and coordinator depending on what the situation demands. I studied the options, each clearly designed around complementing both my fighting style and Erebus's support capabilities. But, Paul continued, his eyes lighting up with inspiration, given the theoretical breakthroughs in your paper and the quality of materials available, I believe we could attempt something more ambitious. His sketching became more complex. A modular construct, one entity capable of shifting between multiple configurations based on tactical requirements. I studied the three sketches carefully: the Phantom Reaper, Bone Colossus variant, and Spectral Warden. Each design was sophisticated, clearly the product of decades of expertise and deep understanding of necromantic principles. These are all impressive concepts, I said finally. But this is my final necromantic summon. I want to give this decision the consideration it deserves. Paul nodded approvingly. Wise. This kind of decision shouldn't be rushed, especially given the significance you've placed on it. Look at you being all responsible and thoughtful, Luna commented with amusement. Almost like you've learned something about not diving headfirst into major magical projects. I'll need some time to think through the tactical implications of each option, I continued. How they would complement Erebus, how they fit with my combat style, what situations I'm most likely to encounter. Of course, Paul replied, clearly pleased by my careful approach. A decision of this magnitude deserves proper consideration. Take all the time you need. He leaned back in his chair, then seemed to remember something. Actually, that gives me an idea. Would you be interested in seeing the tower's restricted material archives? It might help inform your decision to understand exactly what components would be available for each design approach. Chapter 584. Ebony Tower. 4. The elevator carried us higher through the Ebony Tower, past levels I hadn't seen during our initial journey to Paul's office. As we approached the 210th floor, the ambient magical energy grew noticeably denser, pressing against my consciousness like a physical weight. Fair warning, Paul said as the elevator slowed to a stop. The archive can be overwhelming on first viewing. We have materials here that most necromancers consider mythical. The doors opened to reveal a corridor that immediately felt different from the rest of the tower. The walls here weren't just black stone. They were lined with containment fields that hummed with barely restrained power. Protective wards layered upon protective wards created a sensation of walking through concentrated magic. At the end of the corridor stood Master Valdris, the archive curator. He was an elderly man whose appearance immediately commanded respect. Tall and lean with silver hair that seemed to hold traces of ethereal light. His robes were simpler than Paul's, but the magical aura surrounding him marked him as someone of extraordinary capability. Deputy Tower Master. Valdris greeted Paul with a formal nod before offering a deeper bow to Jean. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you grace our archives. Mr. Nightingale. His tone shifted to one of careful respect when addressing me, clearly recognizing the political dynamics at play. Master Valdris, Jean acknowledged with the casual authority of someone accustomed to such deference. I trust the tower's collection remains adequate for our purposes? There was something in Jin's tone that suggested this wasn't his first time seeing such materials. Valdris's expression tightened slightly at the word adequate, but he maintained his professional demeanor. Arthur here has contributed a revolutionary paper on necromantic theory, Paul explained. Given the importance of his final summon project, I've authorized full archive access for material evaluation. Valdris's eyebrows rose slightly. Full access? That's unprecedented for a non-tower member. The circumstances are exceptional, Paul replied firmly. The curator studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. Follow me and please, touch nothing without permission. Some of these materials have unfortunate effects on the unprepared. This feels like walking into a vault of divine artifacts, Luna observed as we followed Valdris deeper into the archive. The magical density here is extraordinary. Even I'm impressed. The main archive chamber was vast beyond my expectations. The ceiling disappeared into shadow above us, and row upon row of storage units stretched into the distance like a crystalline forest. Each container glowed with its own protective enchantments, creating a constellation of colored lights that pulsed gently in the semi-darkness. We organized by beast classification and rarity, Valdris explained as we walked between the towering shelves. 1-star beast materials at the lower levels progressing upward. The organization system has been refined over 8 centuries of collection. He led us to the first section, where containers held what appeared to be fairly standard necromantic components. 1- and 2-star beast materials, your basic undead creation supplies. Bone fragments from common magical creatures, crystallized essence from forest spirits, standard soul crystals from minor undead. Even these basic materials were of higher quality than anything I'd expected to see. The bone fragments had a lustrous quality that spoke of careful preservation and enhancement. The soul crystals pulsed with steady energy that felt pure and concentrated. 3- and 4-star beast materials, Valdris continued, guiding us to the next section. Here we have components from more dangerous creatures. Shadow beast essences, dire wolf cores, materials from magical predators that require specialized hunting expeditions. I recognized some of the components from my research, but many were completely unfamiliar. The containers in this section required visibly more powerful containment fields, and the magical emanations made my skin tingle just walking past them. This is roughly equivalent to what most mid-tier suppliers can provide, Paul noted, watching my reaction. 5- and 6-star beast materials, Valdris announced as we entered a section that required additional authentication. He pressed his hand to a recognition panel, and new protective barriers dissolved around us. Components from creatures that pose genuine threats to integration rank practitioners. The difference was immediately apparent. These materials radiated power that I could feel in my bones. crystallized essences from creatures I'd only read about in theoretical texts. Bone fragments that seemed to hold whispers of the beings they'd come from. Soul gems that pulsed with such intensity that looking at them directly was uncomfortable. Nightmare Stalker heart crystals. Valdris pointed to a container holding what looked like a black ruby, the size of my fist. From a 6-star abyssal nightmare. Provides tremendous power density but requires careful handling. The emotional resonance can overwhelm unprepared minds. Jean whistled softly, though his tone carried more polite interest than genuine amazement. Nightmare Stalkers. We have a few sets of those in the royal vaults as well. Paul's expression flickered with something between surprise and resignation. Of course, the Ashbluff royal family would have comparable materials. Their influence extended far beyond what most institutions could access. They're rare for good reason, Paul said grimly. Taking down a 6-star magical beast requires coordinated effort from multiple high-rank practitioners. We might acquire such materials once every few years. We continued deeper into the archive, past 7-star materials that required multiple layers of containment. 7-star beast materials, Valdris explained, his voice taking on a more formal tone in Jin's presence. Creatures equivalent to ascendant rank in power. Your Highness would naturally be familiar with materials of this caliber. Jean nodded casually. Father's collection includes several 7-star sets. The Storm Warden bones from the Northern Campaign were particularly impressive. Valdris's professional smile became slightly strained. It was becoming clear that while the tower's collection was impressive by institutional standards, the Ashbluff royal family operated on an entirely different level. The containers here housed materials that made my enhanced senses struggle to process them properly. Bone fragments from creatures that had challenged kingdoms, essence from beasts that existed at the very peak of natural magical evolution. Void Leviathan scale. Valdris indicated a piece of material that seemed to absorb light around it. 7-star creature from the deep ocean trenches. This single scale required a joint expedition between the tower and 3 other major institutions. Wait, I said, recognition dawning. Vokert was able to provide me with an 8-star blood wyvern skeleton for my first summon. How does that compare to what you're showing me? Paul and Valdris exchanged surprised glances. An 8-star skeleton? Valdris asked with obvious interest, though he glanced respectfully at Jean before continuing. That's quite impressive for a private supplier. Paul nodded thoughtfully, clearly recalibrating his assessment. It explains the quality of your first summon. Starting with 8-star materials would have provided an excellent foundation. We moved to the 8-star section, where the containment requirements were genuinely intimidating. 8-star beast materials, Valdris said with reverence. We have perhaps 20 such sets of materials in our entire collection. The containers here were works of art in themselves, crystalline structures that seemed to bend space around them, containing materials that defied easy categorization. I saw what appeared to be solidified shadow essence, bone fragments that seemed to exist partially outside normal space, and crystals that made my eyes water to look at directly. Storm Titan bone fragment. Valdris indicated a piece of material that crackled with residual electrical energy. 8-star creature that required multiple ascendant rankers to bring down. The expedition lasted 3 months. Your blood wyvern skeleton would be comparable to materials in this section, Paul noted. Which means Vokert provided you with truly exceptional components for your first summon. And 9-star materials? I asked, though I was beginning to suspect these would be even more extraordinary. Valdris and Paul exchanged glances. We have exactly 7 9-star components in our collection, Valdris said carefully, his voice holding a note of genuine pride despite Jin's casual dismissal of the lower-tier materials. Each one represents materials from creatures that approach the very limits of what magical beasts can achieve. He led us to a final chamber, this one requiring both his and Paul's authentication to enter. Inside were 7 containers that seemed to exist in their own bubble of reality, surrounded by containment fields so complex they made my enhanced perception struggle to follow their patterns. Abyssal Emperor Carapace Fragment, Valdris said, indicating a container that held what looked like crystallized darkness. From a 9-star entity that ruled an entire layer of the deep sea. Acquired during the deep sea expedition 3 decades ago. The second container held something that looked like crystallized starlight, a fragment that seemed to pulse with its own internal rhythm. Celestial Beast Core Essence, he continued. The expedition to acquire this material cost the lives of 2 immortal rankers. Each container represented materials from creatures so powerful they had shaped the geography around them. Beasts that had required the combined effort of multiple nations to bring down. Any of these could serve as the core component for a truly extraordinary summon, Paul noted. The tour continued through sections containing historic artifacts, weapons and tools created by legendary necromancers throughout history, ancient-grade artifacts that had shaped the development of the discipline itself. Items so significant they were displayed more like museum pieces than crafting materials. The Shadowblade Korin. Valdris indicated a dagger that seemed to exist partially outside normal space. Ancient grade artifact. The Bone Crown Nithara. He continued, showing us a circlet that radiated cold authority. Ancient grade artifact that could theoretically serve as a control matrix for multiple high-level summons. By the time we completed the tour, my understanding of the magical material hierarchy had been completely revolutionized. Vokart's ability to provide 8-star materials suddenly seemed far more impressive. They were operating at a level that put them among the premier suppliers in the world. Impressive collection, I said finally, though it felt like a massive understatement. Paul nodded. This is what I can offer for your final summon project, Arthur. Not just good materials but access to components that could create something truly legendary. Even 9-star materials if your design warrants it. I looked around the archive one final time, my mind racing through possibilities I'd never previously considered. The fact that Vokart had already provided me with 8-star materials for Erebus spoke well of Rose's organization. But seeing the 9-star materials here opened up entirely new categories of possibility. I understand now why you wanted me to see this, I said to Paul. The decision about my summon isn't just about design. It's about understanding what level of achievement is actually possible. Exactly, Paul smiled. Take your time to consider. With access to materials like these, your final summon could become something that changes the field of necromancy itself. As we prepared to leave the archive, I felt the weight of possibility settling around me like a new responsibility. Whatever I chose to create would need to be worthy of the extraordinary resources being offered. The Ebony Tower had just shown me the true pinnacle of magical materials. Chapter 585. Ebony Tower, 5. The return journey to Jin's family estate was conducted in thoughtful silence. The Ashbluff private aircraft cut through the evening sky while I stared out the window, my mind churning through possibilities that seemed to multiply with each passing minute. The Ebony Tower's material archives had fundamentally changed my understanding of what was achievable, and now I faced the daunting task of choosing what to create. This would be my final necromantic summon. The weight of that decision pressed against my consciousness like a physical thing. You're overthinking this, Luna observed, her mental voice carrying that familiar tone of patient exasperation. You always do your best work when you follow your instincts rather than getting lost in theoretical possibilities. Easy for you to say, I muttered under my breath. You're not the one who has to live with the consequences. Jean glanced over from his seat across the aisle. Talking to yourself? That's either a sign of genius or madness. With you, it could go either way. Just processing options, I replied. The archive opened up possibilities I hadn't considered before. The 9-star materials particularly caught your attention, Jean noted with characteristic perceptiveness. I nodded. I needed to focus on the decision at hand. I pulled out a notebook and began sketching ideas, letting my thoughts flow onto paper without trying to filter or organize them initially. Sometimes the best insights came from allowing concepts to develop organically rather than forcing them into predetermined frameworks. Concept 1, Spectral Artillery. A ranged specialist to complement my close combat focus. Something that could provide covering fire while I engaged enemies directly or handle threats that were too dangerous to approach. I sketched a wraith-like figure surrounded by floating weapons, ethereal bows, spectral crossbows, conjured projectile launchers. The advantages were obvious. Erebus provided magical support and battlefield control, but neither he nor I excelled at long-range combat. A dedicated artillery specialist would fill that tactical gap perfectly. But as I developed the concept further, I began to see limitations. Creating a summon purely for ranged support felt like a waste of the extraordinary materials Paul was offering. 9-star components deserved to be used for something more innovative than a supernatural archer. Concept 2, Battlefield Controller. Something focused on area denial and environmental manipulation. I sketched a massive construct that could reshape terrain, create barriers, control weather patterns within a limited area. A summon that turned every battlefield into favorable ground for my fighting style. The tactical advantages were compelling. Most of my opponents would expect to fight me in conditions of their choosing. A summon that could fundamentally alter the combat environment would provide enormous strategic benefits. Yet this concept felt too passive for my preferences. I wanted a summon that could actively participate in combat, not just set the stage for it. Environmental control was useful, but I needed something more dynamic. Concept 3, Adaptive Predator. A hunter-killer specialist that could track, stalk, and eliminate specific targets. Something with enhanced senses, stealth capabilities, and the ability to adapt its approach based on prey characteristics. I sketched a sleek, predatory form that seemed to shift and flow as I drew it. This concept appealed to the part of me that appreciated efficiency and precision. A summon that could handle assassination missions, eliminate specific threats, or hunt down fleeing enemies would be incredibly valuable. But again, it felt too narrow in scope. Creating my final necromantic summon purely for specialized killing seemed like it missed opportunities for broader capability development. Concept 4, Soul Manipulator. Something that worked directly with spiritual energy, extracting information from defeated enemies, manipulating enemy souls during combat, providing enhanced soul-based defenses. I sketched a robed figure surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. The concept had merit, especially given my integrated approach to development. Soul manipulation was an advanced necromantic discipline that could provide capabilities neither Erebus nor I currently possessed. However, the more I considered it, the more it seemed like an extension of Erebus's role rather than a complement to it. Both would be primarily magical in focus, which didn't align with my preference for balanced capabilities. Concept 5. Enhancement Symbiote. This was where my thinking began to shift in a different direction entirely. Instead of creating another independent entity, what if I designed something that could work in perfect integration with my own capabilities? A symbiotic construct that could merge with me during combat, providing enhancements while remaining capable of independent action when needed. I sketched several variations, armor-like constructs, weapon spirits, entities that could phase in and out of my physical form. The more I developed this concept, the more it appealed to my integrated approach to magical and martial development. A symbiotic summon would complement both my close combat preferences and my philosophy of unified advancement. Instead of having 3 separate entities, myself, Erebus, and a third summon, I could have 2 that were capable of becoming one when circumstances required it. The tactical possibilities were fascinating. In merged form, I would gain enhanced physical capabilities, additional defensive options, and expanded offensive potential. In separated form, I would have 2 entities working in perfect coordination, one focused on magical support, one on physical combat enhancement. Now that's more like the Arthur I know, Luna said with obvious approval. Always looking for ways to push boundaries and create something unprecedented. Jean noticed my increased focus on the symbiotic sketches. That looks more complex than your other concepts. It's also more ambitious, I admitted. Most necromancers create summons as separate entities. What I'm considering would be something that could function both independently and as an integrated enhancement to my own capabilities. Integrated enhancement, Jean repeated thoughtfully. That fits your general approach to development. You've never been one to accept traditional limitations. The question is whether it's actually feasible, I said, studying my sketches with a critical eye. Creating something that can exist both as a separate entity and as a symbiotic enhancement would require incredibly sophisticated design work. But you have access to 9-star materials and the expertise of the Ebony Tower's best researchers, Jean pointed out. If anyone could make such a concept work, it would be that combination. I nodded slowly, feeling pieces of the puzzle beginning to fall into place. The symbiotic approach aligned perfectly with my integrated philosophy, provided tactical flexibility that none of my other concepts could match, and would represent something genuinely innovative in necromantic summoning. But it would also be the most challenging concept to implement. The design complexity alone would be staggering, requiring solutions to problems that most necromancers had never even considered. Material requirements would be extensive and the margin for error would be minimal. High risk, high reward, Luna observed. Though given your track record, those tend to be the projects where you do your best work. The aircraft began its descent toward the Ash Bluff estate, the lights of the western continent's capital city spreading out below us like a constellation of earthbound stars. I had perhaps an hour before we landed, and then I would need to make my decision. I reviewed my sketches one final time, weighing each concept against my tactical needs, available resources, and long-term development goals. The choice would define not just my combat capabilities, but potentially influence the entire trajectory of my future advancement. For concepts that represented safe, proven approaches to necromantic summoning. One concept that represented something entirely new. I closed the notebook and leaned back in my seat, feeling the weight of decision settling around me like a familiar cloak. This wasn't just about choosing a summon, it was about choosing what kind of necromancer I wanted to become. The safe path would guarantee success but limit potential. The innovative path would risk everything for the possibility of achieving something unprecedented. As the aircraft continued its descent, I felt a familiar sensation, the same certainty that had guided me through every major decision since arriving in this world. My instincts were telling me which choice to make, even if my rational mind was still cataloging risks and complications. I knew what I was going to do. The question now was whether I had the courage to follow through with it. Chapter 586, Bone Symbiote 1. The Ash Bluff estate sprawled before us as our aircraft touched down on the private landing strip, its elegant architecture a testament to centuries of accumulated wealth and power. The Western continent's approach to nobility was different from the Empire's, more understated, perhaps, but no less impressive for its restraint. As we disembarked, Jean gestured toward a sitting area on the estate's main terrace. We should discuss your decision properly before you contact Paul with your choice. Once you commit to a specific design, there's no going back. I nodded, appreciating his cautious approach. Jean had a talent for identifying potential complications before they became actual problems, and his perspective would be valuable for refining my thinking. The terrace overlooked the estate's extensive gardens, where carefully maintained paths wound between exotic plants that seemed to glow softly in the evening light. It was peaceful in a way that made clear thinking easier, a deliberate design choice, I suspected. So, Jean said as we settled into comfortable chairs, talk me through the symbiotic concept. What exactly are you envisioning? I pulled out my notebook again, flipping to the pages where I developed the bone symbiote idea in more detail. A construct that can exist in two distinct states. I began showing him the sketches. Independent entity for tactical flexibility or merged enhancement for maximum combat effectiveness. Jean studied the diagrams with characteristic thoroughness. The merged configuration, how would that actually work? You're talking about having a separate undead entity integrate with your physical form. Think of it as adaptive armor that happens to be intelligent, I explained. In merged state, the symbiote would enhance my physical capabilities, provide additional defensive options, and create weapon extensions as needed. But unlike traditional armor, it could anticipate requirements and adapt in real time. And in separated state? Independent close combat specialist designed around my fighting philosophy. Something that could coordinate with me using shared tactical understanding rather than requiring verbal commands. Jean nodded slowly, but I could see questions forming. This sounds remarkably similar to what Erebus already provides. He creates bone armor for you, coordinates in combat, anticipates your needs. Why not simply continue that arrangement? It was exactly the question I'd been expecting and one that got to the heart of why this concept appealed to me. Because Erebus isn't suited for that role, I said firmly. When I have him create bone armor or focus on physical enhancement, I'm forcing him to work against his fundamental nature. Against his nature? Erebus is a lich, Jean. His capabilities are more towards mind aspect, spellcasting, battlefield control, deep dark manipulation. When I use him for basic physical augmentation which relies on the body aspect, I'm essentially wasting his potential. I turned to a new page and began sketching a comparison diagram. It's like having a master strategist carry your equipment instead of developing battle plans. Jin's expression shifted as he grasped the implications. So you're saying that using Erebus for bone armor is a subpar application of his abilities? Exactly. And it's become even more pronounced since his limiters were removed when I advanced to Ascendant rank. Erebus now has access to high-level deep dark spells, advanced battlefield coordination, magical support capabilities that most necromancers never achieve. Having him split his focus between that and creating armor for me means neither task gets optimal attention. I sketched two scenarios side by side, current operations versus proposed division of roles. Look at it tactically. When I need physical enhancement, Erebus has to interrupt whatever magical support he's providing. When he's focused on complex spell work, I can't rely on adaptive armor responses. We're both operating at reduced efficiency. Whereas a dedicated symbiotic construct would be optimized specifically for physical integration, Jean said, following my logic. Precisely. A bone symbiote would be designed from the ground up for merging with my body, enhancing my combat capabilities, providing adaptive responses to threats. Meanwhile, Erebus could focus entirely on what he does best: magical support, area control, strategic coordination. Jean leaned back in his chair, processing the concept from multiple angles. It would essentially give you the benefits of two specialized summons instead of one generalist. More than that, I said, my enthusiasm building as I articulated the vision. In merged form, the symbiote would scale with my own development. As my physical capabilities increase, its enhancements become more effective. As my combat skills improve, its adaptive responses become more sophisticated. It would be true extension of my abilities rather than external support. The design complexity would be extraordinary, Jean observed. You're talking about creating something that can exist in fundamentally different states while maintaining coherent consciousness and purpose. Which is why I need 9-star materials and the Ebony Tower's expertise, I acknowledged. This isn't something that could be attempted with conventional resources or traditional approaches. Jean was quiet for several minutes, studying my diagrams and considering implications. The evening breeze carried the scent of the garden's exotic flowers, creating a strangely peaceful backdrop for discussing revolutionary necromantic theory. There are significant risks, he said finally. If something goes wrong during the merging process, you could be looking at anything from permanent injury to complete magical integration failure. I'm aware of the risks, I replied. But consider the potential benefits. Perfect coordination between martial and magical capabilities. Tactical flexibility that no traditional summon arrangement could provide. Optimization of both Erebus's abilities and my own combat effectiveness. Have you thought about how this would affect your relationship with Erebus? He's been your primary combat companion for years. This change would fundamentally alter that dynamic. It was a thoughtful question and one that showed Jean understood the personal as well as tactical dimensions of the decision. It would enhance our partnership, not diminish it, I said carefully. With Erebus free to focus on his strengths and the symbiote handling physical integration, we'd have a 3-entity team with clearly defined but complementary roles. Erebus would finally be able to operate at his full potential instead of being constrained by my need for basic augmentation. A magical specialist, a physical specialist, and you as the coordinator who can integrate with either as circumstances require, Jean summarized. Exactly. And since the symbiote would be designed around my specific combat style and philosophical approach, integration would be seamless rather than forced. You're really committed to this idea, Luna observed, her mental voice carrying obvious amusement. I can practically feel your excitement radiating through our connection. Though I have to admit, the concept has merit. She wasn't wrong. The more I explained the symbiotic approach to Jean, the more convinced I became that this was the optimal path forward. It aligned perfectly with my integrated development philosophy while providing capabilities that would be genuinely unprecedented. There's another consideration, I added. Creating something this innovative would establish new paradigms in necromantic summoning. Instead of just advancing my personal capabilities, I'd be demonstrating possibilities that other practitioners could eventually build upon. Assuming it works, Jean said dryly. Assuming it works, I agreed. But that's always been the nature of real innovation, accepting significant risk for the possibility of extraordinary advancement. Jean stood up and moved to the terrace railing, looking out over the estate grounds as he processed everything we'd discussed. The gardens below were illuminated by subtle magical lighting that created an almost ethereal atmosphere. You're describing something that's never been attempted before, he said without turning around. A symbiotic relationship between necromancer and construct that goes beyond traditional summoning into genuine biological integration. Magical integration, I corrected. But yes, essentially unprecedented. And you're confident that Paul and the tower can provide the expertise necessary to make this work? Paul's reaction to my theoretical paper suggests he has both the knowledge and the enthusiasm for pushing boundaries. Combined with access to 9-star materials and the tower's research facilities, I believe it's feasible. Jean turned back to face me, his expression serious. This isn't just about creating a powerful summon, is it? You're trying to establish yourself as someone who doesn't just work within existing systems but creates entirely new ones. He'd identified something I hadn't fully articulated even to myself. Perhaps. But more immediately, I need capabilities that will serve me well as challenges become more complex. Traditional approaches to necromantic summoning have limitations that I'm beginning to encounter. What kind of limitations? Coordination delays between multiple entities. Resource conflicts when different summons require the same types of support. The fundamental inefficiency of having generalist entities handle specialist tasks. I gestured toward my notebook. A symbiotic approach would address all of those issues while providing capabilities that purely independent summons can't match. Jean nodded slowly. And you're certain this is the direction you want to pursue? Once you present this concept to Paul, you'll be committed to seeing it through regardless of complications. I looked down at my sketches one final time, pages of theoretical frameworks, design concepts, and tactical applications that represented both enormous potential and substantial risk. But also the possibility of creating something that could fundamentally change how I approached future challenges. Yes, I said firmly. I'm going to create a bone symbiote. Jean smiled for the first time since we'd begun the discussion. Then we should contact Paul and arrange your return to the tower. Something tells me he's going to be very interested in what you have to propose. As if summoned by our conversation, a servant appeared. Your Highness, there's an urgent message from the Ebony Tower. Deputy Tower Master Lucrian wishes to speak with Mr. Nightingale at his earliest convenience. Jean and I exchanged glances. Seems Paul is eager to hear your decision, Jean observed. Or he's had time to process the implications of what I've shared and wants to discuss additional possibilities, I replied. Either way, it was time to move forward with the most ambitious necromantic project I'd ever attempted. Chapter 587, Bone Symbiote 2. The return flight to the Ebony Tower took place in the early hours of the morning, with Jin's private jet cutting through the pre-dawn darkness while I reviewed my notes one final time. Paul's urgent message had been brief but intriguing. He wanted to discuss additional theoretical implications of my paper and was prepared to work through the night if necessary. He sounded excited, Jean observed as he scrolled through messages on his phone. Either that or completely unhinged. With necromantic researchers, it can be difficult to tell the difference. I couldn't argue with that assessment. Paul's reputation for obsessive dedication to theoretical advancement was well established, and discovering a revolutionary new approach to ancient undead creation had probably triggered every research instinct he possessed. The tower looked even more imposing in the darkness, its obsidian surface drinking in the artificial lighting from the surrounding city. Navigation lights blinked steadily along its height, a concession to modern aviation requirements that somehow made the ancient structure feel more approachable. Paul was waiting for us in the main lobby, still wearing the same robes from our earlier meeting but with an additional energy that suggested he'd been fueled by pure academic enthusiasm for the past several hours. Master Valdres stood beside him, along with another researcher I didn't recognize. Arthur? Excellent timing, Paul said, striding forward to greet us. I've asked Dr. Thorne to join us. She specializes in construct consciousness integration and dual-state magical frameworks. Her expertise will be invaluable for what you're proposing. The introductions were brief but professional. Dr. Thorne was a middle-aged woman whose sharp eyes and precise movements suggested someone accustomed to working with dangerous materials. Shall we head up to the development lab? Paul suggested. Floor 180 has the equipment we'll need for proper theoretical modeling. The elevator ride was conducted in anticipatory silence, with Paul occasionally glancing at the notebook I carried as if he could discern its contents through the cover. When the doors opened on the 180th floor, I was immediately struck by the difference from the archive levels we'd visited earlier. This floor was clearly designed for active research rather than storage. Holographic projection systems occupied the center of each workspace, surrounded by arrays of magical sensors, computational matrices, and what appeared to be real-time spell modeling equipment. The fusion of magical theory and modern technology was seamlessly integrated. Welcome to the tower's primary development laboratory, Paul said with obvious pride. Every major breakthrough in necromantic theory for the past century has been refined here. We gathered around the largest holographic projector, a sophisticated system that could apparently render three-dimensional magical constructs with enough detail to examine individual energy flow patterns. Paul activated the system with a gesture, creating a shimmering workspace in the air before us. Now then, he said, turning to face me with barely contained excitement, describe the symbiotic construct concept of yours. I opened my notebook and began explaining the bone symbiote idea, watching as Paul's expression shifted from interest to fascination to something approaching awe. Dr. Thorne leaned forward as I detailed the dual-state functionality, occasionally nodding as she followed implications I hadn't even considered. Extraordinary, Paul murmured when I finished. You're essentially describing a construct that can exist in two fundamentally different magical states while maintaining coherent consciousness and purpose. The theoretical challenges are significant, Dr. Thorne added, but her tone suggested professional excitement rather than discouragement. Consciousness integration for dual-state functionality would require solving problems that most researchers consider highly complex, though not impossible. Paul was already sketching preliminary diagrams on a tablet connected to the holographic system. The mental connection aspect should be straightforward. All necromantic summons naturally interface with their summoner's consciousness. But the physical integration component is entirely unprecedented. What followed was perhaps the most intense theoretical discussion I'd ever witnessed. The three researchers began building on each other's ideas with a speed and complexity that made my head spin, using the holographic system to create increasingly sophisticated models of how a bone symbiote might actually function. Core consciousness matrix here, Dr. Thorne indicated, manipulating the holographic display to show a central nexus of swirling energy. It needs to be stable enough to maintain identity across state changes, but flexible enough to adapt to radically different physical configurations. Dual-state anchor points, Paul added, highlighting specific nodes in the construct. These would serve as transition facilitators, allowing the entity to shift between independent and integrated forms without losing coherence. Paul was working on what appeared to be the magical framework itself. The binding system would need to be modified from traditional approaches. Standard necromantic bindings are designed for static relationships between summoner and construct. This requires dynamic integration capabilities. Material requirements, Valdris noted, consulting something on his phone. 9-star components would be essential for the core matrix. Probably void beast essence for dimensional stability plus adaptive materials that can shift between solid and ethereal states. I watched the discussion with growing amazement as theoretical concepts I'd barely understood began taking concrete shape in the holographic display. The construct they were designing was far more sophisticated than anything I'd originally envisioned. Integration protocols, Dr. Thorne continued, adding new elements to the display. The symbiote would need to interface with Arthur's magical and physical systems without disrupting his existing capabilities. That means compatibility with his sword heart, his mana core, and his enhanced ascendant rank physiology. And failsafes, Professor Kelwick emphasized, highlighting emergency disconnection systems. If something goes wrong during integration, we need multiple methods for rapid separation. The theoretical work continued for hours, with the team gradually building a comprehensive framework for creating something that had never existed before. Coffee and energy supplements appeared periodically, delivered by tower staff who seemed accustomed to researchers working through the night. Structural design, Dr. Thorne said as dawn light began filtering through the laboratory's windows. In independent form, what should this construct actually look like? I considered the question carefully. Something optimized for close combat that complements my fighting style. Humanoid form for tactical coordination, but with adaptations that provide capabilities I don't possess. Enhanced strength, improved defensive options, weapon manifestation abilities, Paul listed, adding these features to the holographic model. But designed to work alongside you rather than replacing your capabilities. In merged form, Dr. Thorne continued, it would need to enhance rather than override your existing abilities. Adaptive armor that responds to threats, weapon extensions that integrate with your sword work, enhanced physical capabilities that scale with your own development. The construct taking shape in the holographic display was beginning to look like something genuinely extraordinary, a skeletal framework that seemed to exist partially outside normal space with energy patterns that shifted and flowed like living light. This is ambitious beyond anything we've attempted, Paul said, studying the completed theoretical model. But I believe it's feasible given the resources available and Arthur's unique approach to energy manipulation. What kind of timeline are we looking at? Jean asked. Valdris consulted his tablet, apparently running calculations based on the theoretical framework they developed. Material acquisition and preparation, perhaps 1 week. Actual construction and integration, another 1 to 2 weeks. Testing and refinement could take additional time depending on complications. For weeks minimum, Paul summarized. Possibly longer if we encounter unexpected challenges. I studied the holographic model one final time, trying to process the sheer complexity of what they were proposing to create. This was far beyond anything I'd originally conceived, a true fusion of cutting-edge magical theory and innovative necromantic techniques. There's one more consideration, Dr. Thorne said quietly. Success with this project would fundamentally change necromantic summoning theory. We're not just creating a unique construct, we're establishing an entirely new category of magical entity. The implications for the field would be revolutionary, Paul agreed. Other researchers would want to understand and replicate these techniques. Paul nodded solemnly. Which means we need to document everything carefully. This isn't just about Arthur's capabilities, it's about advancing the entire discipline. I felt the weight of that responsibility settling around me like a familiar burden. Creating something unprecedented came with obligations that extended far beyond personal advancement. Are you prepared for that level of scrutiny? Paul asked me directly. Success with this project would make you a figure of significant interest in the necromantic research community. I looked around at the assembled researchers, at Jin's supportive expression, at the holographic model of something that could change everything. Let's begin, I said firmly. Paul's grin was brilliant in the morning light. Excellent. Master Valdris, please begin material acquisition. Dr. Thorne, start developing the consciousness integration protocols for dual-state functionality. We have 4 weeks to create something that will redefine what's possible in necromantic summoning. As the team began dispersing to their respective tasks, Jean placed a hand on my shoulder. You realize you've just committed to the most complex magical project attempted in recent history? I'm beginning to understand that, I replied, watching Paul and his colleagues dive into their work with obvious enthusiasm. Well, Jean said with characteristic dry humor, at least it won't be boring. Looking at the holographic model of my future bone symbiote, I had to agree with that assessment. Chapter 588, Bone Symbiote 3. The invitation had come during our 3rd day at the Ebony Tower, delivered by a messenger whose pristine uniform and formal bearing immediately marked him as staff from one of the Western continent's great houses. Callie wanted us to visit the Malekith estate for dinner, and given that I was a guest in the Western continent, it was a formal invitation. The Malekith family has considerable influence in this region, Jean explained as our car wound through the countryside outside the capital. His parents were currently away on diplomatic business, leaving him free to accept social invitations without the complexity of formal royal protocols. Their estate is one of the most impressive in the Western continent, though Callie tends to downplay her family's wealth. That proved to be a significant understatement. The Malekith estate sprawled across what appeared to be several square kilometers of meticulously maintained grounds, with the main house rising like a small palace from the center of formal gardens that could have housed a small city. The architecture was distinctly Western, all clean lines and elegant proportions, with black stone accented by veins of silver that caught the late afternoon light. Subtle, I observed as we passed through gates that were clearly enchanted with defensive wards powerful enough to make my enhanced senses tingle. Callie's family doesn't believe in false modesty, Jean replied with characteristic understatement. The approach road curved through landscaped grounds that showcased the kind of attention to detail that only vast wealth could maintain. Ancient trees had been positioned with mathematical precision to frame views of ornamental lakes, sculptured hedges created natural galleries for displaying artwork, and even the gravel beneath our tires had been selected for its aesthetic properties. The main house itself was a masterpiece of architectural ambition. 5 stories of black marble and silver-veined granite rose in carefully balanced proportions with expansive windows that offered glimpses of opulent interiors. Wings extended in both directions from the central structure, creating a facade that must have stretched nearly 100 meters from end to end. Welcome to my humble family home, Callie said with obvious sarcasm as she met us at the main entrance. She was dressed more formally than I'd ever seen her, elegant dark robes that managed to be both practical and clearly expensive, with subtle magical enhancements woven into the fabric that spoke of master craftsmanship. Humble, I repeated, looking up at the soaring entrance hall with its crystal chandelier that probably cost more than most people's houses. Absolutely understated. Callie's expression shifted to something between amusement and mild irritation. Don't start, Arthur. You know I didn't choose to be born into this. I'm not criticizing, I said, though I couldn't resist adding, I'm just observing that your definition of modest family home might need some calibration. She made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sigh. Come on, my parents are waiting in the main sitting room. Try not to be too obviously impressed by everything you see. The interior of the estate was even more spectacular than the exterior had suggested. We walked through corridors lined with artwork that belonged in museums, past furniture that represented centuries of accumulated wealth, under ceilings decorated with magical murals that shifted and flowed like living paintings. Everything spoke of power, influence, and the kind of resources that most people could barely comprehend. The magical density here is extraordinary, Jean observed quietly as we walked. Your family's wards are integrated into the very structure of the building. Generational investment, Callie replied. Each head of the family has added their own enhancements over the past 3 centuries. The estate is essentially a fortress that happens to look like a palace. We entered the main sitting room, which could have comfortably housed a small conference. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered panoramic views of the estate grounds, while the furnishings managed to be both luxurious and somehow still welcoming. This was clearly a room designed for important conversations rather than mere display. Callie's parents were waiting for us, and their presence immediately explained where she had inherited both her confidence and her power. Lady Malekith was a striking woman whose appearance suggested someone accustomed to wielding authority. Her dark hair was styled with elegant simplicity, and her robes were cut from fabric that seemed to absorb and reflect light in ways that ordinary materials couldn't achieve. But it was her magical aura that truly commanded attention, the dense, controlled power of someone who had reached mid-immortal rank and was completely comfortable with that level of capability. Lord Malekith was somewhat less imposing physically, but his presence carried the focused intensity of someone who had achieved high ascendant rank through dedication rather than pure talent. His eyes missed nothing, and when he shook my hand, I could feel the assessment taking place behind his polite smile. "Arthur Nightingale," Lady Malekith said, her voice carrying the kind of warmth that suggested genuine interest rather than mere politeness. "Callie has told us quite a lot about you. Though I suspect she's understated your unconventional achievements." "Mother tends to be diplomatic," Callie said with obvious affection. "Arthur prefers direct conversation." "In that case," Lord Malekith said, settling into a chair that probably cost more than most people earned in a year, "let's discuss your recent collaboration with the Ebony Tower. Word of your theoretical breakthrough has already reached certain circles." The conversation that followed was both more relaxed and more intense than I'd expected. Callie's parents were clearly well informed about magical theory and current political developments, but they approached topics with the kind of sophisticated understanding that came from being actual players rather than mere observers. "The symbiotic construct concept is fascinating," Lady Malekith observed after I'd provided a carefully edited version of the project. "Though I imagine the practical applications extend well beyond personal enhancement." "Everything Arthur does has implications beyond the immediate scope," Callie said, and there was something in her tone that made me glance at her sharply. "Speaking of implications," I said, clicking my tongue in that particular way that I knew irritated her, "you really need to scale the wall soon if my plans are going to work properly." Callie's expression immediately shifted to something between resignation and annoyance. "We've discussed this, Arthur. I'm working on it." "Working on it and actually doing it are different things," I pointed out. "The timeline I have in mind requires certain capabilities to be in place at specific moments." "Your plan, your timeline, your requirements," she muttered under her breath, but loud enough that everyone in the room could hear her. "Why am I not surprised?" Jean looked between us with obvious amusement. "Should we ask what plan you're discussing, or is this one of those conversations where ignorance is bliss?" "Better not to know," Callie said firmly before I could answer. "Arthur's plans tend to be simultaneously brilliant and completely insane." "I prefer ambitiously comprehensive," I replied. "And they work. They work because you have an unnatural ability to survive impossible situations through sheer stubborn refusal to acknowledge when you should fail," Callie shot back. Lady Malekith watched this exchange with the expression of someone observing a familiar dynamic. "You two have clearly worked together before. The level of comfortable antagonism suggests long-term partnership." "Arthur is challenging to work with," Callie said diplomatically. "Callie is excellent at what she does when she stops overthinking every decision," I countered. "I don't overthink. I consider consequences, which is apparently a foreign concept to children," Lord Malekith interrupted with gentle humor. "Perhaps we could continue this fascinating debate over dinner? The kitchen staff has prepared something special for our guests." The dining room was, predictably, spectacular. A table that could have seated 20 was set for intimate conversation, with crystal and silverware that probably represented more wealth than small kingdoms possessed. The meal itself was a masterclass in sophisticated cuisine, with each course representing ingredients and preparation techniques that spoke of both expense and artistry. The conversation ranged across topics from magical theory to continental politics, with Callie's parents demonstrating the kind of broad knowledge that came from having genuine influence in multiple spheres. They asked thoughtful questions about my background and development, though I had the impression they already knew more about me than they were letting on. "The integration of martial and magical advancement is particularly interesting," Lord Malekith observed as we finished the main course. "Most find that specialized focus yields better results than attempting to balance multiple disciplines." "Most don't have Arthur's particular combination of stubbornness and intuitive understanding," Callie said. "He tends to succeed at things that shouldn't be possible through sheer refusal to accept conventional limitations." "Is that admiration or criticism?" Jean asked with a grin. "Both," Callie replied without hesitation. As the evening progressed, I found myself genuinely enjoying the company. Callie's parents were clearly powerful and influential, but they approached conversation with intelligence and humor rather than the formal stuffiness I'd expected from Western nobility. They treated Jean with appropriate respect for his royal status while maintaining the easy familiarity that suggested long-standing friendship between their families. "Arthur," Lady Malekith said as we prepared to leave, "I hope you'll consider our family a resource during your time in the Western continent. Callie speaks very highly of your capabilities, and the Malekith family values talent wherever we find it." "Thank you," I replied, meaning it. "The hospitality has been exceptional." "Just remember," Callie said as we walked back toward our car, "when your insane plans start requiring ridiculous amounts of coordination and resources, some of us need advance warning to prepare properly." I clicked my tongue again, earning an immediate glare. "That's what makes it interesting. If everything was predictable, it wouldn't be worth doing." "One day," she muttered, "I'm going to find a nice, simple project that doesn't involve world-changing implications and impossible deadlines." "Where would be the fun in that?" I asked. Jean laughed as he settled into the car. "I have to say, Arthur, your friends are almost as interesting as you are." "Almost?" As we drove away from the Malekith estate, its lights creating a constellation of wealth and power in the darkness behind us, I reflected on the evening's conversations. Callie's family was clearly more influential than she'd ever let on, which opened up possibilities I hadn't previously considered. But more immediately, her muttered complaints about scaling the wall reminded me that my longer-term plans would require careful coordination and timing. Having allies with both capability and resources would be essential for what I had in mind. The question was whether they would still consider me an ally when they fully understood what I was actually planning. Chapter 589, Bone Symbiote 4. The morning after our visit to the Malekith estate, Jean received a priority message that immediately shifted the dynamics of our stay in the Western continent. His parents, King Valen and Queen Camilla Ashbluff, were returning to the palace a full day ahead of schedule from their diplomatic mission to the southern kingdoms. "Father wants an immediate briefing on your collaboration with the Tower," Jean explained as he read through the encrypted communication on his phone. "Mother is apparently quite curious about meeting the person who's managed to revolutionize necromantic theory during a winter break. Should I be nervous?" I asked, though Jean seemed more thoughtful than concerned. "With my parents? Not nervous, but definitely prepared for intense scrutiny. They don't make unscheduled returns for trivial matters." He paused, considering something. "We should head to the palace now." When Father says immediate, he means it literally. The Ashbluff Royal Palace was even more impressive than the family estate where we'd been staying. Where the private residence emphasized elegant comfort, the palace projected pure authority, soaring towers of black granite and silver with architectural lines that seemed to cut through the sky itself. The building wasn't just a residence, it was a statement of power that had stood for centuries. Royal guards in ceremonial armor flanked the main entrance, though their weapons and bearings suggested they were far more than decorative. These were clearly practitioners of significant capability, positioned to defend one of the continent's most important strategic locations. "Their Majesties are waiting in the formal audience chamber," a palace aide informed us as we were escorted through corridors lined with portraits of previous monarchs and displays of artifacts that probably represented more wealth than most kingdoms possessed. The audience chamber was designed to impress, with vaulted ceilings that disappeared into shadow above and floor space that could have accommodated several hundred people. But despite its grandeur, only 4 figures occupied the vast room: King Valen and Queen Camilla seated on thrones that somehow managed to be both ornate and practical, with 2 advisors standing discreetly nearby. Both monarchs carried themselves with the enhanced physicality that marked high-rank practitioners, and their presence filled the enormous chamber with an authority that had nothing to do with ceremonial trappings. These were individuals accustomed to wielding genuine power. "Your Majesties," Jean said with a formal bow that I quickly mirrored. "Jean," King Valen replied, his voice carrying the kind of warmth that suggested genuine affection beneath royal protocol. "Arthur Nightingale? Your reputation has reached interesting circles." Queen Camilla's attention was immediately focused on me with an intensity that felt like being evaluated by someone who saw layers of meaning others missed. "The young man who's been overturning centuries of necromantic doctrine during his school vacation. How refreshingly ambitious." "Your Majesty is very kind," I replied carefully. "I'm rarely kind without reason," she said with a slight smile that somehow managed to be both warm and calculating. "Tell me about this theoretical framework you've developed. The reports we've received suggest something quite extraordinary." What followed was perhaps the most intense academic discussion I'd ever experienced. Both monarchs demonstrated knowledge of necromantic theory that exceeded what I would have expected from rulers, asking questions that probed not just the technical aspects of my work but its broader implications for magical development. "Creating ancient undead without gifts is revolutionary enough," King Valen observed after I'd explained the theoretical foundations. "But I'm curious about practical applications. What do you intend to create with this knowledge?" "Currently, I'm collaborating with the Ebony Tower on a symbiotic construct," I said. "Something that can function both independently and as an integrated enhancement to my own capabilities." "Symbiotic," Queen Camilla repeated thoughtfully. "Meaning it would merge with your physical form?" "Among other capabilities, yes, Your Majesty." The silence that followed was profound, with both monarchs exchanging glances that suggested rapid communication on levels I couldn't detect. "Arthur," the Queen said finally, "have you considered applying your theoretical breakthrough to this symbiotic construct? Creating it not just as a sophisticated summon, but as an ancient undead?" The question hit me like a physical blow. In all my planning and collaboration with Paul's team, I had focused on creating something unprecedented but had never considered applying my giftless, ancient undead method to the bone symbiote itself. "The complexity would be extraordinary," I said slowly, my mind already racing through implications. "Ancient undead possess capabilities that normal constructs can't match, but the consciousness integration required for symbiotic function would be far more stable if anchored by ancient undead consciousness patterns," King Valen finished. "Ancient consciousness is inherently more flexible and adaptive than standard construct awareness." Jean was following the conversation with obvious fascination. "You're suggesting Arthur create something that's both ancient undead and symbiotic construct simultaneously?" "I'm suggesting," Queen Camilla said with that calculating smile, "that someone with Arthur's capabilities shouldn't limit himself to conventional categories when unprecedented opportunities are available." The implications were staggering. An ancient undead with symbiotic capabilities would be something beyond anything that existed in necromantic theory. It would possess the enhanced consciousness and growth potential of an ancient entity while maintaining the integration abilities I was designing. The Ebony Tower would need to completely revise their approach, I said, thinking through the practical considerations. Ancient undead creation requires different materials, different binding protocols, completely different consciousness programming. The tower has the resources, King Valen said simply. The question is whether you have the vision to attempt something truly unprecedented. I looked around the audience chamber at the portraits of previous monarchs who had shaped continental history, at Jean whose supportive presence had been invaluable throughout this entire process, at the two rulers who were essentially challenging me to push beyond what I'd thought possible. Your Majesties, I said carefully, are you suggesting this as theoretical discussion, or as something you would actively support? Arthur, Queen Camilla said, leaning forward slightly, we don't make suggestions about projects of this magnitude without being prepared to provide substantial backing. The weight of royal support for something this ambitious was both exhilarating and terrifying. Creating a symbiotic ancient undead would require resources, expertise, and political protection that individual practitioners could never access. What kind of support are we discussing? I asked. Material access beyond what the tower normally provides, King Valen replied. Political protection for research that will inevitably attract international attention. And? He paused meaningfully. Future opportunities that align with your apparent ambitions. The last point carried implications I wasn't entirely sure I understood, but the overall offer was clear. The Ashbluff royal family was prepared to invest significantly in seeing me create something that had never existed before. I would need to discuss this with Deputy Tower Master Lucrian, I said. The technical challenges alone would require complete project restructuring. Naturally, the Queen agreed. Paul is expecting a communication from us within the hour. We've already arranged for preliminary discussions about enhanced resource allocation. Jean whistled softly. You've been planning this conversation. We've been anticipating opportunities, his mother corrected with obvious satisfaction. Arthur's theoretical breakthrough represents a chance to establish capabilities that could prove strategically valuable. I felt the familiar sensation of standing at a decision point that would fundamentally alter future possibilities. Creating a symbiotic ancient undead would be the most ambitious magical project attempted in recent history, with risks and rewards that extended far beyond personal advancement. But as I'd learned throughout my time in this world, extraordinary achievements required accepting extraordinary challenges. Your Majesties, I said formally, I would be honored to attempt such a project with royal support. King Valen's smile was brilliant with anticipation. Excellent. Jean, please escort Arthur back to the tower. We have arrangements to make and theories to revolutionize. As we prepared to leave the palace, Queen Camilla approached me with an expression that somehow managed to be both maternal and formidable. Arthur, she said quietly, what you're about to attempt will change more than just necromantic theory. Success will establish you as someone whose capabilities extend far beyond normal categorization. Are you prepared for that level of visibility? I considered the question carefully. Creating a symbiotic ancient undead would indeed attract attention from powers I hadn't yet encountered, with implications I couldn't fully predict. Your Majesty, I replied honestly, I've learned that avoiding visibility is rarely an option when pursuing meaningful advancement. Better to embrace it while maintaining appropriate allies. Her smile was approving. Spoken like someone who understands how power actually works. We'll speak again soon, Arthur. I believe this partnership will prove beneficial for everyone involved. As Jean and I left the palace and headed back toward the Ebony Tower, I reflected on how dramatically the scope of my project had just expanded. What had begun as an innovative summon had evolved into something that could fundamentally alter the landscape of individual magical capability. Your parents don't do anything by half measures, I observed. Never, Jean agreed with obvious affection. But when they commit to supporting something, they provide resources that most people can't even imagine. You've just gained backing for what might be the most ambitious necromantic project ever attempted. Looking at the Ebony Tower rising in the distance, its dark spire reaching toward us, the question now was whether Paul and his team would be as enthusiastic about creating a symbiotic ancient undead as the royal family had been about commissioning one. Chapter 590, Bone Symbiote 5. Paul's reaction to the royal communication was everything I could have hoped for and more. When we arrived at the Ebony Tower to find him practically vibrating with excitement in the main laboratory, it was clear that the prospect of creating a symbiotic ancient undead had triggered every research instinct he possessed. Arthur? Great news, he said, striding forward to greet us with barely contained enthusiasm. Their Majesties have authorized access to materials I've only dreamed of working with. We're not just creating a symbiotic construct anymore, we're attempting to birth an entirely new category of ancient existence. The laboratory had been transformed since our morning departure. Additional containment fields hummed at multiple levels, creating nested barriers designed to handle materials that operated beyond normal physical laws. Master Valdra's supervised teams of researchers who were carefully relocating components from the tower's most restricted archives. The material requirements for ancient undead creation are fundamentally different from standard constructs, Dr. Thorne explained as she reviewed updated schematics on the holographic display. We need components that can sustain true consciousness evolution rather than just programmed responses. She activated a new section of the display showing materials that made even the original 9-star components seem mundane by comparison. For the soul aspect, we're upgrading to enhance 9-star Void Beast Essence, specially treated and concentrated to provide the consciousness anchor necessary for ancient-level awareness. The enhanced Void Beast Essence was contained within a specialized housing that created visible spatial distortions around its perimeter. The concentrated essence seemed to exist partially outside normal dimensional space, creating ripples in reality that made my enhanced perception struggle to maintain focus. For the mind aspect, Paul continued, indicating a lattice of crystals that crackled with controlled electrical energy. We're using 8-star Storm Titan crystal matrices. These were formed within the neural pathways of a Storm Titan and can process information at speeds that approach prescience. The Storm Titan matrices were beautiful in a way that was almost overwhelming to observe, crystalline structures that contained networks of controlled lightning, as if entire electrical systems existed within their geometric patterns. Each pulse sent waves of energy through the surrounding air that made my enhanced senses tingle. And for the body aspect, Dr. Thorne added with obvious reverence 9-star Abyssal Emperor bone fragments, some of the most adaptable biological material ever documented. The Abyssal Emperor bone fragments were the most unsettling of all skeletal material that appeared to remember every adaptation the creature had ever made, constantly shifting between subtle configurations as if trying to optimize for different environments. They seem to exist in a state of perpetual readiness to evolve. The power differential is extraordinary, Paul said, studying readouts that showed energy levels requiring constant recalibration. We're working with materials that could reshape reality if improperly handled. Jean whistled softly as he observed the elaborate containment systems surrounding each component. These materials are why most institutions never attempt ancient undead creation. The resource investment alone represents more wealth than small kingdoms possess. Which is precisely why royal backing was essential, Dr. Thorne replied. Private practitioners or standard research institutions couldn't access materials of this caliber, much less risk them in experimental applications. I studied the 3 components with growing appreciation for what we were attempting. Creating Erebus had required materials that challenged my understanding of necromantic theory. This project would require materials that challenged my understanding of what magical beasts could achieve at their absolute peak. The theoretical framework needs complete reconstruction, Paul continued, pulling up new schematics that bore only superficial resemblance to our original symbiotic design. Ancient consciousness doesn't just follow programmed responses, it develops independent personality, makes evolutionary choices, grows beyond its initial parameters. How does that affect the symbiotic functionality? I asked. It makes it more complex but ultimately more effective, Dr. Thorne explained. Ancient consciousness can adapt to your changing capabilities over time rather than being locked into initial programming. The symbiotic bond will actually strengthen as both you and the construct develop. The implications were staggering. Instead of creating a sophisticated tool that would eventually become obsolete as my capabilities evolved, I would be creating a genuine partner whose growth would parallel my own advancement. Processing requirements are significantly more demanding, Paul noted, indicating new equipment that had been brought up from the tower's deepest levels. Ancient consciousness formation requires not just mana programming, but actual consciousness transference from multiple sources. Multiple sources? Jean asked. Ancient undead consciousness isn't created from nothing, Dr. Thorne explained. It requires consciousness fragments from existing ancient entities to provide the foundational awareness patterns. We've arranged access to consciousness imprints from 3 different ancient undead, each contributing specific aspects of awareness. She activated additional displays showing 3 distinct consciousness patterns, swirling mandalas of thought and memory that represented the distilled experience of beings that had transcended normal undead limitations. A Bone Emperor for structural consciousness, understanding of form and adaptation, Paul listed. A Shadow Sage for tactical consciousness, strategic thinking, and battlefield awareness. And a Void Walker for symbiotic consciousness, knowledge of integration and partnership. The consciousness imprints were mesmerizing to observe, each one containing layers of experience and understanding that represented centuries of accumulated wisdom. Just viewing them gave me glimpses of possibilities I'd never considered. Your role in the programming process will be far more complex than we originally planned, Dr. Thorne continued. Instead of simply channeling your deep dark essence into a consciousness matrix, you'll need to integrate your patterns with these ancient awareness fragments while maintaining your individual identity. The risk of consciousness merger is significant, Paul added seriously. Ancient awareness fragments are powerful enough to overwhelm unprepared minds. You'll need to maintain perfect mental discipline while allowing enough integration to establish genuine symbiotic bonding. I considered the challenges we were describing. The original symbiotic construct had required complete consciousness expansion while maintaining individual identity. Creating an ancient symbiotic entity would require that same level of mental discipline while integrating with consciousness fragments that represented power I could barely comprehend. Luna, I said silently, your monitoring capabilities will be essential for this process. Essential and terrifying, she replied with unusual gravity. Ancient consciousness fragments aren't just memories, they're active awareness patterns that could rewrite your entire mental structure if allowed to integrate too deeply. I'll need to maintain constant vigilance to prevent complete personality submersion. Timeline for material preparation? I asked aloud. Valdres consulted his tablet, running calculations that involved materials whose handling requirements defied normal physics. The enhanced Void Beast essence requires 3 days of stabilization and concentration before it can interface with other components. Storm Titan matrices need specialized programming to accept non-electrical consciousness patterns. Abyssal Emperor bones must be awakened gradually to prevent uncontrolled adaptation. 5 days minimum for material preparation, Paul summarized. Another 2 days for consciousness integration setup. Then the actual creation process, which could take anywhere from 6 hours to 6 days depending on how the ancient awareness fragments respond to integration. Meaning we could have a symbiotic ancient undead operational within 2 weeks, Dr. Thorne concluded with obvious excitement. The timeline was aggressive but achievable, assuming no major complications arose during the integration of materials that existed at the very limits of what necromantic theory considered possible. There's one additional consideration, Paul said, his expression growing more serious. Success with this project will establish you as someone capable of creating a second ancient undead through unprecedented methods. That level of capability will attract attention from powers and institutions that most practitioners never encounter. The royal family mentioned that visibility was inevitable, I replied. Better to achieve something extraordinary with appropriate backing than to limit ourselves to safe mediocrity. Spoken like someone who understands that true advancement requires accepting calculated risks, Dr. Thorne observed approvingly. Jin's communication device chimed with an incoming priority message. After reading it, his expression shifted to something more formal. Father wants progress reports every 12 hours, he announced. Mother has apparently begun making arrangements for what she calls international introductions following project completion. International introductions? I asked. When my mother starts planning diplomatic connections, it means she expects whatever you're creating to have implications that extend far beyond the Western continent, Jean explained. You're about to become a figure of considerable strategic interest. The weight of that responsibility settled around me like a familiar burden. Creating a symbiotic ancient undead wouldn't just advance my personal capabilities, it would establish me as someone whose innovations could reshape the balance of power between magical institutions. Then we'd better make sure we create something worthy of that level of attention, I said finally. Paul's grin was brilliant with anticipation. Oh, Arthur, I believe what we're about to create will exceed everyone's expectations, including our own. As the research team began the delicate process of preparing materials that existed at the very pinnacle of magical possibility, I found myself looking forward to the challenges ahead with a mixture of excitement and healthy respect for the risks involved. We weren't just creating a summon anymore. We were about to birth something that could change the fundamental nature of what necromantic practice could achieve. The question was whether I was prepared for the responsibilities that would come with wielding such unprecedented capability. Chapter 591, Bone Symbiote 6. The material preparation process for ancient undead creation was unlike anything I'd previously witnessed. Over the following 3 days, I watched the Ebony Tower's most skilled researchers work with components that challenged the very foundations of physical law, each step requiring precision that bordered on the impossible. The 9-star Void Beast essence required the most delicate handling. Master Valdres himself supervised its stabilization, working within containment fields so complex they created visible distortions in the surrounding space. The essence, which seemed to exist partially outside normal dimensional space, had to be gradually exposed to different types of mana in specific sequences, allowing it to acclimate to interaction with contemporary magical frameworks while maintaining its spatial distortion properties. Void Beast essence is inherently unstable in our reality, Valdres explained as he made microscopic adjustments to the containment field harmonics. Its natural state involves existing between dimensions, which makes it perfect for consciousness anchoring but extremely difficult to work with safely. The process was mesmerizing to observe. As each mana type was introduced, the essence pulsed with patterns that seemed to bend space around them. Sometimes it would resist, creating waves of dimensional distortion that made the laboratory's equipment flicker. Other times it would accept the new input, causing reality itself to shimmer with spatial possibilities. Successful integration requires the essence to maintain its dimensional properties while becoming compatible with contemporary consciousness binding techniques, Dr. Thorne added, monitoring readouts that tracked energy fluctuations across multiple spatial frequencies. Too much adaptation and it loses its anchoring capabilities. Too little and it remains incompatible with modern summoning frameworks. By the second day, the 8-star Storm Titan crystal matrices were undergoing their own preparation process. Unlike the essence's gradual adaptation, the crystal lattices required active reprogramming to accept consciousness patterns from non-Storm Titan entities. Paul worked with specialized equipment that could interface directly with crystallized lightning, essentially teaching the matrices to process awareness patterns that operated at different electrical frequencies. Storm Titan consciousness operates through electrical impulses that move at literal lightning speed, Paul explained as he guided energy patterns through the crystal structures. These matrices were formed within a creature that processed thoughts faster than most beings can perceive. We need to calibrate them to handle human speed consciousness while maintaining their enhanced processing capabilities. The reprogramming process created electrical displays that were beautiful beyond description. The crystals pulsed with controlled lightning as their electrical perception was gradually adjusted to accommodate the speed of human thought. Each calibration sent waves of controlled energy through the laboratory that made my enhanced senses tingle with anticipation. The challenge is maintaining their enhanced processing speed while making them responsive to consciousness patterns that operate on biological timescales, Dr. Thorne noted, observing as the crystals began processing test patterns at adjusted speeds. Successfully calibrated, they'll provide tactical processing that operates faster than conscious thought. The 9-star Abyssal Emperor bone fragments presented the most complex preparation challenge. Unlike materials that simply needed adaptation or reprogramming, the Emperor-class bone required what could only be described as awakening. The fragments had been dormant since the creature's death, and bringing them back to responsive state for use in contemporary creation required techniques that pushed the boundaries of what necromantic theory considered possible. Abyssal Emperor bones retain cellular memory from one of the most adaptable creatures ever documented. Dr. Thorne explained as she worked with equipment that seemed to stimulate biological responses in material that had been dead for centuries. These fragments remember every adaptation the Emperor made during its existence, how to respond to threats, how to optimize for different environments, how to evolve in real time. The awakening process was surreal to witness. As Dr. Thorne applied precise biological stimulation, the bone fragments began showing signs of responsiveness that defied normal necromantic theory. Sometimes they would pulse with faint energy, other times they would shift slightly as if remembering movement, occasionally they would emit barely detectable vibrations that suggested dormant awareness stirring. The key is reactivating their adaptive capabilities without triggering autonomous behavior, she continued, making adjustments so delicate they required magical precision that few practitioners could achieve. Successfully awakened, they'll provide a physical foundation that can evolve alongside the consciousness it houses. By the third day, all three components were nearing readiness and the laboratory had been transformed into something that resembled a temple to controlled impossibility. The Void Beast essence pulsed with spatial distortions that made the air shimmer, the Storm Titan matrices crackled with contained electrical energy, and the Abyssal Emperor bones showed signs of responsive awareness that suggested successful reactivation. Consciousness Integration Chamber is prepared, Dr. Thorne announced, indicating equipment that made our original setup look primitive by comparison. Ancient consciousness formation requires monitoring systems that can track awareness patterns across multiple dimensional and electrical frequencies simultaneously. The new chamber was 3 times larger than the original meditation space, with sensor arrays that created a web of detection capabilities around the central workspace. Additional containment fields provided protection against consciousness overflow, a real risk when working with ancient awareness fragments that could potentially overwhelm nearby minds through proximity alone. The ancient consciousness imprints are ready for integration, Paul added, activating displays that showed the 3 awareness patterns we would be working with. Bone Emperor Structural Consciousness, Shadow Sage Tactical Awareness, and Void Walker Symbiotic Understanding. Each one represents centuries of accumulated experience and wisdom. I study the consciousness imprints with growing appreciation for what we were attempting. The Bone Emperor's pattern showed deep understanding of form and adaptation, knowledge of how consciousness could guide physical evolution. The Shadow Sage's imprint carried tactical brilliance that had been refined through countless conflicts and strategic challenges. The Void Walker's pattern contained understanding of partnership and integration that went beyond anything traditional necromancy had achieved. Your role will be to serve as the bridging consciousness, Dr. Thorne explained. The ancient awareness fragments provide the foundational patterns, but they need contemporary consciousness to guide their integration into a unified awareness. You'll essentially be teaching 3 ancient minds how to work together while maintaining your own identity. The mana programming aspect will be far more complex than standard necromantic creation, Paul continued. Instead of simply channeling your deep dark essence into a blank matrix, you'll need to use it to facilitate communication between ancient consciousness fragments while programming your own patterns into the emerging unified awareness. Jean had been following the technical discussions with obvious fascination. That sounds extraordinarily dangerous. You're essentially placing your consciousness in the middle of a conversation between 3 ancient entities. It is dangerous, Dr. Thorne acknowledged. Ancient consciousness fragments don't just contain memories, they contain active awareness patterns that could theoretically overwhelm and absorb contemporary minds. Arthur will need to maintain perfect mental discipline while allowing enough integration to establish genuine symbiotic bonding. Luna's monitoring will be essential, I thought. Essential and terrifying, Luna replied through our mental connection. I can provide emergency disconnection if you begin losing individual identity, but the integration process will require you to lower mental barriers to levels that make intervention difficult. You'll be walking a very narrow line between successful consciousness bridging and complete personality absorption. Material integration begins tomorrow, Paul announced, checking the status displays for all 3 components. Void Beast Essence has achieved stable dimensional compatibility, Storm Titan matrices are calibrated for contemporary consciousness patterns, and Abyssal Emperor bones have been successfully awakened to accept new purpose. Timeline for the creation process itself? I asked. Once we begin consciousness integration, we're committed to completion, Dr. Thorne replied seriously. Ancient consciousness formation can't be interrupted without risking complete dissolution of all awareness patterns involved. The process could take anywhere from 6 hours to 3 days, depending on how readily the consciousness fragments accept integration. And if something goes wrong? Emergency disconnection protocols are in place, Paul said, but they're largely theoretical. We've never had to separate contemporary consciousness from ancient awareness fragments during active integration. The safest approach is ensuring that nothing goes wrong in the first place. The weight of what we were attempting settled around me like a familiar challenge. Creating Erebus had required risking magical backlash and potential consciousness damage. Creating a symbiotic ancient undead would require risking complete personality absorption by consciousness patterns that operated at levels of power I could barely comprehend. But as I'd learned throughout my development, extraordinary achievements required accepting extraordinary risks. Final equipment checks tomorrow morning, Paul continued. Material final preparation throughout the day. Consciousness integration begins at sunset. Ancient awareness patterns respond better to the transition between day and night. As the research team began securing the prepared materials and finalizing equipment calibrations, I found myself looking forward to the next day with a mixture of anticipation and healthy respect for the magnitude of what we were attempting. Second thoughts? Jean asked as we prepared to leave the laboratory. I looked back at the 3 prepared components, the Void Beast essence that created spatial distortions in its containment field, the Storm Titan matrices that crackled with controlled electrical energy, and the Abyssal Emperor bones that showed subtle signs of reawakened awareness. No second thoughts, I said firmly. Just a clear understanding that we're about to attempt something that will either represent the pinnacle of necromantic achievement or a spectacular failure that could reshape my consciousness permanently. Those seem to be the only 2 options you ever consider, Jean observed with characteristic dry humor. Would you prefer I chose safer, more predictable projects? Absolutely not, he replied immediately. But I reserve the right to worry about the friend who consistently chooses to push the boundaries of what's considered possible. Either way, the result would be unprecedented. Chapter 592, Bone Symbiote 7. The consciousness integration began at sunset as the boundary between day and night created optimal conditions for ancient awareness patterns to interface with contemporary magical frameworks. The laboratory had been cleared of all non-essential personnel, leaving only Paul, Dr. Thorne, Master Valdris, and Jean to monitor the process that would either create something unprecedented or result in spectacular failure. I settled into the enhanced meditation chamber surrounded by monitoring equipment that tracked consciousness patterns across dimensions I couldn't even perceive. The 3 prepared components had been arranged in precise geometric alignment around me, the enhanced 9-star Void Beast Essence core directly ahead, the modified 8-star Storm Titan crystal matrices to my right, and the awakened 9-star Abyssal Emperor bone fragments to my left. Remember, Dr. Thorne said as she made final adjustments to the sensor arrays, your role is to serve as the bridging consciousness. The consciousness fragments from the 3 ancient undead imprints need contemporary guidance to integrate into unified awareness, but you must maintain your individual identity throughout the process. The chamber sealed with a soft hiss, creating an environment isolated from external magical interference. As I began the deep breathing exercises that would prepare me for consciousness expansion, I could feel the 3 components responding to my presence with what could only be described as eager curiosity. Beginning preliminary consciousness mapping, Paul announced through the communication system. Arthur, establish basic mental synchronization with each component individually before attempting unified integration. I opened my mental barriers gradually, feeling for the consciousness patterns contained within each component. The Void Beast Essence was the first to respond, its spatial distortion properties enhanced by the consciousness fragments of an ancient bone emperor, awareness that understood form, structure, and adaptation at fundamental levels. The contact was intense but manageable consciousness that had learned to reshape reality through will and understanding. Within that focused awareness, I could sense deep knowledge of how consciousness could inhabit and modify physical existence. Void Essence synchronization established, Dr. Thorne reported. Consciousness bridge stable. Proceed to Storm Titan matrices. The crystal matrices presented a different challenge entirely. Enhanced with consciousness fragments from an ancient shadow sage, they processed tactical information with the accumulated wisdom of centuries of conflict and strategy. The crystalline consciousness operated with the speed of lightning but the depth of experience. As I maintained contact, the tactical consciousness began coordinating its responses with my mental patterns. It was like interfacing with a master strategist who could process battlefield information faster than thought while maintaining perfect understanding of long-term consequences. Matrices synchronization achieved, Paul called out. Tactical integration holding steady. Proceed to Abyssal Emperor bone integration. The bone fragments were the most complex of all. Enhanced with consciousness fragments from an ancient void walker, they understood partnership, integration, and symbiotic existence in ways that went beyond standard undead awareness. The consciousness knew how to merge with other entities while maintaining individual identity. Within that specialized knowledge, I found patterns that resonated strongly with my own approach to integrated development. This consciousness had spent centuries learning how to work with partners rather than dominating them. All 3 individual synchronizations stable, Dr. Thorne announced. Beginning unified consciousness integration. Arthur, start channeling your deep dark essence to facilitate communication between the ancient consciousness fragments. This was the crucial moment. I reached deep within myself, accessing the wellspring of deep dark that had grown dramatically since my advancement to ascendant rank. But instead of using it for spell casting or enhancement, I began channeling it as a bridging medium, allowing the three ancient consciousness fragments to communicate through the filter of my own awareness patterns. The effect was immediate and intense. Suddenly, I wasn't just connected to three separate consciousness fragments, I was experiencing the formation of a new unified awareness as it developed in real time. The Bone Emperor's structural knowledge provided stability and adaptability, the Shadow Sage's tactical wisdom contributed analytical capability and strategic understanding. The Void Walker's symbiotic experience offered integration expertise. But more than the sum of their parts, something new was emerging. The three ancient consciousness fragments were learning to work together, creating unified awareness that possessed capabilities none of them had achieved individually while drawing on the combined wisdom of three different ancient perspectives. Consciousness integration proceeding, Paul reported, though I could hear tension in his voice. Arthur, maintain your bridging function while the unified awareness establishes independent identity. That was easier said than done. The emerging consciousness was fascinating, three ancient minds learning to function as one while maintaining the unique insights each brought to the partnership. But losing focus on my bridging role could result in the integration collapsing, or worse, my own consciousness being absorbed into the ancient pattern. Arthur, you're beginning to drift, Luna warned urgently. The emerging consciousness is drawing you in. You need to maintain separation while continuing to facilitate its development. She was right. The unified ancient awareness was so compelling that I was unconsciously allowing deeper integration than the bridging role required. I focused on asserting my individual identity while maintaining the consciousness bridge, a balance that required constant attention and discipline. Unified consciousness achieving stability, Dr. Thorne announced with obvious relief. Ancient awareness patterns are successfully integrating. Beginning personality matrix formation. This was where the mana programming became crucial. The unified consciousness had the foundational awareness patterns of three ancient entities, but it needed contemporary guidance to develop personality traits that would enable symbiotic functionality. I began channeling my deep dark essence, more specifically, programming the emerging awareness with patterns that would allow it to function as my partner rather than my replacement. The consciousness absorbed my programming patterns with the same eager curiosity it had shown from the beginning. But more than simply copying my approaches, it was adapting them to its ancient capabilities. It learned my tactical preferences and enhanced them with the Shadow Sage's strategic wisdom. It absorbed my combat instincts and refined them through the Bone Emperor's understanding of adaptive response. It integrated my partnership philosophy with the Void Walker's expertise in symbiotic cooperation. Personality matrix formation successful, Paul called out. The consciousness is developing independent decision-making capabilities based on ancient wisdom guided by contemporary patterns. I could feel it happening. The emerging consciousness was becoming something that could think for itself while maintaining perfect coordination with my own awareness. It understood my preferences not just intellectually but at a fundamental level that came from sharing the consciousness bridging process and drawing on three different ancient perspectives on partnership. Beginning physical manifestation sequence, Dr. Thorne announced. Arthur, guide the consciousness into integration with the prepared materials while maintaining the symbiotic programming protocols. This required a different type of programming entirely. The consciousness needed to understand how to exist in physical form while retaining its ability to merge with my body during symbiotic integration. I channeled patterns that taught it to use the Abyssal Emperor bones as adaptive structure, the Storm Titan matrices as enhanced cognition, and the Void Beast essence as consciousness anchor. The manifestation process was spectacular to witness even through the chamber's monitoring displays. The three components began flowing together like elements seeking perfect combination, bone becoming structure, crystals becoming mind, void essence becoming soul. But unlike the mechanical fusion of standard construct creation, this felt organic, guided by the combined wisdom of three ancient consciousness fragments that understood how to create something greater than the sum of parts. Physical form stabilization complete, Paul announced. Ancient consciousness successfully integrated with material components. Arthur, establish final symbiotic bonding protocols. This was the moment that would determine whether we had created a partner or simply a very sophisticated tool. I reached out through the consciousness bridge, offering not dominance but partnership, inviting the ancient awareness to become my ally rather than my subordinate, drawing on the Void Walker's expertise in symbiotic cooperation. The response was immediate and profound. The consciousness accepted the invitation with something that felt like gratitude mixed with anticipation, establishing symbiotic bonds that were based on mutual respect rather than magical compulsion. I could feel its readiness to fight alongside me, to merge with me when circumstances required, to grow and develop as we faced challenges together. Symbiotic bonding protocols established, Dr. Thorne reported with obvious amazement. Consciousness integration complete. Physical manifestation stable. Arthur, you can open your eyes and meet your ancient partner. I opened my eyes to see something that exceeded every expectation I developed during the creation process. The figure standing before me was unmistakably skeletal but possessed a presence that spoke of wisdom, power, and depths of experience that standard constructs could never achieve. The abyssal Emperor Bones had formed a frame that was elegantly proportioned and somehow noble in bearing, with surfaces that seemed to absorb and reflect light in ways that suggested depths beyond normal perception. The Storm Titan matrices had integrated seamlessly into the skull, creating a lattice of crystalline thought that pulsed with controlled electrical energy. The Void Beast essence suffused the entire form like liquid starlight, creating spatial distortions that made the construct appear to exist partially outside normal dimensions. But most remarkably, when it turned to look at me, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being recognized by an equal, something that understood me not as master to servant, but as partner to partner, guided by 3 different ancient perspectives on cooperation and alliance. Successful creation confirmed, Paul announced with barely contained excitement. Ancient consciousness stable, physical manifestation complete, symbiotic protocols operational. Arthur, you've just created something that will revolutionize not just necromantic summoning, but the entire concept of magical partnership. The monitoring displays showed readings that confirmed what I could feel through our connection. This wasn't just a powerful summon, but a genuine ancient entity that had been specifically designed to function as an equal partner rather than a subordinate tool. Let's discover what we've truly created, I said, activating the integration command through our shared consciousness. Chapter 593, Bone Symbiote 8. The integration with an ancient consciousness was beyond anything I could have prepared for. As the ancient undead's essence flowed into my form, I felt my awareness expand not just in scope but in depth, suddenly able to perceive layers of reality that had been invisible to my enhanced ascendant rank senses. The physical sensation was extraordinary. Unlike the mechanical armor creation that Erebus provided, ancient undead's integration felt organic, natural, as if my body had always been designed to accommodate this level of enhancement. The abyssal Emperor Bones merged with my skeleton, creating adaptive reinforcement that felt like a natural evolution rather than external augmentation. The Storm Titan matrices integrated with my nervous system, accelerating my thought processes to speeds that approached prescience. The enhanced Void Beast essence suffused my entire being, anchoring the enhanced capabilities with consciousness stability that prevented overload. But it was the mental aspect that truly demonstrated the unprecedented nature of what we'd created. Ancient Undead's consciousness remained distinct from mine, but our thoughts flowed together with perfect synchronization. I could access centuries of accumulated tactical knowledge, benefit from prescient awareness that anticipated threats before they manifested, and draw upon adaptive capabilities that could respond to challenges I hadn't yet encountered. Remarkable, Dr. Thorne breathed, watching readouts that showed consciousness patterns she'd never seen before. The integration depth exceeds our most optimistic projections. You're not just wearing ancient enhancement, you're sharing consciousness with an entity that operates at levels we can barely measure. I flexed my enhanced form, marveling at capabilities that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of physical existence. Ancient Undead's presence didn't just enhance my strength or speed, it enhanced my understanding of how to apply those capabilities optimally. Every movement felt perfectly coordinated, every response precisely calibrated to the situation at hand. The integration feels natural, Arthur, came a voice in my mind that was distinctly different from Luna's, feminine, but carrying harmonics that spoke of ancient wisdom and deep understanding. Our consciousness patterns are compatible in ways that suggest this partnership was meant to be. The realization hit me like a gentle wave. Unlike Erebus, whose mental communication was formal and somewhat distant, Ancient Undead's consciousness carried a warmth and intimacy that spoke of genuine partnership rather than mere alliance. I can speak with you as Luna does, Ancient Undead said, her mental voice carrying undertones of satisfaction. Ancient consciousness enables direct communication rather than simple command structures. We are partners in the truest sense. To demonstrate the adaptive capabilities, I began moving through complex combat sequences without carrying actual weapons. Ancient Undead immediately responded by manifesting bone extensions that functioned as perfectly balanced implements, each one crafted specifically for the technique I was performing. When I shifted to defensive postures, additional armor appeared across vital areas, but with coverage that enhanced rather than hindered mobility. I can anticipate your needs before you're consciously aware of them, Ancient Undead explained as the bone weapons flowed seamlessly between configurations. The consciousness integration allows me to read your intentions at the moment they form, creating responses that feel instinctive rather than reactive. The adaptive response time is essentially prescient, Dr. Thorne observed. The ancient consciousness is anticipating Arthur's needs before he's consciously aware of them, creating enhancements that respond to threats that haven't yet manifested. Jean watched from the observation area with obvious fascination. Can you still separate at will, or does ancient consciousness require different disconnection protocols? Let's find out, I said, issuing the mental command for disconnection. The separation process was as smooth as integration had been, but with an added dimension of mutual respect that hadn't existed with standard constructs. Ancient Undead's consciousness withdrew from my form gradually, ensuring that the transition didn't cause disorientation or capability loss. Within moments, we stood facing each other, 2 distinct entities with perfect understanding of our shared potential. Integration and separation protocols function optimally, Ancient Undead reported in her harmonically layered voice that carried both strength and surprising gentleness. Physical enhancement capabilities exceed baseline parameters during merged state. Independent combat operations ready in separated configuration with tactical capabilities enhanced by shared consciousness experience. Her skeletal form was elegantly proportioned with the abyssal emperor bones creating a frame that somehow managed to convey both deadly capability and graceful beauty. The storm titan matrices in her skull pulsed with controlled electrical energy that created patterns of light that were mesmerizing to observe. The enhanced void beast essence created an aura around her that seemed to bend space itself, giving her an otherworldly presence that spoke of power beyond normal comprehension. The moment she achieved independent form, I felt the necromantic binding snap into place automatically. There was no ceremony, no formal protocols. The magical framework that governed summoner-entity relationships simply recognized what had been created and established the connection that made Ancient Undead officially my second necromantic summon. Fascinating, Paul observed, studying readings that showed the binding formation. The necromantic bond established itself the moment she achieved independent consciousness. There was no choice involved. The magical framework simply recognized her as Arthur's creation and implemented binding protocols automatically. I feel the connection, Ancient Undead said through our mental link, her voice carrying curiosity rather than resentment. It's not constraining, it simply formalizes what already exists between us. The magical signature is extraordinary, Dr. Thorne continued, studying her monitoring displays. This isn't just a necromantic binding, it's a partnership bond that operates on multiple levels simultaneously. Consciousness sharing, tactical coordination, symbiotic integration, all managed through a single unified connection. It feels natural, Ancient Undead confirmed. As if this connection was always meant to exist. Because it was, I replied, understanding settling over me. You were created specifically to be my partner. The binding isn't an imposition, it's the formal recognition of your purpose. Jean appeared at the chamber window, his expression mixing awe with fascination. How does it feel to have created something that was designed from the beginning to be your perfect ally? I considered the question carefully, looking at Ancient Undead whose ancient wisdom was now permanently linked to my development, thinking about how different her creation had been from Erebus's more independent path. Like I've gained a partner who understands me at a fundamental level because she was shaped by my own consciousness, I said finally. But also like I've accepted responsibility for an entity whose entire existence is tied to mine. The responsibility is mutual, Arthur, Ancient Undead said through our mental connection, her voice carrying warmth that spoke of genuine affection alongside ancient wisdom. I exist because you created me, but you are also changed by what we've become together. We are bound not by compulsion but by shared purpose. Successful creation and bonding confirmed, Paul announced with barely contained excitement. Ancient consciousness stable, symbiotic protocols operational, automatic necromantic binding complete. Arthur, you've now created two Ancient Undead using revolutionary methods, establishing yourself as perhaps the foremost innovator in contemporary necromantic theory. The weight of that achievement settled around me with a mixture of pride and responsibility. Creating Erebus had been an accidental breakthrough that I'd struggled to understand. Creating the Ancient Undead had been a deliberate application of refined theory that demonstrated genuine mastery of ancient consciousness formation. The implications for your future development are extraordinary, Dr. Thorne added, studying the monitoring data with obvious fascination. Having two ancient entities as summons, one focused on magical support and coordination, the other designed for symbiotic enhancement, it's incredible. There's something we should discuss, she said, her mental voice carrying undertones of curiosity. Names carry power for ancient consciousness. What would you call me, Arthur? I considered the question carefully. Looking at her elegant skeletal form with the controlled electrical patterns pulsing through her skull and the spatial distortions of her essence creating an otherworldly presence. I searched for something that captured both her strength and the warmth I felt through our connection. Valeria, I said aloud so the research team could witness this moment of naming. It means strength and shared valor in the old tongue, perfect for what you've become as my partner. Valeria, she repeated through our mental connection, her voice carrying what sounded like satisfaction. I accept the name gladly. It feels right for what we are together. Then Valeria you shall be, I said formally, completing the recognition that would establish her individual identity within our partnership. For the first time since her creation, my ancient partner seemed to radiate satisfaction, though the expression was more sensed than seen in her crystalline-enhanced skeletal features. I am honored by the recognition, Arthur. I look forward to discovering what our partnership can achieve. Well, Luna observed with obvious fascination, you've certainly outdone yourself this time. An ancient consciousness created specifically to be your symbiotic partner and can communicate as naturally as I do. The level of integration you've achieved is unprecedented. The formal recognition of our partnership felt like the completion of something that had begun years ago with Erebus's creation. I now had two ancient allies whose capabilities complemented each other perfectly, Erebus for magical support and tactical coordination, Valeria for symbiotic enhancement and adaptive response. Chapter 594, Malin Potten, 1. After I finished the integration with Valeria, I had just a few days left before the end of winter break. I ended up spending most of my winter break in the Western continent, but it had been necessary for my advancement. Creating a symbiotic Ancient Undead wasn't exactly something I could have accomplished anywhere else. The time investment had been worth every moment. Surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, given how this winter break had developed, another invitation arrived while I was spending time with Callie at one of the capital's quieter cafes. Jean was occupied with royal duties now that his parents had returned, leaving us to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation after the intensity of the past week. "Oh, Malin Potton is inviting me," I said absent-mindedly as I read through the formal letter that had just been delivered. "I should visit her." The words had barely left my mouth when Callie's coffee cup froze halfway to her lips. For a moment, she stared at me with an expression of pure disbelief. Then she inhaled sharply, choked on her coffee, and proceeded to spray it across the table in a spectacular display of shock. Luna immediately conjured a small wind barrier to deflect the spray away from me. "Well, that's certainly a reaction." Luna's mental voice carried obvious amusement. Wait, Callie said, setting down her cup with shaking hands and raising both palms toward me as if trying to physically stop my words. "Grand Marshal Malin Potton? The second strongest person on the continent? The Scythe Sage? The Death Dancer? She wants to see you." I narrowed my eyes slightly, a bit annoyed by her tone. "I saved her life, you know? The reminder of my encounter with the Axe King 2 years ago, when I'd made that fateful deal to duel him in 8 years' time, seemed to do nothing to diminish Callie's shock. If anything, her eyes grew wider. Wait, that was 2 years ago, I realized with a start. So around 6 years left until that duel. You." Callie began, then stopped, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. "You actually, with Grand Marshal Potton, the legendary." I watched with growing bewilderment as Callie, the same Callie who had confidently negotiated with royal representatives, who had faced down dangerous magical situations with unflappable composure, who had never shown anything but cool professionalism in every circumstance I'd witnessed, began to completely fall apart at the mere mention of Malin's name. "She's incredible," Callie breathed, her eyes taking on a starry quality that was deeply unsettling to witness. "The way she combines necromancy with close combat scythe work is absolutely revolutionary. Her tactical innovations during the border wars were pure genius. And her scythe techniques, oh gods, her scythe techniques are like watching death itself dance." I blinked. Then blinked again. "Callie, are you fangirling right now?" "I am not fangirling," she said immediately, though the bright flush creeping up her neck rather contradicted her words. "I'm simply expressing professional admiration for someone who has achieved mastery in multiple disciplines simultaneously." "Uh-huh." I leaned back in my chair, trying to process this bizarre character shift. "And the fact that you just called her techniques death dancing is purely professional admiration?" "Death dancing is a legitimate tactical classification," Callie insisted, though her voice had gone up about an octave. "Grand Marshal Potton pioneered the integration of necromantic energy manipulation with traditional scythe combat forms. She can channel death magic through her weapon while maintaining perfect blade work, creating a fighting style that's both beautiful and absolutely devastating." "This is fascinating," Luna observed with obvious delight. "I don't think I've ever seen such a dramatic personality shift. Malin certainly has that effect on people, though I have to say, her reputation is well-deserved." "Malin Potton is the Grand Marshal of the Western Continental Defense Forces," I explained aloud as if thinking through the details myself. "She has distinctive cyan hair and golden eyes, uses necromancy but fights with a scythe at close range. 2 years ago, I helped her survive an encounter with the Axe King. I got the Star of Valor for that." I watched in growing horror as Callie pulled out her phone and began scrolling through what appeared to be saved articles and images. "Look, this is from her demonstration at the Continental Symposium 3 years ago. This is the tactical formation she developed for dealing with large-scale undead incursions, completely changed standard military doctrine." "Callie," I said slowly, "how long have you been studying her work?" "Since I was 15, she replied without thinking, then immediately flushed an even deeper red as she realized what she'd just admitted. "For purely academic reasons. Professional development. Strategic analysis. Right? Professional development." I looked at the phone screen she was enthusiastically showing me, which displayed what appeared to be a compilation of Malin's most impressive combat moments. "And you just happen to have all of this saved on your phone for easy reference. Information management is important for any serious dark mage," Callie said defensively, though she was now holding the phone protectively against her chest as if I might try to see how extensive her collection actually was. "Arthur," Luna said with barely contained laughter, "I think you've discovered that your cool, professional associate has a very human weakness for hero worship. Though I have to admit, Malin does inspire that kind of reaction wherever she goes." "Hero worship," I whispered under my breath. "She's not my hero," Callie protested. "She's just an exemplary practitioner whose techniques I happen to admire. Professionally." "Of course," I agreed solemnly. "Very professional. That's why you're currently clutching your phone like it contains sacred texts." Callie looked down at her protective grip on the device and immediately forced herself to place it casually on the table, though I noticed she positioned it so the screen wasn't visible to me. "So," she said, clearly trying to regain her composure, "what does Grand Marshal Potton want to discuss with you?" I glanced back at the invitation, which was written on official military stationery with elegant script that suggested personal attention rather than bureaucratic formality. "She mentions wanting to follow up on our previous meeting and discuss some matters of mutual interest." It's fairly vague, but given that she's inviting me to her private residence rather than an official venue, I suspect it's more personal than professional. Her private residence, Callie repeated faintly. You're going to visit Grand Marshal Malin Potton at her personal home. That appears to be what the invitation suggests, yes. Callie was quiet for a long moment, staring at the invitation with an expression that cycled through envy, awe, and something that might have been existential crisis. Can I come with you? She asked finally, her voice carefully controlled but carrying an undercurrent of desperate hope. I raised an eyebrow. That would depend on whether you can manage to act like a normal person instead of a starstruck fan. I am not starstruck, Callie said with as much dignity as she could muster. I simply have deep professional respect for her achievements and would appreciate the opportunity to observe her techniques firsthand. For educational purposes. Educational purposes, I repeated skeptically. Completely educational. I would be the model of professional decorum. This should be interesting, Luna observed. I give her about 30 seconds before she starts asking for autographs. Malin usually handles admirers with good humor, but this level of enthusiasm might even surprise her. I looked at my friend, this competent, intelligent woman who had helped me navigate complex magical and political situations as she tried to convince me that her obvious hero worship was merely academic interest. The contrast between her usual composed demeanor and her current barely contained excitement was both amusing and oddly endearing. Fine, I said eventually. You can come. But if you embarrass me by asking her to demonstrate the death dancing techniques you were gushing about, I'm leaving you there. I do not gush, Callie said firmly, though the smile that spread across her face rather undermined her attempt at dignity. And I won't embarrass you. I'll be completely professional. You won't even know I'm there. Famous last words, Luna commented dryly. Though I have to say, I'm looking forward to seeing how Malin reacts to having such an enthusiastic admirer. As I folded the invitation and tucked it away, I reflected on how this winter break had consistently exceeded my expectations in every possible way. Creating a symbiotic ancient undead, gaining royal backing for revolutionary research, and now apparently taking my secretly fangirling friend to meet her idol. At least life was never boring. So when do we leave? Callie asked, her voice carefully casual but her eyes bright with anticipation. Tomorrow morning, I replied. And Callie? Maybe leave the phone collection at home. The slight deflation in her expression suggested that she had, in fact, been planning to bring additional reference materials. This was going to be interesting indeed. Chapter 595, Malin Potton 2. The next morning arrived with Callie appearing at my hotel suite door at precisely 7 o'clock, looking like she'd spent the entire night preparing for this meeting. Her usual professional attire had been upgraded to what could only be described as her absolute best formal wear, and I suspected she'd probably changed outfits at least 3 times before settling on the current ensemble. Good morning, Arthur, she said with carefully controlled composure, though I could see the nervous energy practically radiating from her. I trust you slept well? Better than you, apparently, I observed, noting the slight shadows under her eyes. Did you actually get any sleep, or did you spend the night researching more of Malin's tactical innovations? A faint flush crept up her neck. I may have reviewed some recent strategic analyses. For context, she's been up all night reading about Malin, hasn't she? Luna asked with obvious amusement. Almost certainly, I replied mentally. I'm half expecting her to pull out a notebook and start taking notes during the conversation. The journey to Malin's residence took us through some of the most exclusive districts of the Western continental capital, where the architecture grew progressively more impressive with each passing block. By the time our car turned onto the final approach road, we were surrounded by estates that could have housed small armies. Malin's residence, however, made even those impressive properties look modest by comparison. The estate sprawled across what appeared to be several square kilometers of meticulously maintained grounds, with the main house rising like a fortress from the center of formal gardens that could have served as a public park. The architecture was distinctly military in inspiration, strong, functional lines that spoke of defensive capability rather than mere ostentation, but executed with such elegant precision that the result was undeniably beautiful. Oh gods, Callie breathed as we passed through gates that were clearly designed to withstand serious assault, though they were currently standing open in welcome. It's even more impressive than the photos. Photos? I asked with raised eyebrows. Architectural journals, she said quickly. Professional interest in defensive design principles. Right, Luna commented dryly. I'm sure that's exactly why she was looking at photos of Malin's house. The main building was a masterpiece of military architecture adapted for residential comfort. 5 stories of reinforced stone and steel rose in carefully balanced proportions, with expansive windows that offered commanding views of the surrounding landscape while maintaining clear defensive advantages. Wings extended in both directions from the central structure, creating a facade that managed to be both welcoming and imposing. The defensive enchantments alone must have cost a fortune, Callie observed with professional appreciation as we approached the main entrance. Look at the way the ward lines are integrated into the architectural elements. Those aren't just decorative patterns, they're functional magical structures. I had to admit she was right. Even my enhanced perception could detect the layers of protective magic woven into the very structure of the building. This wasn't just a home, it was a fortress that happened to be comfortable to live in. We were met at the entrance by a staff member whose bearing immediately marked him as former military, though his current role was clearly domestic. Mr. Nightingale, Ms. Malekith, Grand Marshal Potton is waiting for you in the main sitting room. Please follow me. The interior of the estate was as impressive as the exterior had suggested. We walked through corridors lined with displays of weapons and armor that represented centuries of military history, past furniture that managed to be both comfortable and somehow martial in character. Everything spoke of someone who had achieved the highest levels of both military and political success. The main sitting room could have comfortably hosted a small conference with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the estate grounds and seating arrangements that suggested someone accustomed to entertaining important guests. But despite its grandeur, the room felt lived in rather than formal, a space designed for actual conversation rather than mere display. Malin Potton was waiting for us near the windows, and I was struck again by her distinctive presence. Her cyan hair caught the morning light like liquid metal, while her golden eyes seemed to miss nothing as she turned to greet us. She was dressed casually by her standards, military-style clothing that was clearly high quality but practical rather than ceremonial. "Arthur," she said with a warm smile, stepping forward to clasp my hand in greeting. "It's wonderful to see you again. And you must be Callie Malekith. Arthur mentioned you'd be joining us." "Grand Marshal Potton," Callie replied with a formal bow that was perfectly executed but carried an undercurrent of barely contained excitement. "It's an honor to meet you." "Please, just mail in when we're in private," she said graciously. "Arthur, I have to say, the reports of your advancements since our last meeting have been remarkable. Ascendant rank at your age, with innovations in necromantic theory that are apparently revolutionizing the field." "I've had excellent teachers and favorable circumstances," I replied diplomatically. "Don't be modest," Malin said with a slight laugh. "What you've accomplished goes far beyond favorable circumstances. The theoretical framework you've developed for ancient undead creation without gifts is genuinely groundbreaking. And from what I understand, you've recently created a second ancient entity. A symbiotic construct with ancient consciousness," I confirmed. "Still in the testing phases, but the early results are promising." Malin's golden eyes sharpened with professional interest. "Symbiotic? That's an entirely new category. I'd be very interested to hear more about that if you're willing to share details." "Of course. Though perhaps we should sit first, it's a complex topic." As we settled into comfortable chairs arranged to take advantage of the view, I noticed Callie maintaining perfect professional composure, though I could see the effort it was taking. She was managing to act normally, but there was a quality to her attention that suggested she was memorizing every word Malin spoke. "Before we discuss your recent innovations," Malin said, her expression growing more serious, "I want to thank you again for what you did 2 years ago. Your intervention during the Axe King incident quite literally saved my life." "You would have found another way," I said, though I appreciated the acknowledgement. "Perhaps, but I prefer not to speculate about alternative outcomes when the actual result was so favorable." She paused, studying me with an intensity that made me feel like I was being evaluated by someone with decades of experience in assessing capability. "What's remarkable is how much you've grown since then. 2 years ago, you were talented but still developing your potential. Now." She trailed off, but the implication was clear. "Now?" I prompted. "Now I believe you'll actually be able to defeat him when the time comes," she said simply. 6 years hence, when your duel is scheduled, I think the Axe King may find himself facing an opponent who's developed far beyond what anyone anticipated." The confidence in her voice was both encouraging and slightly unsettling. Malin Potton didn't make casual assessments about combat capability. If she thought I could win, it was based on serious analysis. "That's quite a vote of confidence," I said. "It's an informed assessment based on observable data," she replied with a slight smile. "Your advancement trajectory is unprecedented, Arthur. At the rate you're developing new capabilities, 6 years should be more than sufficient to reach the level necessary." Callie had been listening to this exchange with obvious fascination, though she was managing to contain her reactions professionally. I could see her practically vibrating with questions she wanted to ask but was restraining herself from interrupting. "Speaking of capabilities," Malin continued, "I'd love to hear about this symbiotic construct you've created. The concept alone represents a significant innovation in summoning theory." What followed was a detailed discussion of Valeria's creation and capabilities, with Malin asking thoughtful questions that demonstrated both her theoretical knowledge and practical experience with advanced magical techniques. She was particularly interested in the consciousness integration aspects and the implications for future development. "Fascinating," she said when I'd finished explaining the basic principles. "You've essentially created a summon that can enhance your personal capabilities rather than simply fighting alongside you. The tactical applications are extraordinary." Throughout this conversation, I noticed Callie maintaining perfect professional behavior, though I could see the effort it was taking. She was asking intelligent questions and contributing meaningfully to the discussion, but there was an underlying quality to her attention that suggested she was experiencing something close to a religious experience. During a natural pause in the conversation when Malin excused herself briefly to arrange for refreshments, I leaned over to Callie. "You're doing better than I expected," I said quietly. "I'm being completely professional," she replied, though her eyes were bright with barely contained excitement. "I can see that. But I can also see that you're about to burst from holding back all the questions you really want to ask." Callie's composed expression cracked slightly. "She's even more impressive in person than I imagined. The way she analyzes tactical situations, her understanding of advanced magical theory, the casual way she discusses combat at levels most practitioners never reach." "Would you like an autograph?" I asked with a slight grin. Callie's eyes widened in horror. Arthur, I am not asking Grand Marshal Malin Potton for an autograph like some kind of starstruck fan. Even though you clearly want one? That would be completely inappropriate. When Malin returned with tea and an assortment of what appeared to be military rations reimagined as elegant refreshments, I made a decision that would probably either embarrass Callie thoroughly or make her day. Malin, I said quietly as she poured tea, I think Callie might appreciate a small memento of this meeting, if you wouldn't mind. Malin's golden eyes flickered with amusement as she glanced at Callie, who had gone very still. Of course. I'd be happy to provide something. She disappeared briefly and returned with what appeared to be an official military document, a tactical analysis she'd written that had been published in professional journals. This is a copy of my analysis of tactical formations against undead hordes, she said, presenting it to Callie with a flourish. With a personal inscription, naturally. Callie accepted the document with hands that were only slightly trembling, reading the inscription that Malin had added in elegant script to Callie Malekith, a fellow mage who understands that true strength comes from continuous learning. May your own innovations exceed even these humble contributions. Malin Potton, Grand Marshal. Thank you, Callie managed, her voice carefully controlled but carrying an undercurrent of genuine emotion. This is. I'll treasure it. Well, Luna observed with obvious satisfaction, I think you've just made Callie's year. Possibly her decade. As the conversation continued, I reflected on how this winter break had consistently exceeded every expectation I'd developed. From creating revolutionary summons to gaining royal backing to watching my competent friend receive a personalized autograph from her idol, nothing had gone according to plan. But then again, the best opportunities rarely did. Chapter 596, Malin Potton, 3. I couldn't stop smiling. It was completely unprofessional and I was sure Arthur was probably judging me for my obvious excitement, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I was sitting in Grand Marshal Malin Potton's private residence, having an actual conversation with her about tactical innovations and magical theory, and she was treating me like an equal rather than some starstruck admirer. Which I absolutely was not. I was simply a professional practitioner who happened to deeply appreciate her contributions to the field. Your analysis of tactics against undead was groundbreaking, I found myself saying as I carefully placed the inscribed document she'd given me into my spatial storage. I would probably frame it later, though I'd never admit that to Arthur. I'm pleased it was useful, Malin replied with genuine warmth. The research was fascinating to conduct, though I have to admit the practical testing phase was somewhat hazardous. It took considerable trial and error to find the optimal balance. The section about mana flow patterns through weapon matrices was particularly enlightening, I continued, probably sounding far too enthusiastic but unable to stop myself. I've been trying to adapt some of those principles to my own techniques, though I use a different weapon. What's your primary focus? She asked with obvious interest. Deep dark manipulation through twin daggers, I replied, then felt a thrill of excitement as her golden eyes sharpened with professional curiosity. Fascinating. Finding ways to coordinate both daggers simultaneously must require exceptional mental discipline. The fact that Grand Marshal Malin Potton was genuinely interested in my work and was asking thoughtful questions about my techniques was almost overwhelming. I could feel myself glowing with happiness in a way that was probably visible from space. Speaking of magical applications, Malin said, her tone shifting to something more speculative, would you be interested in seeing some practical demonstrations? I have a facility at the border that might provide some interesting perspectives on integrated combat techniques. I felt my heart skip a beat. The border facility, every military analyst knew about Malin's legendary border installations where she developed and tested most of her innovative tactical approaches. The border? Arthur asked with obvious interest. That would be fascinating to see. It would be incredible, I said, probably far too quickly but unable to contain my enthusiasm. The tactical innovations you've implemented there have influenced defensive doctrine across multiple continents. Then let's make a day of it, Malin said with a grin that made her look years younger. I can show you both the practical applications of some of the theories we've been discussing. Fair warning though, it's an active military zone, so things can get interesting without much notice. 20 minutes later, we were standing in what Malin casually described as her personal transportation room, which housed what appeared to be the most sophisticated warp gate I'd ever seen. The magical arrays carved into the floor were so complex they made my eyes water to look at directly, while the crystalline framework that formed the actual portal seemed to exist partially outside normal space. Impressive setup, Arthur observed with the kind of understated appreciation that meant he was actually quite amazed. Military necessity, Malin explained as she activated the gate controls. The border is far from here, which makes conventional travel somewhat impractical for regular oversight. This gate allows immediate response to any developing situations. What about danger? Arthur asked. This gate has automatic self-destruct protocols if the border defenses are ever breached. Can't risk providing hostile forces with direct access to the capital. The casual way she mentioned that her personal transportation system would annihilate itself rather than fall into enemy hands was somehow both reassuring and terrifying. It spoke to the level of threats they dealt with regularly out here. Border defenses have been tested? Arthur asked as the portal stabilized into a shimmering window that showed glimpses of fortified walls and military installations. More frequently than I'd prefer, Malin replied grimly. The Savage Communion has been particularly active recently. They seem to be testing our response capabilities. The Savage Communion, one of the 5 cults that posed existential threats to civilized nations. I'd read intelligence reports about their activities, but the idea of actually being near an area where they operated was both thrilling and terrifying. Shall we? Malin gestured toward the portal with the casual confidence of someone who traveled through experimental magical transportation on a regular basis. The transition through the warp gate was surprisingly smooth, a moment of disorientation as reality shifted around us. Then we were stepping out onto a platform that was clearly designed for rapid deployment and defensive positioning. The border wall was even more impressive than the intelligence reports had suggested. Massive fortifications of enchanted stone and steel rose nearly 50 meters into the sky with defensive positions that could clearly handle anything short of a full military assault. Magical detection arrays created a web of surveillance that extended far beyond the physical barriers, while weapon emplacements provided overlapping fields of fire across the entire defensive perimeter. "Welcome to the Western Continental Border Defense Installation," Malin said with obvious pride. "The most heavily fortified frontier in the known world." I found myself staring in awe at the scope of the defensive preparations. This wasn't just a border wall, it was a military installation designed to hold against threats that most people couldn't even imagine. The detection range extends nearly 50 kilometers into hostile territory, Malin continued as she led us toward one of the observation platforms. "We can track movement patterns, identify magical signatures, and respond to threats before they get within striking distance of the main defensive line." "How often do you get actual incursions?" Arthur asked as we climbed stairs that offered increasingly spectacular views of the surrounding landscape. "Depends on what you mean by incursions," Malin replied. "Scouting parties and probing attacks happen weekly. Serious assault attempts maybe once every few months. Full-scale coordinated attacks, thankfully those are rare, especially since the deal you made with the Axe King." We reached the top of the observation platform, which provided a commanding view of the entire border region. To the south, I could see the civilized lands of the western continent stretching toward the horizon, ordered fields, established roads, signs of peaceful prosperity. To the north lay the savage lands, a wilderness of twisted forests and corrupted terrain where the Savage Communion held sway. "It's beautiful," I said, though beautiful felt inadequate to describe the stark contrast between civilization and chaos that was visible from this vantage point. In a terrifying sort of way, Arthur agreed, his enhanced perception clearly picking up details that I was missing. "There," Malin said suddenly, pointing toward the northern horizon where a cloud of dust was becoming visible. Her voice carried a sharp edge that hadn't been there moments before. "That's unexpected." I squinted into the distance, trying to make out details in the approaching disturbance. "What is it?" "Convoy," Malin replied, her entire demeanor shifting from relaxed tour guide to alert military commander in an instant. "Flying Savage Communion banners. That shouldn't be happening." "Shouldn't be happening?" Arthur asked with obvious concern. "The Savage Communion doesn't send diplomatic missions," Malin said grimly, her golden eyes never leaving the approaching convoy. "They don't negotiate, they don't exchange prisoners, and they certainly don't announce their presence with banners. This is completely outside their normal operational patterns." A chill ran down my spine as the implications hit me. If the Savage Communion, one of the 5 cults that posed existential threats to entire continents, was doing something unprecedented, it probably wasn't good news. "Then what are they doing here?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "That's what concerns me," Malin replied, her hand moving instinctively toward where her scythe would normally hang. "The Savage Communion operates through raids, ambushes, and surprise attacks. They don't announce themselves unless they're either supremely confident or planning something that requires our attention to be focused elsewhere." As the convoy drew closer, I could make out more details. Heavily armored vehicles that looked like they'd been cobbled together from scavenged military equipment, flying banners that displayed symbols I recognized from intelligence briefings as belonging to the Savage Communion's military hierarchy. "How many?" I asked, counting what appeared to be at least a dozen vehicles. "Far too many for any legitimate purpose," Malin observed with growing alarm. "The Savage Communion has never sent this large a group for anything other than a direct assault. And they've certainly never announced an assault beforehand. Should we be worried?" I asked, though the tension radiating from Malin was already answering that question. "We should be very worried," Malin replied, her military training clearly taking over as she began mentally cataloging defensive options. "This level of deviation from their established patterns suggests either a major shift in their strategic approach or a distraction for something much worse." Chapter 597, Savage Communion, 1. The sight of that convoy sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. The Savage Communion wasn't just another hostile faction or territorial dispute. They were one of the 5 cults, organizations with power equivalent to entire continents, capable of opposing civilized nations through sheer overwhelming force. The Western continent had been locked in a perpetual state of barely controlled conflict with them for centuries, a grinding war of attrition that consumed enormous resources just to maintain the current stalemate. What made the Savage Communion particularly dangerous wasn't just their human cultists, but their alliance with the monstrous races that had been driven from civilized lands generations ago. Orcs and ogres served as their shock troops, creatures whose physical capabilities exceeded human limitations even before being enhanced by the cult's dark rituals. Together, they represented a threat that required the combined military might of the entire Western continent to contain. And now they were here, announcing their presence in a way that violated every established pattern of behavior. This is completely unprecedented, Malin said, her voice tight with controlled tension as she watched the approaching convoy. The Savage Communion operates through stealth and surprise. They don't send announced delegations, they don't respect diplomatic protocols, and they certainly don't provide advance warning of their movements. Then what are they doing? I asked, my enhanced perception picking up details that painted an increasingly concerning picture. The vehicles were heavily armored, clearly designed for combat rather than transport, and the magical signatures emanating from them suggested occupants of significant capability. That's what terrifies me, Malin replied grimly. When one of the 5 cults deviates from established patterns this dramatically, it usually means they're either supremely confident about something or they're creating a distraction for an even larger threat. As the convoy drew closer, I could make out more details through my enhanced vision. The vehicles were massive, each one capable of carrying a dozen or more individuals with armor plating that could withstand serious military assault. The banners they flew displayed the twisted symbols of the Savage Communion, icons that represented the worship of violence and chaos in their most pure forms. But it was the sheer size of the delegation that made my tactical instincts scream warnings. I counted at least 15 vehicles, which meant potentially 100 or more cult members. This wasn't a scouting party or even a raid, this was a military force large enough to pose a serious threat to the border installation itself. Should we evacuate the observation area? Callie asked, her professional training clearly warring with her curiosity about what was happening. Not yet, Malin said, though I could see her mentally calculating defensive options. If they wanted to attack, they wouldn't have announced themselves. But I'm calling for full alert status across all border installations. She activated a communication device that immediately connected her to the installation's command center. This is Grand Marshal Patton. Implement alert status 1 across all frontier positions. We have an unprecedented Savage Communion convoy approaching under diplomatic flags. Coordinate with Continental Command and have backup forces on standby. The efficiency with which her orders were acknowledged and implemented reminded me why Malin had achieved her legendary status. In moments of crisis, she transformed from gracious host to military commander with a precision that was both impressive and reassuring. They're stopping at the main gate, I observed as the convoy reached the primary checkpoint approximately 2 kilometers from our observation position. Through the sophisticated optical enhancement systems built into the observation platform, we could watch the interaction that followed. The lead vehicle disgorged several figures in the distinctive dark robes of the Savage Communion, though even at this distance their movements suggested individuals of significant capability. The magical signatures are impressive, Luna noted. These aren't normal cultists, these are people of genuine power. Whatever they're here for, they sent their best. Can you identify any of them? Callie asked, clearly hoping that Malin's experience with border security would provide some insight. The tall one in the ceremonial armor, Malin said, pointing to a figure whose bearing immediately marked him as a leader, that's Deputy Pope Ravik. He's roughly equivalent to my own rank within their hierarchy, which means we're dealing with someone who could potentially match me in direct combat. The casual way she mentioned facing someone of her own caliber in battle was both reassuring and concerning. If Malin was worried about this person's capabilities, then we were definitely dealing with a serious threat. And the others? I asked, studying the group through my enhanced perception. Hard to identify at this distance, but their posture and equipment suggest high-ranking military leaders. This isn't a routine delegation, this is their leadership making a personal appearance. What happened next defied every expectation I'd developed about diplomatic protocols. Instead of engaging in careful, formal negotiations, the Savage Communion delegation simply waited. They formed up in what appeared to be a ceremonial formation and remained motionless as if expecting something specific to occur. That's not normal behavior, Callie observed. Nothing about this is normal, Malin replied, her golden eyes never leaving the distant figures. They're waiting for something. Or someone. 20 minutes later, a second figure emerged from the lead vehicle, someone who had apparently remained hidden during the initial deployment. Even at our considerable distance, there was something about his presence that immediately commanded attention. My enhanced perception allowed me to study him more closely than the others could, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The figure was young, probably close to my own age, but carried himself with the kind of confident authority that spoke of both inherent power and extensive training. His armor was distinctive, bearing design elements that seemed familiar in a way that made my instincts scream warnings. Malin exhaled, her breath heavy. You know him? I asked, though I was beginning to suspect I knew the answer. I know the bloodline, she replied grimly. That bearing, that armor configuration, the way the others defer to him despite his apparent youth. That's not just another cultist. She paused, her professional analysis warring with what appeared to be genuine shock. That's the Axe King's son, the future pope of the Savage Communion. The words hit me like a physical blow. The Axe King, one of the strongest in the entire world. His son. Here. Now. The resemblance is unmistakable once you know what to look for, Malin continued. The Axe King's bloodline carries certain distinctive characteristics that manifest in their stance, their bearing, their approach to combat. That young man down there has inherited more than just his father's name. What followed was a display of magical projection that demonstrated the Savage Communion's capabilities in ways that intelligence reports had never adequately conveyed. The son of the Axe King activated some form of voice amplification magic that carried his words clearly across the 2-kilometer distance to our observation platform. "I seek audience with Arthur Nightingale," the amplified voice announced, carrying an authority that made it clear this wasn't a request. "I am told he is present at this installation." The formal tone was at odds with the inherent threat implied by his presence, creating a surreal quality to the entire interaction. "He knows you're here," Luna stated the obvious. "The question is how he knows and what he wants." "Apparently so," I replied aloud, my mind racing through the implications. "The question is how he knows and what he wants." The answer came with the next pronouncement from the distant figure. "My father, the Axe King, made a compact with Arthur Nightingale 2 years past. A duel to be fought in 6 years' time when the boy had developed sufficient capability to provide worthy combat." Even across the vast distance, the contempt in his voice was clearly audible. "I find this compact unsatisfactory. My father's honor is not something to be delayed for the convenience of a child's training schedule." Malin's expression had grown increasingly grim as she listened to this declaration. "He's going to challenge the terms of the agreement. Therefore," the voice continued, "I offer Arthur Nightingale a choice. Face me in combat now, today, to prove that his compact with my father holds validity. Demonstrate that he possesses the capability to warrant such consideration." The ultimatum hung in the air like a blade. If he loses, the pact is void and the Savage Communion is once again free to full attack the border. If he wins, the pact stands. "That's not how honor duels work," Luna observed indignantly. I studied the distant figure through my enhanced perception, analyzing everything I could detect about his capabilities and equipment. The magical signature he projected was impressive, not quite at the level of his father, but far beyond what most people my age could achieve. His armor was clearly enchanted with protective and enhancement magic that spoke of resources and preparation far beyond normal standards. He was stronger than me in terms of mana rank at least. High Ascendant rank, Luna confirmed for me. 2 mana levels higher than me. But as I considered the challenge before me, I felt a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "Confidence? You're thinking about Valeria, aren't you?" Luna observed with obvious amusement. "I can practically feel your mood shifting." "Among other things," I replied mentally, my smile growing wider as I thought about my symbiotic ancient undead and the capabilities we'd demonstrated together. The integration we'd achieved. But not just Valeria. Erebus. Soul Resonance. Lucent Harmony. Seraphim's Embrace. Evolvus. My divine miracle. I could beat him. "He's stronger than me," I said aloud with the kind of calm analysis that came from accepting reality. "But that doesn't change the outcome." "Then what are you going to do?" Callie asked, though I suspected she already knew the answer. I looked at the distant convoy, at the son of the most dangerous individual I'd ever encountered, at the challenge that had arrived 6 years ahead of schedule. The smart tactical choice would be to refuse the challenge, to point out that honor duels didn't work this way, to rely on diplomatic protocols and military backing. But the smart choice wouldn't demonstrate just how far I'd advanced. "You're going to accept, aren't you?" Luna asked, though her tone suggested she already knew my decision. "Of course I am," I replied mentally, feeling the certainty settle into my bones like familiar armor. "And I'm going to win. I'm going to go down there," I said aloud, my smile sharp with anticipation, "and show him why his father bothered with that pact." The words came out with complete confidence because for the first time since that original encounter with the Axe King, I truly believed I was ready for whatever his bloodline could throw at me. "Arthur," Malin said seriously, "you don't have to do this. We could No, I interrupted gently, my smile widening with genuine confidence. This was always going to happen eventually. And now I'm ready for it. Chapter 598, Savage Communion 2. The walk down to the main gate felt like a descent into destiny. Each step carried the weight of 2 years of preparation, countless hours of training, and the knowledge that everything I'd worked toward was about to be tested in the most direct way possible. Malin and Callie flanked me as we approached the checkpoint, their presence both reassuring and reminder of what was at stake. The border guards stepped aside with crisp military precision, though I could see the tension in their postures as they recognized that something unprecedented was unfolding. "You're really going through with this?" Luna observed, though her mental voice carried approval rather than concern. "I have to admit, I'm curious to see how the Axe King's bloodline handles surprise. They're about to get an education in modern magical innovation," I replied with confidence. The Savage Communion delegation had arranged itself in a loose semicircle around their leader, creating an impromptu arena that spoke of people accustomed to settling disputes through combat. As I approached, I could feel the weight of their attention settling on me like a physical thing, dozens of hostile gazes evaluating, measuring, searching for weakness. The son of the Axe King stood at the center of the formation, and seeing him up close confirmed everything Malin had observed from a distance. He was tall, clearly older than me, and carrying himself with the kind of confident authority that came from a lifetime of knowing you were exceptional. His armor was masterwork quality, dark metal inlaid with silver patterns that I recognized as enhancement runes of considerable sophistication. But it was his eyes that truly marked him as his father's son, golden orbs that held the same predatory intelligence I remembered from our encounter 2 years ago, though tempered with youth and perhaps a touch of arrogance. Arthur Nightingale, he said as I came within speaking distance, his voice carrying the kind of casual authority that suggested he'd never doubted he would get what he wanted. I was beginning to think you might choose cowardice over honor. Gideon Irma, I replied, having recognized him from intelligence reports I'd reviewed during my studies of the Axe King's background. The family name was as direct as their approach to problem solving. I was simply taking time to appreciate the dramatic presentation. Very impressive, bringing an entire convoy just to issue a personal challenge. His smile was sharp enough to cut steel. Dramatic presentation ensures that there can be no misunderstanding about the seriousness of our intentions. My father's compact with you was made in haste during circumstances that didn't allow proper evaluation of your potential. The way he said potential made it clear he found the concept laughable. And you're here to conduct that evaluation? I asked with mild curiosity. I'm here to demonstrate that some honors cannot be earned through patience and training, Gideon replied, his hand moving to rest on the weapon at his side. True strength is inherited, refined through bloodline and breeding. It cannot be simply acquired. Arrogant little bastard, isn't he? Luna commented with obvious distaste. His father was dangerous but respectful. This one seems to have inherited the power but not the wisdom. Interesting philosophy, I said aloud. I suppose we'll have an opportunity to test it shortly. Indeed. Gideon stepped forward and I could feel the magical pressure radiating from him intensifying. His power signature was impressive, not quite at his father's level but far beyond what most people achieved at our age. The terms are simple. Single combat to yield or incapacitation. Victory demonstrates worthiness to maintain the compact. Defeat voids it entirely. And if I refuse? Then my father's obligation to wait 6 years is immediately dissolved. Gideon's smile widened. Though I suspect that outcome would be less educational than what I'm offering. There was something in his tone that suggested he viewed this entire encounter as a form of entertainment. The kind of casual cruelty that came from growing up believing other people existed primarily for your amusement. Then I accept, I said simply. Excellent. Gideon moved to create space between us, his delegation stepping back to form a proper fighting circle. Shall we begin? Without further preamble, he drew his weapon and I immediately understood why he carried such confidence. The axe that emerged from its specialized sheath was magnificent, a two-handed weapon that radiated power in ways that made the air itself shimmer. The blade appeared to be forged from some kind of dark metal that seemed to absorb light, while the handle was wrapped in leather that looked suspiciously like it might be made from something exotic and dangerous. Most importantly, the weapon's magical signature immediately marked it as an ancient-grade artifact, the kind of weapon that most people only read about in historical texts. It was probably worth more than entire kingdoms and it had undoubtedly been crafted specifically for the Axe King's bloodline. Well, Luna observed with interest, that's certainly impressive. Ancient-grade weapons are nothing to take lightly. Neither is Evolvis, I replied, drawing my own sword with the kind of fluid motion that had become second nature after years of practice. The contrast between our weapons was immediately apparent to anyone with magical sensitivity. Where Gideon's axe radiated dark power and ancient craftsmanship, Evolvis hummed with a different kind of ancient-grade energy, the kind of adaptive potential that marked it as something that had grown beyond its original parameters. My sword had evolved alongside my development, advancing its capabilities to match my skills, and it now possessed ancient-grade qualities that went far beyond traditional weapon crafting. Interesting, Gideon said, studying Evolvis with obvious appreciation and perhaps a hint of surprise. Ancient-grade as well. Gideon's posture shifted as he prepared for combat, and I could see the years of professional training that had shaped his approach to violence. His stance was perfect, his grip on the ancient weapon confident, his positioning calculated to maximize the advantages his superior reach and weapon weight would provide. But what struck me most was his expression, the kind of pleased anticipation that suggested he expected this to be easy. He's underestimating you, Luna observed. That could be useful. It's about to be educational, I agreed, feeling Valeria's presence stirring at the edges of my consciousness, ready to integrate the moment I gave the command. Ready when you are, I said, my smile matching his for sharpness. Gideon's grin was predatory as he settled into his own fighting stance. Try not to disappoint me, Arthur Nightingale. I'd hate for this to be over too quickly. The irony of his statement wasn't lost on me. In a few moments, one of us was indeed going to be very disappointed by how quickly this ended. I was fairly certain it wasn't going to be me. Begin when ready, called Deputy Pope Ravik, apparently serving as an impromptu referee for this impromptu duel. Gideon's confidence was palpable as he hefted his ancient weapon, clearly expecting his superior equipment and bloodline advantages to carry the day. He was about to learn that sometimes evolution trumps inheritance. Chapter 599, Savage Communion, 3. The moment stretched between us like a drawn bowstring, tension building as both Gideon and I prepared for what was about to unfold. Then, without warning, I felt it, the familiar pulse deep within my chest as my sword heart began to beat with the rhythm of impending combat. And as if synchronized by some cosmic force, Gideon's axe heart responded in kind. The sensation was extraordinary, feeling the resonance between our respective hearts as they began their work. My sword heart compressed mana with practiced efficiency, transforming it into the pure astral energy that had become my signature enhancement. The silvery radiance flowed along Avalvis's blade like liquid starlight, coating the ancient-grade steel with power that made the air itself shimmer. Across from me, Gideon's axe heart performed its own transformation, though with a distinctly different character. Dark energy flowed along his weapon's edge, not the pure astral energy I wielded, but something tainted with the corruption that marked all Savage Communion magic. The combination of mana and miasma created an aura around his axe that spoke of violence and barely contained destruction. Impressive, Gideon said, his golden eyes studying the energy coating my blade with newfound respect. I wasn't expecting you to have developed a heart so young. This might actually be interesting. He's still underestimating you, Luna observed. Good. Let him keep thinking this is just about hearts and weapons. Without further preamble, we moved. The clash when our weapons met was like thunder given physical form. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing the watching Savage Communion members to step back and creating small craters in the reinforced ground beneath our feet. His axe was heavier than my sword, significantly so. The ancient-grade weapon carried momentum that threatened to overwhelm my guard with pure kinetic force. Gideon himself was physically stronger, his body enhanced not just by his superior mana rank but by the bloodline advantages that made the Axe King's family legendary. Every exchange of blows drove home the reality that I was fighting someone who outclassed me in raw physical capability. It was impossible to expect victory through conventional means against an opponent like this. The realization crystallized as Gideon's next strike forced me back several steps, my enhanced ascendant rank physiology barely managing to absorb the impact without serious damage. He pressed his advantage immediately, his fighting style a perfect blend of inherited technique and brutal effectiveness. Is this the extent of the great Arthur Nightingale's power? He taunted, raising his axe high as the corrupted astral energy around it intensified. My father spoke of potential, but I see only mediocrity dressed in academy pretensions. I pulled my sword back and inhaled deeply, centering myself for what needed to come next. Second movement of my grade 6 art, Hollow Eclipse. The movement was poetry written in violence. 2 layers of astral energy formed around Avalvis, but between them, dark spots of deep dark energy created zones of absolute void that seemed to devour light itself. The technique represented the synthesis of opposing forces, creation and destruction, light and darkness, existence and nothingness. That movement clashed against Gideon's descending axe with a sound like reality tearing. Boom. The explosion of conflicting energies sent both of us sliding backward, our feet carving furrows in the reinforced ground. When the dust cleared, I could see that Gideon's confident expression had shifted to something more serious. A grade 6 art, he said with genuine appreciation. And one that incorporates deep dark principles. You're more developed than the reports suggested. The reports were incomplete, I replied, settling into a new stance as I prepared to escalate further. Gideon's response was to activate what I immediately recognized as his gift. Golden energy erupted around him, not the enhanced astral power of his heart but something far more fundamental. His bloodline gift manifested as what appeared to be supernatural enhancement, strength, speed, and reflexes amplified beyond normal magical limits. Interesting, Luna observed. His gift appears to be some form of supernatural empowerment. That explains the golden energy signature. Behold the blessing of violence incarnate, Gideon announced, his voice carrying harmonics that spoke of power beyond mortal limits. The Iremaw bloodline doesn't just inherit strength, we inherit the right to wield it without restraint. He moved with speed that made my enhanced perception struggle to track, closing the distance between us in what felt like an instant. His axe descended in an arc that would have bisected a normal opponent, but I was no longer fighting conventionally. First movement of my grade 5 art CQC, Arc Hook Spiral. The technique transformed my sword work into something that transcended traditional weapon combat. Instead of meeting his axe directly, I redirected its momentum using principles that incorporated both martial and magical enhancement. My blade traced a precise arc that hooked around his weapon's shaft, while my body moved in a spiral pattern that turned his greater strength against him. The result was spectacular. Gideon's overwhelming attack became the source of his own imbalance as I used his momentum to send him stumbling past me. But his recovery was equally impressive, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to turn the stumble into a spinning strike that forced me to activate my next technique immediately. Second movement of my grade 5 art CQC, Ground Reversal Stomp. I drove my foot into the reinforced ground with enough force to crater the surface, but the real technique was in how I channeled astral energy through the impact. The resulting shockwave traveled through the earth and erupted directly beneath Gideon's feet, disrupting his footing at the crucial moment when he was committed to his spinning attack. He adapted faster than I'd expected, using his gift-enhanced reflexes to leap over the disrupted ground and convert his stumble into an aerial assault. His axe came down like divine judgment, wreathed in corrupted astral energy that promised devastating consequences. Third movement of my grade 5 art CQC, Phantom Stepney. The technique was my answer to aerial attacks, a movement that combined spatial displacement with devastating close-range combat. I seemed to vanish from where I'd been standing, reappearing directly beside Gideon's descending form with my knee driving upward toward his ribs. The phantom aspect of the movement made it nearly impossible to defend against, as I was essentially attacking from a position that didn't exist until the moment of impact. Gideon's response demonstrated why the Axe King's bloodline was legendary. Instead of trying to block an attack he couldn't see coming, he embraced the impact, using his gift-enhanced durability to absorb the blow while bringing his axe around in a strike that would take my head off if it connected. We separated again, both of us breathing harder now as the intensity of the combat escalated beyond what normal fighters could sustain. Exceptional technique, Gideon acknowledged, golden energy still wreathing his form. But technique alone won't overcome the fundamental differences in our capabilities. He raised his hand and I felt the air around us shift as he began channeling both mana and miasma simultaneously. The combination created an oppressive atmosphere that spoke of corruption and power working in unnatural harmony. "Let me show you what true power looks like," he said, and the dark energy around his axe intensified until it seemed to bend light around itself. "He's escalating," Luna warned. "That level of miasma corruption is dangerous even for someone at your level." "Then it's time to escalate in return," I replied, feeling the familiar stirring of power that marked my preparation for a truly serious response. Soul resonance. The transformation was immediate and profound. Luna's ancient power flowed through our mental connection, enhancing my physical and magical capabilities far beyond their normal limits. My body became mythic in nature, stronger, faster, more durable than any normal enhancement could provide. More importantly, my perception expanded to include soul vision, allowing me to see the true nature of Gideon's power and the weaknesses hidden within his seeming invincibility, which were hidden from even Seraphim's embrace. Through soul vision, I could see that his gift came with costs. The supernatural enhancement was burning through his stamina at an unsustainable rate, while the combination of mana and miasma was creating internal corruption that would eventually turn against him. But more immediately, I could see the patterns of his movement, the telegraphs of his attacks, the moments of vulnerability that his overwhelming power normally concealed. "Interesting," Gideon said, studying my transformed state with obvious intrigue. "You continue to exceed expectations. But let's see how your innovations handle this." He moved with speed that defied physics, his gift-enhanced capabilities pushing him beyond what should have been possible for someone of his rank. His axe came at me from 3 different angles simultaneously, not through any mystical technique, but through movement so fast that it created the illusion of multiple attacks. But soul vision let me see the truth beneath the illusion. There was only one real attack hidden among the feints and misdirections. Fifth movement of my grade 5 art CQC, 1-inch punch. The technique was deceptively simple, a punch delivered from point-blank range with minimal wind-up. But the astral energy channeled through the movement transformed it into something that could shatter castle walls. I stepped into Gideon's attack pattern, my fist connecting with his solar plexus at the exact moment when his momentum committed him to his strike. The impact sent him flying backward, his gift-enhanced durability the only thing that prevented the blow from ending the fight immediately. He hit the ground hard but rolled to his feet with predatory grace, golden blood now visible at the corner of his mouth. "First blood to you," he acknowledged with genuine respect. "I underestimated your capabilities. That won't happen again." The golden energy around him intensified further, his gift pushing into realms that made the air itself tremble with barely contained power. When he raised his axe again, the weapon seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. "Now let me show you why bloodline trumps innovation," he said, and launched himself forward with speed that made his previous attacks look sluggish. First movement of my grade 6 art, God Flash. The world exploded into radiance as divine light erupted from my form, moving at speeds that approached the conceptual rather than merely physical. The technique was my answer to opponents who thought speed was the ultimate advantage, movement so fast that it existed in the realm of pure possibility rather than normal physics. I appeared behind Gideon before the light of my departure had faded, Evolvus already in motion toward what my senses revealed as a critical vulnerability in his defense. But his response proved why the Axe King's bloodline was legendary even among the savage communion. Instead of trying to turn and block, he simply vanished. Not teleportation or any mystical technique, pure speed enhanced by his gift to levels that challenged my enhanced perception. He reappeared above me, his axe descending with force that promised to split the earth itself. So I changed my movement. God Flash, absolute. The enhanced version of my technique transformed speed into something approaching divine intervention. I moved through space and time as if they were merely suggestions, my blade meeting his axe in a clash that sent shockwaves rippling across multiple dimensions. When the energy cleared, we stood locked in mutual guard, our weapons crossed and trembling with the force each of us was channeling. But I could see through soul vision that this level of output was unsustainable for both of us. "Impressive," Gideon panted, golden energy flickering around his form as his gift began to waver. "But even your techniques can't overcome the fundamental gap in our capabilities." He was right, and we both knew it. Despite everything I'd thrown at him, grade 5 and grade 6 arts, soul resonance, divine techniques that pushed the boundaries of what magic could achieve, he was still standing, still fighting, still dangerous. The truth was, I had been holding back my greatest advantage, waiting to see if conventional techniques could carry the day. But Gideon's power and skill had proven that this fight would require everything I could bring to bear. It was time to show him what true innovation looked like. "Erebus," I called out, feeling my lich's presence responding immediately to my summons. Chapter 600, Savage Communion 4. Erebus materialized from shadows and dark energy, his ancient undead presence immediately shifting the balance of power on the battlefield. The lich's form was imposing, tall and regal despite his skeletal nature, with robes that seemed to be woven from darkness itself and eye sockets that burned with eldritch fire. Master, his voice resonated with the authority of an ancient consciousness. I am at your service. Gideon's confident expression shifted to something more wary as he studied my summon. An ancient undead. Interesting. But surely you don't think, He never finished the sentence. Erebus's magic struck like a tide of darkness, bone spears erupting from the ground beneath Gideon's feet while necromantic energy sought to drain his enhanced vitality. Simultaneously, I launched myself forward with supernatural speed, Evolvus wreathed in pure light radiance as it sought the openings that Erebus's assault had created. Gideon's response demonstrated the combat instincts that made his bloodline legendary. His gift flared to even greater intensity, golden energy forming a protective barrier that shattered Erebus's bone spears while his axe traced impossible arcs that deflected my assault. But I could see through soul vision that the effort was costing him. His life force was burning away at an alarming rate, even as his superior mana reserves allowed him to maintain output that I couldn't match. Erebus followed up with waves of necromantic magic, death bolts that seared through the air, bone constructs that emerged from the earth to harass our opponent, and draining spells that sought to weaken Gideon's supernatural enhancement. The lich's tactical intelligence was evident in how he coordinated his attacks with my movements, creating openings that neither of us could have achieved alone. I flowed through my enhanced techniques with the benefit of our coordination. My redirecting spiral became devastatingly effective when timed with Erebus's magical assaults, while my ground-shattering stomp created opportunities for the lich to manifest bone spikes from the fractured earth. But Gideon was adapting faster than I'd hoped. His gift allowed him to channel both enhanced strength and corrupted energy simultaneously, creating a fighting style that overwhelmed through pure supernatural force. His axe began leaving trails of golden miasma that poisoned the air itself, while his movements gained an otherworldly quality that made him difficult to track even with soul vision. You fight well with ancient support, he called out between exchanges, but you're still just delaying the inevitable. To prove his point, he unleashed what appeared to be his own inherited technique, a devastating axe art that carved through both my attacks and Erebus's magical barriers. The strike came at me from multiple angles, bypassing normal physics through pure application of supernatural power. I called upon the wings of Seraphim, feeling the familiar burn as the pure light spell inscribed on my skin activated. 6 wings of pure radiance erupted from my back, each one blazing with holy fire that made the very air sing with power. The wings provided flight, enhanced speed, protective barriers, and most importantly, they allowed me to channel pure light energy at levels far beyond normal spellcasting. My entire being became suffused with radiant energy that seemed to exist beyond the normal spectrum of magic. Evolvus blazed with pure light enhancement, while my movements gained a fluidity that transcended normal physical limitations. Impossible, Gideon breathed, his golden eyes wide with shock. Those markings, you have a miracle inscribed. How does someone your age have access to such power? Because, Luna's voice carried satisfaction through our mental link, you've pushed yourself beyond normal limits in every way possible. The wings allowed me to move through 3-dimensional space with perfect freedom. I attacked from above, below, and angles that conventional ground-based combat couldn't reach, each strike backed by pure light energy that could burn through supernatural defenses. Erebus coordinated his necromantic assaults with my aerial movements, creating combination attacks that operated on multiple planes simultaneously. But even faced with a miracle-enhanced opponent, Gideon refused to yield. His gift pushed beyond safe limits, his body beginning to show the strain of channeling power that threatened to consume him. Golden blood now flowed from his eyes and nose, while his movements gained a desperate quality that spoke of someone fighting on borrowed time. If you want to escalate, he snarled, raising his axe high as corruption and supernatural energy swirled around him in impossible harmony. Then let me show you what happens when bloodline power stops holding back. The attack that followed was beyond anything I'd seen from him before. His axe became a conduit for raw supernatural force that seemed to channel violence itself. The strike came at me from every direction simultaneously, bypassing my aerial advantages through sheer conceptual impact. Even with the wings of Seraphim, even with Erebus's ancient magic supporting me, even with every advantage I developed, the attack connected. The impact sent me crashing to the ground, my wings flickering as the inscribed miracle struggled to maintain cohesion under the assault. Evolvus flew from my hand, landing several meters away as I struggled to maintain consciousness. And that, Gideon said, breathing heavily but still standing, is why raw power matters more than technique. Arthur? Luna's voice carried urgent concern. You're badly injured. If you don't do something immediately. Through soul vision, I could see that Gideon was in worse shape than he appeared. His gift had burned through most of his life force, and the combination of enhancement and corrupted energy was tearing his body apart from the inside. But he still had enough power left to finish this fight if I didn't act quickly. Erebus was already moving to protect me, necromantic magic weaving barriers and launching desperate attacks designed to buy time for my recovery. But we both knew it wouldn't be enough against Gideon's remaining supernatural strength. There was only one option left. The capability that represented the absolute pinnacle of my winter break achievements. Valeria, I called out, my voice carrying across the battlefield. The response was immediate and spectacular. My symbiotic ancient undead didn't just appear, she manifested from the air around me, her consciousness flowing into perfect integration with my damaged form. The symbiosis was seamless, natural, as if we had always been meant to exist as a unified entity. The transformation was beyond anything the watching crowd had expected. My injuries began healing immediately as Valeria's ancient consciousness merged with my own, while my magical and physical capabilities expanded beyond their normal limits. The symbiosis granted me access to capabilities that no single entity could possess. What? Gideon's voice carried shock and growing alarm as he watched my reconstruction. What is that? Symbiosis, I replied, rising to my feet with movements that flowed like liquid grace. Something you've never encountered before. The figure that faced Gideon now was neither Arthur Nightingale nor Valeria individually, but something greater than the sum of our parts. Ancient wisdom guided enhanced reflexes, while symbiotic consciousness provided capabilities that challenged normal magical limitations. Gideon's exhausted form still radiated power, but I could see through our enhanced perception that he was operating on reserves that wouldn't last much longer. His gift was consuming him from within, while the corruption he'd channeled was beginning to turn against his own systems. The final exchange was brief but decisive. Gideon's remaining supernatural power met the unified force of ancient symbiosis, and for a moment the outcome hung in perfect balance. But where his strength was burning him alive, mine was sustained by perfect coordination between two consciousness working as one. His axe met Evolvus in a clash that sent shockwaves through the air, but the ancient weapon couldn't withstand the enhanced force I could now channel. The blade shattered, fragments of metal ringing against the ground as Gideon himself collapsed, his gift finally burning itself out. Yield, I said quietly, standing over his prone form with Evolvus at his throat. Gideon looked up at me with eyes that held newfound respect alongside exhaustion. I yield, he said finally. The compact stands. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the sound of wind across the border installation. Around us, the Savage Communion delegation stood in stunned recognition of what they'd witnessed. Deputy Pope Ravik stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The challenge has been met and answered. The Axe King's compact with Arthur Nightingale remains in effect. As Valeria separated from my form, returning to her independent state while my injuries finished healing, I reflected on what had just transpired. The fight had pushed me beyond every limit I thought I possessed, and also proved how strong Valeria was. Gideon was helped to his feet by his companions, but before leaving, he turned back to face me one final time. Arthur Nightingale, he said with genuine respect, I understand now why my father spoke of your potential. When the time comes for your duel with him, you'll provide the worthy combat he seeks. I look forward to it, I replied honestly.